تتمنى تدفع فواتيرك بسهولة في أي وقت ومن أي مكان؟ مع تدوم إكس صار عندك منصة ذكية تجمع كل خدمات الدفع في تطبيق واحد: كهرباء، مياه، اتصالات، تأمينات.
Test. Okay, it's fine. It's working.
تتمنى تدفع فواتيرك بسهولة في أي وقت ومن أي مكان؟ مع تدوم إكس صار عندك منصة ذكية تجمع كل خدمات الدفع في تطبيق واحد. كهرباء، مياه، اتصالات، تأمينات.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 of OSW Talks here at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. My name is Rahaba Sumri, and I'm honored to serve you as your MC. Yesterday, we explored how sustainability is already taking shape in Oman and around the world, driven by solid policies, cut-edging technologies, and community-led initiatives. Today, we continue that journey, diving deeper into transformative role of innovation in shaping a greener and more resilient future. Throughout the day, we'll hear from global and local experts, visionaries, change makers who are pioneering green technology, sustainable practices, and collaborative partnerships. Let's dive in and get ready for an exciting day of thought-provoking discussions and meaningful exchanges. We kick off today's discussions with an insightful presentation by Engineer Nabila Lawati, Head of Corporate Environment at PDO, who will guide us through the critical topic of sustainability and how organizations can achieve global standards. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning all. I don't know if it is sort of hi. I see colleagues from Bahrain as well, so good to see you. So good morning again. My name is Nabila Lawati, and I'm Head of Environment at Petroleum Development Oman. First of all, you will be wondering, achieving gold standard. First of all, I would like to reveal a good news that we have won the Gold Award, Opus Gold Award in the Sustainability and Environment category. So Alhamdulillah, we have achieved OGMP Gold Standard. Just bear with me to understand what I mean by OGMP. It's slightly technical, but I will try to be simple and brief. So basically, it is about methane, generally about methane management. And I'm sure that you guys know what is methane. Uh, Basically, methane is sort of main component of natural gas. And methane is responsible for more than 30% of the global warming. And methane is sort of the second warmest gas after CO2. Methane has a potential of 28, global warming potential of 28. That means it is more, it is 28 times potent than CO2. So it has an impact, and the impact, when I mention 28, it's for a duration of 100 years. If we cut the duration to 20 years, it can reach up to 84. So the impact of methane is very high. So if we manage methane, we can reduce the global warming for sure. On top of that, methane contributes to the ground level ozone. I'm sure that you heard about the ozone layer, and the ozone layer can protect us from the UV rays. But we have the bad ozone, which is basically the smog. And you can find it in polluted cities where you have a cloud at the ground level. So methane contributes to that as well. So this is generally about methane. Now, in oil and gas industry, is it clear? Okay. So basically, in oil and gas industries, we have a couple of sources. The main source is flaring. And basically, flaring gas will result in sort of pollutants released to the environment. So once we burn the gas, usually most of the gas is the methane is converted to CO2. But again, we cannot guarantee 100% combustion. Therefore, a small portion of the methane will be released to the atmosphere. So this is the first source. The second source is combustion. Combustion is quite similar to flaring, but again, it depends on the equipment as well as operational conditions. So it's quite similar, and then there is sort of a release of methane as well. Then we have venting. Basically, venting is direct release of gases to the atmosphere without any treatment or burning. So this is direct release, and it can be intentional release. The last one is fugitive emissions, and basically these are leaks from pipes, flanges, valves, and so on. So these are the main sources when it comes to methane. Now, as government of Oman, we have sort of commitment to reduce our GHG emissions, and methane is part of that. We have sort of a target to reduce GHG emissions by 7% from oil and gas sector by 2030. Then we have a target to reduce methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030 again. And this is sort of the methane pledge, which was signed during COP26 in 2021. Okay, and at PDO level, of course, we are aligned with the government target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. So we are well aligned, and we inspire to achieve net zero by 2050, sorry. And then we have the methane reporting, and this is the main topic that I'm focusing on. We have joined the UNEP Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, okay? And I will come to that. And this is the meat of my talk today. So basically, globally, there are many initiatives. I have very limited time, so I won't go through the details, but my focus will be on OGMP, basically Oil and Gas Methane Partnership. Basically, this is sort of a platform where we can, where it's under UNEP, where we report our emissions based on the actual measurements. So it's not just reporting the emissions, we report based on actual measurements. So there are 5 levels. Sorry, maybe it's a bit technical, but I will try to be very simple. So there are 5 levels when it comes to OGMP. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So level 1 is sort of reporting emissions, just giving one figure for the entire asset. So this is very general, and that is by using general factors. So we are quite general when we provide, figures based on level 1. Level 2, it's again, dependent on a general factor again, but again, it can go to source level, like venting, flares, fugitives, and so on. So the first one is general, the second one is specific for source, and the third level is basically providing more details about each source. So we have level 1, 2, and 3. So level 1 to 3 is dependent on general factors, okay? So it's not that precise. Now, level 4, moving from level 1 to 3 to level 4, we have to do actual measurements. And this is what we have done in PDO. So level 4 and 5. So level 4, it's at site level. So we are using different techniques to measure the methane emissions. And then we use a specific factor. So it's more accurate reporting of methane. So when I mention reporting methane, it's not only reporting. Once we report, we understand what are the gaps, and we have to take corrective actions as well. So it's not just reporting, it's reporting and taking actions to improve. Level 5, it's sort of it is covering the entire facility. So we are moving from, the ground, whatever we are doing at ground level, to the entire facility by using sort of helicopters, using drones, and so on. Just to compare, whatever we have reported at ground level is matching with the survey at the facility level. So this is a comparison. Once we do that, we understand that we have done a good job in terms of the measurement. Now, I'm trying to summarize what we have worked on for almost 3 years, or more than 3 years. So basically, as you can see, we started our journey in 2021. We have joined the OGMP program, and then we signed an sort of an MOU with the DLR. This is sort of a German organization where we have conducted helicopter surveys. And then we are, of course, we are doing drone surveys on a yearly basis. We have done, in 2021, we have done our first in-house elder survey. Then we have moved to 2022, where we have done our L4 gap assessment. As I mentioned, moving from L3 to L4, you have to do specific measurement campaigns. We have done the methane forecast. We have carried out flare efficiency measurements. And then we have done full drone and we have completed the first drone cycle. Moving to 2023, we have done ELDAR benchmarking pilot. Then we have done L5 helicopter-based methane campaign, flare efficiency. We have piloted stack testing by using FTIR. Sorry, these are a bit technical. And then by doing that, we have achieved the gold standard pathway in 2023. Now, moving to 2024, we have done the first L5 drone survey campaign, and then full LDAR and drone, the third cycle. And this last year, alhamdulillah, we have achieved the gold standard. We are one of the first companies in the entire Middle East to achieve this standard. And the next slide is showing, this is UNIP webpage, sorry, it's a bit blurry, but it's showing that PDO has achieved the gold standard. So that's it about methane. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Can we have 2 minutes for Q&A? Any questions? Is it clear? My friend from Bahrain. Pardon me? Yeah, we are using specialized sensors and cameras to do that. So it's fixed. Unfortunately, I don't have photos, but later on I can share it with you. It's very, very complex, risky process as well, because you are flying drones and helicopters on the facilities. So it's a bit of challenge, to do such kind of activities. Doctora.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
First of all, I'm very happy to see you today here. Yesterday I was looking for you, but
I was not around, unfortunately.
Yes.
I was not around.
So I'm very
happy. It's
happy.
always good to see you.
I am very happy to see you, and thank you very much. This is really the first topic that I am interested in it, and your award is on GPMP, right?
Alhamdulillah.
On methane reporting.
Reporting, yes. Yes.
So I would like to know more about it. It will not be today or at this moment, but we can sit out and we can discuss about it.
If you are around, you are most welcome to visit PDO, and we can arrange a session for you, dedicated session for you, for sure.
Can we do that for tomorrow morning?
Inshallah.
Allah.
We can do that.
Thank you, dear.
No
Thank
worries.
you very much.
No worries. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you first for this fruitful sessions. I can see there is a big efforts done by BDO to take down the emissions of methane. So, I guess one question is related to the survey. Is that survey is done for all of the assets in a yearly basis, or what is will be the frequency there?
Yeah. So if you have to maintain the gold standard, then you have to continue doing the survey. But again, there is sort of a focus on certain facilities where they contribute to the emissions. So the facilities with higher emissions will be top on the list, and then we can sort of start with the higher facility, then the lower emission facility. So there is sort of a standard that we are following as per OGMP, the materiality assessment. We do that, and based on that, we decide. But again, it is sort of a continuous process. We have to do the LDAR, we have to do the drones in order to maintain the gold standard. And it's not only carrying out the survey, we have to demonstrate reductions as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I conclude? Is it clear? Guys, are you familiar with methane now? OGMP? Say yes? Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Nabil, for that comprehensive presentation on achieving sustainability at the highest global standards. It is evidence that organizations must take decisive actions to ensure sustainable futures, and your talk has provided us with valuable framework to do so. Our next session focuses on BP's Omanization journey, highlighting how the company has fostered a strong local workforce in Oman. Please join me in welcoming Haytham Al-Kindi, People and Culture Senior Advisor at BP Oman, to share his knowledge and experience in this important area. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Quick introduction about myself. I am Haytham Al-Kindi from BP, HR Department, People and Culture. I have more than 14 years experience in the industry. So today our topic is about BP Oman nationalization journey or Omanization plan, and the journey that happened and what we did in BP specifically. Okay, first of all, we are delighted to participate at OPIS and OSW, and we are delighted as well in BP. We are celebrating 100 year in Oman. Our first license was signed in 1925 with an agreement or license of 2 years. And then currently we are operating at Block 61 with the production of 1.5 billion cubic feet of gas per day. So here is our Omanization journey. Quick history highlighting our operation, when exactly it was started. And as you can see, we started our Omanization framework in 2017. And then in 2022, we reached 90% of Omanization, 3 years ahead of plan. And then in 2023, we reached 92 Omanization, with 70% of our leadership are Omanis. And we maintained the same percentage in 2024 as well, with increased number and Omanization in the leadership team as well. So here is a quick summary or journey history of BP Omanization. And this slide shows a criteria that we followed to reach to this percentage in Omanization. 5 steps. I'll talk about it in quick brief. So the first step is provide nationalization requirement. First of all, we follow the government guideline, of course. There are specific guidelines that we need to follow, align with the long-term regional plans, set clear timeline for delivery. The second point, identify regional risk and barriers. So understand first external talent landscape, supply versus demand, identify risk of losing top talent, understand what attracts employees. On step number 3, build department plans. So we set goals for each department. So we sit with the departments, we set the goals together with head of the departments. We plan for expat replacement and new hires as well. We outline the succession plans. We highlight all the identified roles for and the identified employees for succession planning as well. We get the department's endorsement of plan through the talent review. So we have these reviews on quarterly basis, yearly basis, where we highlight all and identify all the key things that we need to capture. And then number 4, integrate and validate plans. So we bring all department plans together. We identify the risks and the gaps together, agree on the risk mitigation as well. On step number 5, operationalize, performance manage, and report progress. So basically, we execute the actions, the plans that we have put together, and then we plan together to manage to execute and capability forms. So here are the steps where it shows what we do normally in BP2. That makes us, reach to 92 current Omanization percentage. We did some acceleration in our process. So in this slide, I'll highlight a little bit on what we did on top of the below criteria that we have followed. So we have different programs. So the first program is the technician program. So since the beginning of our operation in Oman, we started our operational plan with the production and extensive plan in terms of technician program. So over 100 technicians have been trained or started in BP through extensions development program ahead of the operation. So from the beginning of plan or our operation or existence in Oman, we started these technicians campaigns, programs, and a lot of our technicians were enrolled into these programs. And currently they are full-time employees since the beginning of our operation in Oman. And then over 90% of our graduates have been hired in BP. So more than 90 of our employees have been hired through Challenge program. So Challenge program is our graduate program. We started this program from the beginning of our BP. So a lot of our employees or senior employees have started from the beginning through extensive program, which we call a Challenge program. And then over 130 Omanis employees have been held an international assignment. So we use the opportunity of being an international company where we send employees into different countries so that they get exposed into different set skills or further extensive in terms of their progression plan as well. And then 40% of Omani headcount represented by early career. Again, so this is linked to the Challenge program or graduate employees. Okay, so this slide shows a success story of our employees who were enrolled into different programs, which was highlighted in the previous slide. So we have Aisha Al-Amri. So Aisha Al-Amri, she is currently in-country value manager. So she started with BP before 12 years as a graduate, and then she progressed within the organization and currently she is in-country value manager. Also, we have Masha'al. So Masha'al also, she started as a technician program from the very beginning, and currently also she's working at field with a rotational of 2 weeks on and off. We have also another example, Ghalib Al-Habsi. Currently, he is in Gulf of Mexico, USA. So he's on assignment for 3 years. So he's leading a key project there in Gulf of Mexico. He's an area development manager. And we have also other employees who are physically in Oman, but they are supporting different countries. So we call these employees who are global roles. So they are physically in Oman, but they take care of, or they're responsible with different countries, managing different countries. So Fatma Al-Hajri, so she's a learning delivery manager. So she's a delivery manager for learning delivery manager for Middle East and Africa as well. So here are some of the examples. I have captured few of them just to highlight our success stories and what we do in terms of accelerating nationalization for our Omanis in BP. That's it. I try to be very brief. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to understand also, in terms of female representation within the company, what kind of initiatives do you implement to increase female participation, since it's a technical, like BP is a technical-oriented company. So what kind of initiatives do you implement to increase the participation of females within the organization itself?
That's a very good questions. Our D&I, of course, is a key role in BP. We have specific departments that looks after D&I in the company. And we have formed a committee. We called it WIN Committee. I think it stands for Women International. I forgot the last one. But they looked at different programs in terms of increase female representation in the company. Also, in terms of whenever there is any recruitment, we have hiring inclusive, where we try to increase, in terms of how we can capture or attract females for specific roles, specifically for technical roles. So what we can do to increase female applying into these roles. We go to universities, we try to attract, we deliver different sessions to highlight what exactly females can do, how our environment help female representations. We share real examples of females who are currently on field or handling technical roles. This will give them motivation to apply for opportunities in BP. And again, for the existent females, also as mentioned, we have different committees where they plan different programs to increase their visibilities and progress within the organization. Thank you. Any other questions? And I'll be around at BP booth if anyone would like to discuss in more details, and feel free to approach so that we can sit and discuss about it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Haytham Al-Kindi, for shedding light on BB's organization journey. Your insight on empowering local talent and fostering sustainable workforce development are key takeaways for us all to take today. Next up, we have a fascinating topic on green hydrogen and its role in synthetic fuel production. Avari Dhihli, the Manager of Business Development at OQ Alternative Energy, will share the latest developments in this field. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Adar Al-Dhihli from OQ Alternative Energy. I'll take you through slides on e-fuels projections and our activities into this field in OQ Alternative Energy. As an introduction of e-fuels, so e-fuels stands for electrofuels that are produced from combining hydrogen and CO2. And that's why we call it electrofuels, where the hydrogen is produced from electricity base, which is a clean energy. We produce, the produced e-fuel is very similar to the fossil fuels, and that's why we call it like drop-in fuels that are applicable today to go to the systems and engines and current infrastructures. And this is the main advantage of the e-fuels. Today, we don't need to invest into engines, infrastructures, pipelines, tanks, and storages. E-fuels can be produced with the technologies that are already mature technologies existing a long time back. Mainly, we have methanation process, which is a better process combining CO2 with the hydrogen to produce methane. We have methanol synthesis. We have Fischer-Tropsch technology that is producing long-chain, low-carbon molecules that can be refined later on to produce the light fuels. I'll take you through the technical side of it later on in the coming slides. But while we are looking at e-fuels, we thought e-fuels is gaining momentum in terms of regulations. There has been many announcements, especially into aviations and maritimes. IMO, International Maritime Organization, has approved the decarbonization mandates, where they pushed for a cleaner fuels usage in the long vessels. And that's a room to use cleaner fuels, where e-fuels is one of these options. In terms of EU refuel and UK, they have already a mandate of blending minimum quantities of e-fuels into their SAF engines. We have 0.2% minimum mandates from Europe refuel by 2028, and that to be increased to 4% in 2040. So the demand is scaling up. At the same time, there are several announcements on the commercial developments of e-fuels. I've listed just an example of projects, not really. I'm trying just to move from here. Example of projects that are not really limited to these projects, but we have HIF. It's a well-known e-fuels development company. They have announced their e-methanol project. We have Power2X using Honeywell Fischer-Tropsch. They are producing e-SAF. Arcadia has been awarded an offtake agreement for e-SAF. And Norsk in Europe, they have announced a large-scale commercial e-SAF facility. So that's why we are keen to look after e-fuels, and we have assessed many pathways for e-fuels production in OQ Alternative Energy. And before going to that one, I think it's worth explaining what are the pathways. So this is a bit of a technical slide where we are showing the pathways for producing e-fuels. You can follow the three colors, the green one, the purple one, and the blue one. So the first one, the green one, is the Fischer-Tropsch pathway. Using all of them are using, of course, the hydrogen and CO2, where you need to prepare the syngas that is applicable to go through the process. The second pathway is the methanol route. And there are, of course, different technology providers to each and every pathway and each component in the value chain. The third one is the ethanol route, which is basically the fermentation of the syngas. In OQ Alternative Energy, we are assessing most of these pathways, most of these technologies. We are partnering with experts. We have hired consultants to do assessments to reach up to a practical way of producing ESAF at a commercial scale. So one example of our initiatives, we have signed a joint study agreement last year in 2024 with major developers, with Sumitomo, Datco, Airbus, and Lamborghini. Our objective when we started is to assess the commerciality of ESAF production in Oman, e-fuels in general. It contains ESAF, e-gasoline, and e-methanol. And through that, we have hired a consultant, assessed both pilot and commercial scale ESAF facility production in 2 locations of Oman. And then we came up with the 2 pathways shortlisted. We will take them further. We have decided to focus on a commercial scale SAF facility rather than the pilot for economics of scale. We have identified the technology providers. We are currently looking at the lead developers, experts in the field to join us. Just to understand the role of the hydrogen, and to this one, it's worth mentioning that what is the requirement. So if I'll be talking about 100,000 SAF facility, then I'll be requiring 50,000 ton of hydrogen per annum, and I'll require 400,000 ton of CO2, and we can imagine how much CO2 we will capture to produce these e-fuels. So these are carbon neutral e-fuels. We are capturing the CO2. At the same time, we are putting these cleaner fuels into the engines. We have another initiative that we also completed a milestone into it. We have signed a joint study agreement with a partner called Tree Energy Solutions. They are a Belgium-based company. They are focusing on ESAF developments all over the world. We have done a feasibility study in potential of producing methane in 4 locations in the country. We have assessed the availability of the feedstocks, biogenic CO2 availability as well, since the market is requiring biogenic CO2. And to this one, we have assessed infrastructure, potential of local market, export markets. We are at the stage of like bringing together all of the stakeholders for us to move in advance of the project. And into the requirement of the hydrogen, into the e-natural gas, it's similar requirement of ESAF. So for 100,000 tons of e-methane, we require 50,000 tons of hydrogen per annum. CO2 is a bit less, 300,000 tons per annum of CO2. Why we are looking at e-fuels? There are a lot of opportunities looking at e-fuels. It's a drop-in fuels. We can use the current infrastructure. There are already mandates in the markets. There are several developments in the world. We see it very important fuel for the sectors that really hard to electrify, like aviation and maritime, heavy trucks as well. At the same time, we believe that there are still some challenges into this. It's still a high-cost product. It's EU-based, so the whole mandates are coming from EU. There are requirements of biogenic CO2. We hope this will change. We are hearing of hard-to-abate sector CO2 acceptable now. Asia market is not yet developed for e-fuels. It's carbon intensity market. But we see still there is a room for e-fuels to be there in the future. This is my presentation. As a conclusion, I think we need to enable e-fuels in the market, and there are several enablers that needs to be done to enable e-fuels. It's first of all, we need to have a proper infrastructure in terms of a feedstock, both in hydrogen and CO2. CO2 is a full value chain from carbon capture, transportation, storages. We need to have like carbon pricing in place for us to have it in our projects. We need a large-scale hydrogen projects that are running to supply the requirements of the hydrogen. We need regulations in place that are pushing to create a demand for CO2. We need some sort of supports in terms of subsidies in capex, subsidies in the final products prices, and of course the alignment between industries and governments is a key tool to enable these industries. This is my presentation in a nutshell. I hope it's clear. If you have any question, I'm here to answer you. Any question? No questions.
Thank you, Adari, for that thought-provoking session on the role of green hydrogen in shaping the future of energy. We move now to a panel discussion on cooperative sustainability at ESG at OQ and ESG at OQ. This distinguished panel will explore how OQ integrates sustainability practice into its corporate strategies and its challenges and opportunities that come with it. Our moderator, Asil Masoudi, Senior Specialist in Culture and Change at OQ, will welcome and introduce the panelists.
No presentation. I know one. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to OSW Talks. Today's panel is hosted by OQ and focuses on corporate sustainability and ESG at OQ. We'll be diving into how OQ is embedding sustainability and ESG principles into its operations to drive business value, innovation, and national impact. My name is Asil Masoudi, and I'll be moderating this session. And I'm pleased to introduce our panelists. Ali Al-Ismaili, Acting Head of Sustainability at OQ SAOC, with 12 years of experience in sustainability and social investment. Muna Al-Mashini, Head of Strategy at OQ Base Industries, leading strategic development across the business. Wahid Al-Fazzari, Manager of Sustainability at OQ RPI and a negotiating party member of Oman's delegation of COP29 and COP30. Ala Al-Habsi, Lead of Sustainability at OQ8, with 10 years of experience in sustainability and social investment. And finally, but not least, Omar Riyami, Head of Sustainability at OQ Gas Networks, with nearly 2 decades of experience in environmental management and sustainability. Okay, let's jump into our discussion. Alia, let's start with you. Sustainability is a broad and evolving field. Can you walk us through how OQ has structured its sustainability approach and what makes it uniquely Omani?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So at OQ, our sustainability approach is rooted in OQ's vision and mission to drive sustainable economic growth and deliver our transition towards a more sustainable future by meeting the energy needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So, driven or guided by this approach, we have developed a framework that looks into our local context, so our unique Omani context, as highlighted in Vision 2040, and also considers the international best practices like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the UN Global Compact, as well as OQ's unique business objectives, our impact on people and the planet. And we have identified 4 main pillars in our sustainability framework. Firstly, transitioning to net zero, supporting achieve the national mandate of net zero by 2050. Secondly, safeguarding nature, which includes water and waste management and biodiversity. Thirdly, caring for people, which not just includes our employees, but also our contractors and the local communities where OQ operates. And lastly, driving sustainable growth by investing in research and development, innovation, practicing responsible procurement, sustainable supply chain management, and ICV. And for more information on any of these, I encourage you to visit our booth, and we'll be happy to take you through all the details.
Thank you, Alia, for setting the scene. Building on that, Wahid, OQRPI has been leading green initiatives. What are some key sustainability wins you're most proud of, and how are they contributing to Oman's net zero targets?
Thank you, Asil. First, let's understand that decarbonizing a sector like petrochemical and refinery is not an easy job. It is actually one of the most challenging sustainability probably tasks around the world. These operations are energy intensive, and in order to do that or deliver the reduction of emissions, it requires a strong system and a huge commitment from the top management. At OQRBI, we have embedded sustainability in our as a core pillar in our transformation plan, where we focus on decarbonization and energy efficiency. Our target is clear, the roadmap is clear. Our target is to reduce emission by 25% by 2030. So to build up, and what we are proud of, that we have completed around 20 initiative or project that contributed in a reduction of around 300,000 ton of GHG emissions. And this is with minimal capex, with minimal cost. Also, our solar car park produces over 1,000 megawatt hours of clean energy. We've been able to reduce the energy use of our buildings, non-technical buildings, to nearly half, which contributed to the reduction of our indirect emissions as well. So all of these steps are reflecting our commitment and shifting from fragmented small steps into a coordinated decarbonization strategy. This will enable and position OQ as a strong contributor to Oman Net Zero Vision 2050.
Thank you, Wahid. Those are definitely some impressive achievements. Let's shift to the ground level impact. Ala, how does OQ8 bring the ESG agenda to life on the ground, particularly when it comes to environmental efforts and community engagement?
Thank you, Asil, for that question. So I might say that OQ8, one of the luckiest companies among the OQ group, because we are the youngest, so we were able to embed sustainability agenda and practices from the ground and from the foundation, whereas we have actually invested more than 150 million US dollars into latest technology that are available to make sure that our environmental impact are the minimum. So for example, we have invested in solar energy, where all our buildings and the parking rooftop are fully equipped with solar panels. Other than solar panels, we also have invested in a water treatment plant. So we have our own water treatment plant within our facility itself, as well as a non-routine flaring system, where most of the gases that comes from the operation gets injected back to the operation itself, where you will see no gases in our refinery, so no flame. In terms of social investment and the community engagement, also as environment, we have started from the beginning. We have conducted a very deep study understanding the community needs. We have done a community need assessment from the beginning, just to understand what is the perspective of the community, what are the gap analysis available, so we can embed and develop our social investment policy upon the actual on-the-ground statistics and data. So out of the study that we have implemented, we have came out with 5 strategic or signature programs. These programs tackle all the gaps that we have found out from studying the community needs. These initiatives actually covered different segments of the community, all the way from students in grades 1 and 2 to high school students, to graduates, job seeker, as well as women. So for example, I can tell you we have Science of Refinery, where we invest in school students to enhance their knowledge in STEM education and uplift their abilities. For example, in terms of women, we have Wadha initiative, where we have worked on several capacity building initiatives for females, as well as enabling them with an outlet where they were able to sell the product that they have created themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala. That's definitely a powerful example of sustainability in action at a local level. Muna, can you explain OQ-based industry strategy for advancing long-term ESG goals whilst maintaining short-term business growth and financial performance?
Thank you, Asil, and shukran lil Jumu'ah for being here. That's a really intriguing question. As everyone knows, we are a listed company, and we follow MSX in terms of regulation. ESG is a part of that, but OQ-based industries did not adopt ESG as a mandate. It started voluntary from our side, having the legacy from our mother company, SAOC, and building on it. In fact, our vision is to champion global outreach towards sustainable solutions through our exceptional people. And with that, we have embedded ESG mindset into our strategy. We took it further, and we had our strategic pillars reading ESG as it reads the business as well. As a responsible company, we have one of the strongest pillars we have is responsible care. And it focuses on not only CSR, but social return on investment, where we focus on the impact and the long-term impact we have into our company and our community and the company itself. In addition to that, ICV in country value is something that we pride ourselves promoting our own local economy through it. The cherry on top of it is our health and safety. And a good company is a safe company. And we don't just adopt it, we go heart in heart, managing our own health and safety regulations. Going to the second and fourth, I'll go with them together, is growth and transformation. We focus mainly on our shareholder value and the return to our shareholders. Looking through our diversification, whether it's production or financial diversification, it's a long term that we look at into our strategy. Net zero is the heart of our transformation, where we are navigating our opportunities in the economy and making a long-term impact through it. I'm not giving this at last, but people is one of our strategic pillars as well in terms of integrated talent management framework, or making sure that we have a very strong EVP metrics and framework. With that all, I could say we are leading through ESG and integrating it as a business plan and a business model going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Muna. Finally, Omar, let's look ahead. What are the next big ESG milestones for OQGN? Are there innovations or initiatives in the pipeline that will accelerate your impact?
Thank you very much, Asil, and good morning, everyone. I totally feel the pressure of being the last after these all fantastic achievements from the panelists and from other OQ assets. So thank you very much for that great efforts. At OQGN, our sustainability journey is relatively new. It started at end of 2022 while preparing to be a listed company. So we developed our in-house strategy at that time. now, after 3 to 4 years, we believe it's the time to review our strategy, to match and catch up with the dynamic environment of sustainability and ESG. So working on that now in alignment with the Oman Vision 2040 and the refreshed strategy of OQGN. Now going down on the pillars of sustainability, on environment, social, and other aspects. On the environment parts, what is next? I'm not going to speak about on what has happened, although in alignment with our sustainability decarbonization strategy that we developed again in-house with our great talents, alhamdulillah, we made a commitment to achieve a net zero by 2050, and a 42% reduction by 2030. And we're happy that we have exceeded that target. We have beyond 42% reduction in GHG emissions. Again, great efforts by the team. However, we are trying to innovate in that. Our utmost goal is to keep the natural gas within our pipeline, to avoid leaks, incidents, and so on. And one of the great initiatives that our team came with at OQGN is to have a mobile recompression equipment. So instead, in terms of when it's maintenance time, in order so you don't vent or flare that gas, you recompress it in that mobile equipment and then send it back into the pipeline. So you are not losing money, you are saving the environment, and you are addressing your sustainability issues. On the other part also, we are trying to improve our data. So automation and inclusion of AI in our initiatives is part of our work as well. We have developed a model internally by our great talents in the IDS team to gather information on fuel consumption, on electricity consumption and water consumption automatically without the human intervention. So it reduced the effort required from more than 100 hours to 15 minutes with an accuracy rate of 99.9%. So those people who will be doing that collection and calculation effort will be looking at something else more strategic and more valuable. One last thing on the social part as well, as our network spread out across Oman with more than 4,000 kilometers across the Sultanate, so impact on communities is inevitable, unfortunately, but we are looking into that. We're conducting social impact assessment studies to evaluate and understand our impact on local communities, be it positive or negative, so we can align our framework, social investment framework, and social work in order to address those impacts and manage those social risks properly in order to have a shared value between ourselves and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amr, for the forward-looking view. Definitely some great initiatives in the pipeline. Before we wrap up, I'd love to hear a final reflection from each of you. What does responsible leadership and sustainability look like to you, whether at corporate, community, or personal level? And what's one principle you believe we must hold on to? Maybe starting with you, Alia.
Sure. So for me, I think being a responsible corporate citizen means integrating sustainability into the way that we do our business and creating the proper accountability structure. For example, in OQ, we have embedded an ESG index as part of our corporate scorecard. So that makes our leadership and also employees accountable for delivering sustainable environmental, social performance and governance performance. And in terms of the principles, that of course illustrates accountability, but also transparency. And we do that also through our annual sustainability report.
Well, for me, leadership in general is foresight looking and big picture mindset. And with that is also evaluating our own surroundings, the market, and what are the changes, and making smart decisions. In a personal level, leadership comes within, starts from upbringing until probably end of life. I'm not being gloomy, but ESG or sustainability should be the norm and shouldn't be the topic that we go and talk about is the new us being more responsible and sustainable.
Thank you.
Insightful, ladies. To me, leadership and sustainability meaning that seeing the bigger picture, and you are to take an action before you are asked to, and also connecting the dots, connecting between our business units, connecting across our value chain, and connecting also across generation. We need to leave a legacy. We need to leave actions that they will last in the test of time.
From my side, I'll keep it short and straightforward. To me, leadership and sustainability is turning visionary into actions. Yes, benefiting the company and my KPIs, but at the same time, taking consideration and serving the people. When I say people, it's not only the community surrounding, but also our employees, their well-being, and the planet as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala. It's more of a message rather than my opinion. It's really a message to the C-suite personnel available here at this fantastic event. Sustainability really starts at the top, and you are the drivers for that. Yes, we can do whatever we wish. We try to do that, but without your leadership and strong commitment to sustainability, we're not getting anywhere. So please, it's no longer something that nice to do. It's not a compliance thing, but I think it's in a new business is sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for those powerful closing thoughts. I want to open the floor now for the audience if there's any questions. If there's no questions, thank you everyone, and I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you to our panelists. And if you would like to hear a little bit further about OQ's journey in sustainability, please visit our booth. Thank you.
I request Umar Riyami to stay back for his session. Thank you to our panelists and moderator Asil Al-Masoudi for an engaging and enlightening discussion on cooperative sustainability on the future of ESG practices. Our next presentation is led by Umar Riyami, Head of Sustainability at OQGN. Umar will provide us with an in-depth look on how sustainability can become a core component of corporate success. Please welcome Umar to the stage. عادي.
نحط الميكروفون. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I don't need to introduce myself again. Omar Yami, Head of Sustainability at OQGN, and I've been in the area of sustainability and environmental management specifically for almost 18 years. And I'm going to take you through how OQGN embedded sustainability in its business, its core business. It's not a technical presentation, it's more of an approach level presentation. First of all, for those who don't know OQGN, in simple words, we are the backbone of energy transmission in Oman. There is energy coming from the producers, going to the consumers, to the businesses. It is OQGN that transports that energy. So we are proudly the backbone of industry of development in Oman. We are the sole exclusive owner of the natural gas network in Oman, transmitting gas, as I mentioned, between producers to consumers. Our business model is based on different things. We energize excellence. We work into providing timely and consistent natural gas to our customers. We're nurturing talent. We are proud that we have almost more than 93% of our talents are Omanis, with developing them with more than 24,000 training hours in 2024. We empower growth by supporting the industrial development in Oman in its different forms. We revolutionize transition. OQGN is mandated to be the infrastructure provider for green hydrogen and the transition, so we're empowering Oman's transition to net zero and to low carbon economy. Of course, we're generating value. This is our business, it's business, and we need to support the local economy and also being a successful company. And finally, we're yielding sustainability. We're going to speak more about that. So this is OQGN. Now, I'll start from the end, to be honest. This is our sustainability achievements and performance in 2024. We achieved more than 40% reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions compared to our baseline in 2021, exceeding our target by almost 5 years. We're hitting that. However, things change, of course, and we are in the oil and gas business. Things change. We support local economies through ICV, so through investing in local suppliers and local vendors. And our ICV local contact index increased by 2% in 2024 compared to the previous year, as well as our spend on local suppliers. Our workforce and diversity at the organization is also something we look at, as I highlighted in the previous, excuse me, as I highlighted, we invested more than 24,000 hours in training and development of our employees in different set of skills, soft, technical, analytical, and so on. And also, we look forward and we are committed to be an ethical business, because no one would want to deal with an unethical business. We have 0 incidents of corruption, and our board is also committed to that. 100% of our board attended trainings on governance and anti-corruption and so on. So why do we start with this? Because what is going to be next is what took us to these achievements. So our journey in sustainability, when did it start? It all began, if you were in the previous session, I mentioned it was end of 2022, 2023. This was where there was an intention to be a listed company. And one part of that is really looking into your commitments. You look at the market, what is happening in the market, what are the expectations of investors and so on. So that gives us the drive. This is the first important part of sustainability, is what is your drive? You can say, I want to be a responsible company. Good luck with the board and the management. You have to have a business case to support that request. Although it is something very important. So IPO positioning is the first strategic driver in order to increase your competitiveness, to to be a listed company, especially in the international markets, sustainability, ESG, is a key thing. The other part is investor expectation, which is rightly linked to this, not only for that, also for lending opportunities, for financing, if you are going with the International Financing Corporation and so on. So sustainability is crucial, decarbonization, local development, diversity and inclusion, and so on. The third one is policy landscape. Yes, sustainability is, you start as something voluntary, that your commitment to being a responsible organization, but also there is a changing in the policy in Oman. The world is changing, and sustainability, ESG, is becoming something mandatory to do. It's good to support. It's good to have both the carrot and stick approach. And last but not least is strategic alignment. Oman Vision 2040, if you have looked at Oman Vision 2040, it's built on sustainability. It's aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is sustainability. So aligning your business with what the country is doing is not only sustainable, but also supporting the national agenda. Then after that, we had the leadership buy-in. As I sent a message in the previous session, without the support from the C-suite, from the top management, you're not getting anywhere, and this is the hard reality. So we were lucky, as also Ala mentioned in OQ8, we as becoming a listed company, we're relatively new, so we had the opportunity to look at the top messages of the organization, the mission and vision. And we, alhamdulillah, we were able to include sustainability in those, to be an integral part of that. So our mission is to be the national champion of energy infrastructure through innovative and sustainable solutions. And our vision is that we transport energy in a reliable, efficient, safe, and sustainable way. That takes down the whole thing. So, strategic drivers, the buy-in from the leadership, and then you need to transfer that vision into action. And this is part of OQGN's refreshed strategy on 6 main strategic objectives that are actually shaped around sustainability, with sustainability having its own element inside the strategy to give it its own weight. So we have growth, we have energy transition, supporting the energy transition, business excellence through continuous improvement, through different digital transformation solution, and so on. People, culture, and development, investing in our most important asset, our people. Then continuing the journey of sustainability through sustainability leadership. Not only the initiatives, but also the leadership, being in a position to lead the sustainability agenda in the country. And finally, and last but not least, of course, financial excellence. You want to be a prosperous and successful organization. Taking that into action, then how do we do that? We have the strategic objectives of sustainability. We have the drivers. So how do we do that? It's you engage, you involve different functions, you involve everyone in the organization. And this is exactly what we do. These are some of the key functions in the organization that we engage with them, and we involve them in different sustainability or ESG topics. You can see there is a full list of topics according to the function. So in operation, you'll talk about asset process safety, asset integrity, GHG emission, and so on. You have finance, you'll talk about risk management, you talk about financial performance, you have the communication, you're talking about the reporting, disclosing your information, you're talking about social investment, and the list goes on. However, looking at this list, long list of information, you need to focus where you cannot, even if you have all the resources in the organization, you'll not be able to focus on all of these topics. So this is the next step that is very important and fundamental for sustainability, is to focus on what matters. And this is what is called the materiality assessment or exercise that you need to do. You need to identify where you should be focusing. And at OQGN, our top material topics are asset integrity, and incident management, health and safety, and this is definitely because of the nature of our business. We have climate adaptation and energy transition, local community and social investment, given that our network spreads throughout the country. Cybersecurity and data privacy. Of course, you don't want to lose your information to some cyber hacker somewhere in the world and then pay a huge ransom. It's also the breach of information and security that usually sends the CEOs to either jail or home. So this is also a very important topic. And finally, agility, innovation, and digital transformation. You have to keep up with what's happening in the world. You have to make sure that your business is agile, your processes are agile, you are utilizing your resources, be it human resources or other resources, in the right way. Then you have to, or we did that, to making it count, to have accountability. And that was mentioned by Alia in her last message, accountability to sustainability. It's not to say, okay, we are nice, we were going to do sustainability, and then you keep quiet about it, or you wait for others to initiate. You have to make it count. And at OQGN, our approach in that is, first of all, to include, it is included already in the corporate scorecard. And what is, at least for me, it's very innovative at OQGN that we have shared KPIs and functional KPIs. The shared KPIs, everyone has to do that, has to work on that. And sustainability and ESG sits right there at the shared KPIs. Then you have the top review from the board of directors and the executive management reviewing our scorecard, reviewing the performance of the organization, be it the ESG rating that we are getting and the progress of that, the GHG emissions, our roadmap to decarbonization, where we stand, what is our performance, HSC, of course, people development, and the list goes on. Then there is the sustainability committee, the drive from top, from the management of the organization, looking at the progress of sustainability plans, ESG plans, where are the challenges, where we stand, what are the success that we should learn from, and drive change. And last thing is the objectives champions. You see the 6 objectives that we have, the strategic objectives. We have assigned at OQGN a champion for each of them that is accountable and lead that performance with the support of a relevant function. So with that all, that harmony, that matrix, it's what should be driving sustainability at any organization. With that all, it leads us to this performance that we are proud of, and we are aiming to improve, inshallah, in the coming years, given that we include the different functions and improve on our KPIs and targets. Apart from that, we also, as part of our sustainability agenda, is to scale impact, is about enabling Oman's energy transition. And I'm not going to speak about that because there is a talk this afternoon by my colleague Ali Muhammadi. I invite you all to attend to understand OQGN's crucial role, vital role in being the backbone of energy transition to low carbon economy, inshallah. So please don't miss it if you have the time. Then what is next for OQGN? I think I mentioned that already in the previous session. I hope you. So first of all, we're going to refresh our sustainability strategy. We are going to issue our sustainability report very soon, inshallah. Advancing data automation and AI. Please visit us at our booth to understand more about this initiative. And enhancing our ESG performance through obtaining, we have obtained an ESG rating, but we are not allowed to disclose it. It's a private rating, but we are aiming, such things allow us to understand where we stand in comparison to the market and how we can improve. Finally, I would like to invite you all to our booth to understand more about sustainability, or you can scan for the annual report of OQGN to learn more about our performance and our initiatives. Thank you very much. I don't think we have time for a question. I already exceeded my time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Umar Riyami, for your insights into integration of sustainability into business strategies. Next, we are excited to hear from Dr. Philip Fala, CEO and founder of Synhelion, who will present for the sun to liquid technology, a revolutionary way to reduce produce sustainable fuels using sunlight. Dr. Fala will share the innovative work that's advancing this promising the technology. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to be here. We are a producer of sustainable fuels. We heard in the morning talk about e-fuels. So that's more or less what we do. We emerged from ETH Zurich, the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, about 10 years ago, with the mission to replace fossil fuels by sustainable synthetic fuels. So we are primarily focused on the sectors which are most difficult to defossilize: aviation, shipping, and long-distance transportation in general. Now let me see if I figure out exactly. So what we try to address is the following. We consume almost 3 billion tons of fossil fuels per year. And we believe liquid hydrocarbons are here to stay because of their specific properties, especially the high energy density, which you need for long-haul aviation, for example. So this high energy content, which is about 50 times greater than the best iron lithium batteries, is the reason why you're not flying from Oman to the US, for example, with batteries. You cannot store enough energy. So we have today about 100,000 flights every day and about 20,000 airplanes in the air at all times. So that's quite massive. So the challenge is massive. And what we aim to do is to replace fossil fuels with sustainable synthetic fuels, which are produced with scalable technology to meet those large demands, and importantly, produce fuels which are compatible with the current fuel infrastructure. So compatible with current refineries, distribution networks, and also the vehicles. So fuels which can be used today with our planes, cars, and ships without modification. We have quite a large range of customers, and that drop-in capability is exactly what they really desire. So we have customers, for example, the Lufthansa Group. It's the biggest airline group in Europe, with Swiss International Airlines. We have Pilatus, a private jet manufacturer for sustainable aviation fuel. But we produce also diesel. So we have a navigation company. We have the airport of Zurich operating the buses. We have even a mountain resort operating the snow groomers with our synthetic sustainable diesel. And a car company, Amag is the biggest car importer, operating the cars or using the gasoline, sustainable gasoline for the cars. So it's really that drop-in capability, this complete ability to drop it into the vehicles without changing anything, which is really attractive for them. We have long-term offtake agreements with those players, which are actually pioneering and helping us to scale the technology. Now, we are particularly focused on sustainable aviation fuel because we have a clear regulation in Europe, including Switzerland, on the demand side. So we heard it before. We have planned-in mandates, actually, which started this year. 2% of the jet fuel needs to be sustainable, and this grows to eventually 70% by 2050. So we have 2% today, 6% by 2030, 20% by 2035, and so on. So this gives us a very clear perspective on the future demand. We see roughly in 2050, we see around 200 million tons of sustainable jet fuel demanded, just based on the regulator. When we look at the supply side, we have today a market size of around 1 million tons, all produced from used cooking oils and animal fats. So relatively simple to produce. You just take the oil and you put it into a refinery, you refine it into the fuels. This fuel type will be expanded up to around 2030. So now, especially the oil majors are integrating the waste value chains to get to the feedstock. to scale up the production of sustainable aviation fuel. This will come to a supply limit at around 2030 because there is not more feedstock available. You have a limited amount of used cooking oil unless you build new McDonald's or Burger Kings. So there is a limited amount, which then is the reason why beyond 2030 we expect a gap opening up between the regulatory demand for sustainable aviation fuel and the supply. So this gap requires advanced scalable technology to meet the additional demand. And this is our mission. So we develop an advanced, scalable, sustainable technology to meet this demand gap beyond 2030. Now, we have today a first industrial pilot plant on the ground. It's located in Germany, 1 hour from Düsseldorf or Cologne. It's an industrial pilot plant, fully operational, which converts a local bio-waste into sustainable transportation fuels using solar energy to drive the process. So this plant was inaugurated in summer and then commissioned in about 2 months, and is now fully operational. We operate it 24 hours a day for 5 days a week. So we leave out the weekends, so we build up the capabilities of operating plants. This is a schematic of the process. I'm not diving into all the details, but in essence what we are doing is we revert the combustion process. When you burn a fuel, for example kerosene, you emit water and CO2. So by taking a bio-waste as the carbon material, we capture, so to say, the carbon from the air. So while growing, the plant captures the carbon from the atmosphere. So we take a bio-waste, we turn it with an anaerobic digestion plant into raw biogas comprising biomethane and CO2. And we process it in our process at high temperatures into syngas, which is a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, which is then converted with standard technology into the liquid transportation fuels. Our core technology is in the middle, so converting raw biogas into syngas using high temperature solar heat. So we produce heat at above 1,000 degrees Celsius to drive the chemistry. So this heat provides the energy for the conversion. And we integrate also thermal energy storage in the system such that this plant operates 24 hours a day without interruption. So even when the sun is not shining. This is a cross-section of the plant showing the core components. So in the top we have an electric gas heater, so we turn green electricity into high temperature process heat beyond 1,000 degrees. We have a thermal energy storage integrated, as explained, to cover the nighttime, to operate the plant 24 hours a day. Thermochemical reactor to produce syngas, and the whole heat transfer loop to transfer the heat and drive the chemistry. This is our core technology. We have about 21 patent families in this core. The nice thing, to keep it short, what is really special about this technology, we use heat instead of electricity, so we drive the chemistry with heat. This has the advantage you can cheaply generate it and you can cheaply store it in order to provide it 24 hours a day to the process without the need of any green hydrogen. So this makes this process very competitive. Now, in terms of scale-up strategy, so we have our first pilot plant on the ground in operation. We need to go big in order to bring down production costs. That's I would say, a general law in this field. You need to build big to bring down cost. Small modular plants are, from our point of view, not viable. You need to build big. So our mission is to have a 100,000 tons plant on the ground by 2030, and this could give an impression of this plant. So we scale from our industrial scale plant Dawn, which we will, in the next step, which will expand by a factor of 10 in Germany. So we'll increase the core technology by a factor of 10 in order to reach we call it Plant Shine. It's a 100,000 tons plant per annum by 2030 to have this plant on the ground. And we are exploring now territories, and Oman would really be an ideal location for us. That's actually why I'm here. So The mission is to have this 100,000 ton plant on the ground by 2030, where we see very attractive economics. We expect fuel production cost in a range of about 2 euros per liter, so that would be around 1 real per liter. So quite competitive against all the other e-fuel or synthetic fuel routes. And then we start to replicate. So once this plant is on the ground, we have the technology in the market at the relevant size, and then the technology is replicated with a long-term vision of bringing the cost down to below 1 euro per liter, so below 0.5 real per liter, which we believe is cheap enough to be integrated then into the value chains of airlines and so on, and will not impact ticket prices or traveling costs significantly. We are now about 60 full-time employees, mainly in Switzerland and Germany, and are now expanding into other fields. And we work heavily with industrial partners along the value chain. So we have big industry players like ENI or the SMS Group or Cemex and so on, building with us the core components, building with us the plants, scaling the technology up to the end customers which are using our fuels. Thank you very much. Looking forward to questions and discussions. No questions? Okay. Yeah, then you can approach me anytime.
Thank you, Dr. Philip, for that fascinating presentation on the sun-to-liquid technology. Your work in scaling sustainable fuel production is a perfect example of innovation is key to achieving a greener future. Now we turn our attention to electric vehicles on the roadmap of their future in Oman. Mohammed Al-Araimi from the Ministry of Transport, Communication and Information Technology will take us through Oman's plans for electric mobility and achieving zero neutrality. Please welcome him to the stage. This presentation will be held in Arabic.
السلام عليكم. اسمي محمد العريمي من وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات. اليوم إن شاء الله راح نقدم لكم العرض اللي هو خارطة طريق المركبات الكهربائية سلطنة عمان. أول شيء عندنا تحديات في تبني المركبات الكهربائية في سلطنة عمان. عندنا 3 أنواع من التحديات، اللي هو التحدي المبكر والتحدي اللي هو عندنا أكثر من تحدي. كتفاصيل أتوقع واضحة عندكم في الشاشة. هذه في تبني المركبات الكهربائية. حبيت أوضح لكم أن جاتنا الأوامر من الحكومة الرشيدة دعم الحياد الصفري الكربوني فيما يتعلق في قطاع النقل في الحياد الصفري. عندنا هنا المشهد العالمي لتبني المركبات الكهربائية في 3 دول في العالم هي اللي تبنت المركبات الكهربائية. عندنا الصين، الولايات المتحدة، وعندنا أوروبا. هذه عندنا مثل النسبة اللي هي نسبة عدد الشواحن ونسبة عدد المركبات في 3 دول. هنا المشهد العالمي اللي هو فيما يتعلق في الهيدروجين. زيادة المحطات، زيادة كفاءة الوقود، زيادة عمر إخلاء الوقود. هنا عندنا اللي هو التغيرات التي أدت إلى ازدياد عدد المركبات الكهربائية اللي هي مثل الخدمات كما تعلمون. عندنا تطوير تكنولوجيا البطاريات، تعزيز البيئة، تسريع في التطور في الابتكار والتكنولوجيا. هنا المشهد تبني المركبات الكهربائية في سلطنة عمان. عدد الشواحن وصلنا إلى 2025 إلى 160 نقطة شحن في سلطنة عمان. عدد المركبات الكهربائية وصلنا الوقت الحالي إلى 2200 مركبة كهربائية في السلطنة. هنا الاستراتيجية سلطنة عمان في الوصول إلى الحياد الصفري، هذه اللي هي الخطة اللي هي إلى 2050، 2020 إلى 2030 تكون انبعاثات الكربون 3%، 2030 إلى 2040 34%، و2040 إلى 2050 راح تكون 100%. هذه الخطة في تقليل انبعاثات الكربون. فيما يتعلق بدت هذه في 2022 فيما يتعلق في الحياد الصفري في قطاع النقل، دعم السيارات الكهربائية، نقاط الشحن، هذه بدت من 2022. هنا سياسة التنقل الأخضر والمركبات الكهربائية كتفاصيل. على سبيل المثال عندنا الإحفاء من الرسوم الجمركي، عندنا الإحفاء من الرسوم من الضريبة. نفس الوقت عندنا ازدياد في محطات الشحن. هنا عندنا المبادرات القيادية. عندنا أسعار مخفضة للمركبات الكهربائية، تواصل مع الجهات، وعندنا المساهمة مع المجتمع المدني. هنا فيما يتعلق في البنية التحتية نقاط الشحن، عندنا أنواع الشواحن اللي هو السريع، وعندنا الشاحن اللي هو العادي، هذه في محطات البترول أو محطات النفط. موجودة الشواحن، نوع الشاحن اللي هو السريع. الحين يعني بادين مثل ما تقولوا بادين في أكثر من محطة نستخدمه، والشاحن العادي أول كتجربة عملناه في المحطات. هنا المبادرات التي مثل ما تقولوا التي تم إنجازها مع شركائنا لتحقيق نسبة انخفاض انبعاثات الكربون. هذه المبادرات يعني ساعدتنا مثل ما تقولوا في الأفكار مع الجهات المعنية في التواصل مع شركائنا في إنجاح الحياد الصفري في قطاع النقل. هذه المبادرات المستقبلية التي نسعى لتحقيقها مع شركائنا نجاح. هذا عندنا فيديو بسيط يبين التجربة. هذه صارت من مسقط إلى صلالة، جربنا السيارات الكهربائية من مبنى الوزارة إلى صلالة. بس لحظات نتوقع في إشكالية. في كان فيديو معنا على أساس نرويكم التجربة اللي قمنا فيها من مسقط إلى صلالة بالسيارات الكهربائية، بس ظهر الفيديو فيه إشكالية. لكم جزيل الشكر والتقدير ومشكورين.
شكرا لك محمد العريمي على توضيح خطة السيارات الكهربائية في عمان. Our next session will delve into the conservation efforts of the Environment Society of Oman, ESO. Rabab al-Lawati, Conservation Outreach Coordinator at ESO, will discuss their research programs on catechins, turtles, reptiles, and even the sustainable harvesting of frankincense. Please join me in welcoming Rabab to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers of the Oman Sustainability Week for inviting us to be here today. So my name is Rabab al-Lawati, and I am the Conservation Outreach Coordinator at the Environment Society of Oman. For those that have not heard of us before, we are an environmental NGO, and we are the first and only environmental NGO in the Sultanate of Oman. We were founded in March 2004 by a group of Omanis representing different regional backgrounds as well as academic backgrounds, different skill levels. But what brought them all together is that they were all interested in the conservation of Oman's natural heritage and marine and terrestrial environments. So today I'll just run you very quickly through some of the research and conservation programs that we run here at ESO. So first of all, we're starting with the marine turtles of Oman. So we have 4 species of nesting marine turtles in the Sultanate of Oman out of 7 that occur worldwide. 5 of those actually visit Oman, but only 4 nest on our beaches. We also work on 20 species of cetaceans or whales and dolphins. Some of them are migratory, some of them are resident. We also work on 39 species of raptors or bird of prey. So that includes eagles, owls, as well as vultures. And finally, we work on our natural heritage, frankincense or luban. We work on its conservation as well as its research and its rapid assessment. So we'll start off very quickly with marine turtles. As I mentioned before, we have 7 species of marine turtles around the world that are still alive and haven't gone extinct yet. And those are the loggerhead turtles, green turtles, hawksbill turtles, and olive turtles that occur in Oman. And ESO has been serving loggerhead turtles on Masira Island since 2008, as well as hawksbill and olive ridley turtles since 2012, and green turtles since 2016. Other than that, we've also been monitoring these populations for over 20 years. So for example, when we're looking at the loggerhead turtle population in Oman, what we've noticed is that there's a 79% decline in the number of nesting females that occur on Masira Island. So as you can imagine, for a population that is already threatened with a variety of threats, a 79% decline in over just a 20-year period is a massive decline for the species. And Oman is actually one of the most important nesting grounds for the species globally. So it's very important that we look towards the conservation of these species and protecting our natural environments. We've also been working on stranding surveys as well as beach use surveys. So stranding surveys are basically when you go out on the beach and you look at the animals that have stranded or washed up on the beach, whether they're alive or dead. And we collect some really important biometric data to tell us a little bit more about why the animal might have died and to prevent such situations in the future through thorough research and conservation. And we also include some of other activities such as community engagement activities as well as beach cleanups. And we have also had a project on mitigating light pollution on Masira Island. So turtles face a wide variety of threats. We could sit here and talk for an hour about them. But one of the most important threats is lighting pollution. So when little turtles emerge from the eggs or when nesting females finish nesting on the beach, they use the brightest point on the horizon to guide them towards the ocean. Usually that's the moon, but in our cases we've got street lights, we've got car lights, we've also got residential houses on the beach, and that really disorients the turtles and they get confused, which way do I go? And in a lot of cases, they actually end up going towards the land instead of towards the ocean. And then they're subject to a variety of additional threats, such as being run over by cars driving on the beach, being predated on by crows, seagulls, and other predators. And they might also just dehydrate and die because of Oman's sun if they don't manage to make it out to the ocean before the sun rises. And we all know how hot Oman is, so it's a big threat. And some of the key outputs of these projects is the publication of scientific publications as well as awareness materials. So the 79% decline that I mentioned earlier is actually reported in this scientific paper. And if you scan this QR code, it'll take you straight to our resources website, resources section of our website, where you'll find a variety of different awareness materials as well as these papers. And a lot of the things are available in both Arabic and English. You just need to change the language at the very top. We also have these awareness materials targeted at the general public as well as children. Last year, we launched this children's activity booklet, which has a wide variety of nice activities for children to engage in marine turtle awareness and conservation. And we actually should have these on our booth, so if you're interested, just come speak to us and we can guide you to where you can find them either physically or online. Moving on to whales and dolphins, we've actually maintained a cetaceans or whale and dolphin database since 2001. So you'll notice it's actually before the establishment of ESO. And it started on a voluntary basis by a group of individuals that were very interested in whales and dolphins, and that actually eventually led to the formation of ESO. And one of the species that we work on is the Arabian Sea humpback whale. And this species is actually geographically, demographically, as well as genetically isolated from other humpback whale populations around the world. So normally, humpback whales are found around many different oceans around the world, and they migrate between feeding grounds as well as mating grounds. However, what we notice about the humpback whales in Oman is that they're resident in the Arabian Sea all year round. And we suspect that this might be because of the influence of the monsoon bringing cold, nutrient-rich waters into the Arabian Sea, and therefore providing all the necessities for these whales in terms of feeding and breeding. And so they've been isolated from the global population for about 70,000 years, which is why they're so unique. And they even have a different song to the whales that are found in other places around the world. And that's actually one of the ways that we can tell them apart is through the song. And only male breeding whales sing, so the females don't actually sing. We've also been collecting valuable data such as beach and stranding surveys, drone surveys, biopsy samples or skin samples, as well as acoustic recordings, which then help us with data analysis and finding out more about this population. We've also tagged 14 Arabian Sea humpback whales, which enables us to find out more about their movement and what kind of environments they prefer, as well as what they might be doing in these environments, what they're eating, and so on. And one of the most important things that we've done for this species is a compilation of an Arabian Sea humpback whale photo catalog. So you'll notice here that each whale has a different design or coloration on its tail, also known as a fluke. So you'll see that these two whales actually have very different tails. And we use this to actually identify these whales to an individual level. So we have a catalog that has the photos of all the flukes for all the whales, and we give each one of them a name or a code that tells us when was it first sighted, has it been identified as a male or a female, is it perhaps a mother that has given birth to a calf, and so on. So it tells us a lot about these animals and enables us to monitor them over the years. And unfortunately, very recently, we actually had a stranding of one of these whales, and it's actually one of the first whales that we've sighted. So we've had data for over 20 years for this whale called Joshi, but unfortunately, it was found stranded. And we don't know why it was stranded. We did collect samples, we did look at the whale, but we still need to find out what are the causes of the stranding and how do we prevent that in the future. And in addition to this work, we've also discovered a unique population of blue whales in the Arabian Sea or in Oman through the songs of the blue whales, which are different to that found elsewhere in the world. So you'll notice that Oman actually has a lot of unique species that instead of going around and traveling around the world, they prefer the environment that we have here, and that tells us that it's really important, which is all the more reason to conserve and protect these environments. And one of the key resources that we've published is the Marine Mammal Atlas of Oman, found in both Arabic and English, and it will tell you all about the 20 species of whales and dolphins found in the country, as well as some additional information, and this is the same QR code, so it will just take you to the same place as the one before. Moving on to some of the threats that marine and 1 minute, okay. So I'll skip the threats and I'll just tell you a little bit about the other species that we have in the country. So we have raptors, we have 39 species of raptors, and we specifically focus on the lapis vulture as well as the Egyptian vulture, both of which are endangered species in the country. And we look at their nesting. We also tag and ring them to enable tracking and individual identification. Some of the resources we have, the Raptors Booklet of Oman, as well as an overview of the vultures that we have. And then finally, we work on frankincense, about its sustainable harvesting. It's a big, important resource for us in the country. However, if we overharvest or we don't know how to harvest properly, then we could eventually lead to this, natural resource declining. So it's very important that we look at sustainable harvesting as well as the mapping of these populations as well as their health and distribution. And we also have some resources. We'll skip over the threats, but if you want to know more about this, you can come and speak to me at our ESO booth, which is very close to here. So you'll find all these resources, and I'm happy to answer any questions there. And of course, we couldn't have done this work without the collaboration of all of our project partners and funders and collaborators. So thank you to everyone that has been involved in this work. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabab, for sharing ESO's vital conservation work and its impact on preserving Oman's natural heritage. The protection of biodiversity is key to maintaining a sustainable ecosystem for a future generation. Join me in welcoming Mohsen Al-Jabri, Senior Executive at Oman Net Zero Center, who will introduce us to his critical role in supporting the country's commitment to achieving net zero emissions. We have a dedicated session by leading experts from Oman Net Zero Center. Please welcome them.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. Mohsen Al-Jabri from Net Zero Center. Very happy for the official inauguration of the center, finally, after 5 months of working, very hard working. Very happy today to share with you our knowledge and experience. And also, if you do have follow-up question, please visit us in our corner, in Ministry of Energy and Minerals, and we'll be very happy to share with you further kind of experience and expectation. With me, I have Dr. Muhannad and Dr. Saeed. They will follow my presentation. They will have the second and the third presentation after I finish mine. Good. So basically, Oman Net Zero Center came into act in 2022 when we finalized the first strategic plan for Oman, net zero, and we defined the target 2050. Associated with that, we get the approval from His Majesty to announce Oman Sustainability Center at that time in order to orchestrate the activity of achieving the net zero. And then from that period, we had a very dedicated, good team led by His Excellency Khalid Ghammari, and they developed the full mandate of Oman Net Zero Center, which I'm going to share today with you. And also, since we do have also Muhannad here, thank you very much for all effort done from also your side to develop the whole mandate of Oman Net Zero Center and drive also the communication set up at the beginning. When we are talking about the mandate of the center, I will just give you a very brief highlight about what we are currently doing. And the detail of the mandate, it's already issued in the Ministerial Decision 35/2024. It was on 8th of December last year, and that was the official start of the center. The first mandate, which is critical for us, revised the net zero strategy, because within this year, we have to submit the revised NDC. And my colleague Muhannad will give you further detail about the net zero strategy. When we are talking about net zero strategy, second point, we are talking about projects associated with that. So currently we are defining the possible scenario for decarbonization in Oman. And then accordingly, also we will define the possible project associated with that. And the unique setup of the project, we don't want, always we said, we want the MBV negative project, not the MBV positive. Because MBV positive project, they have to run it by themselves. There is no need for any support. And when we said MBV negative, because we want to find the best way to finance this project, supporting the project owner to take it to the execution stage, and then they get the value out of this project. Either the commercial value, the commercial benefit for them, but the second also the environmental benefit, which is a reduction of CO2. So currently we have a pool of projects. Muhammad also will talk about it, evaluated based on dedicated matrix, detailed matrix, where we reflect not only the commercial value of the project, but also the social and environment. And accordingly, we set up the priority for this kind of project. So in the center, we will have dedicated team to monitor the progress and measure the impact of individual project in order to achieve the net zero. Third element, which is very critical for us, when we finish the strategy, we will also define the potential policy need to be implemented in Oman, and we will be doing all of the coordination work with the all relevant ministry. We want to avoid have any kind of conflicting policy coming to the act. So we want to ensure there is certain kind of alignment with all policy will be issued in Oman to serve the target of achieving the net zero by 2050. So this is third. Fourth, we are doing the energy efficiency master plan for whole Oman, but also we are executing the energy efficiency project for government link project, and I will explain that in the remaining slide. In addition to what we are doing in the project, we are also developing the whole ecosystem for carbon market, and Dr. Saeed will talk about it. We want to activate the carbon market in order to enable companies in Oman attracting finance through selling their own CO2 certification. That will be either through ITMOS or the voluntary market. And I think we are in very advanced stage. Hopefully within this year, we will define all the pillars within the carbon market, and then we'll start enabling the companies in Oman, doing the required job in order to issue and approve the certification. In the later stage also, we will develop the whole ecosystem of having green product certification, not only the carbon, but also any kind of product. We call it a green. It will be through the center. In order to do all of these tasks, we need, a platform. If you don't have a database, proper database where could show you the current emission and the future reduction, then you'll not be able to prove your kind of achievement. And this was started since long time ago through Omani local company called Target. We developed a dedicated platform. It's already present in our booth, where we have measured the current emission in Oman, and we use that platform also to know exactly in the future what will be the emission of individual company when they will start subscribing to the platform. And the platform also, we will have a registry tools for the carbon issuance certification. If we don't do that, then in the future we don't know how much of the CO2 certification we issued, how much of them we will need to recall in the future to comply with NDC. So that's in a quick and general about the mandate. In addition, we do have a mandate of capacity building in the net zero and also energy efficiency. We will have several initiatives on that field, and also bringing the right technology to Oman in order to enabling all sectors to decarbonize their activity. No need for that, it's okay. Sorry, I did not be able to see the screen, so I was running through the first slide, and this is the remaining mandate if you want to take a picture. So today, as I explained, I will talk about energy efficiency project, and then my colleagues will cover the project evaluation, the decarbonization strategy, and also the carbon market ecosystem. And then I will be focusing more on super ISCO concept. We do have a lot of colleagues from ISCO side. Good to see them here. So in energy efficiency, concept, there is a huge opportunity to decarbonize the buildings within Oman. And there is a concept called super ISCO. The super ISCO, basically, one entity in Oman, they have the ownership of the project. They will be able to mobilize the finance, and they could coordinate the issuance of the RFP to the ISCOs. the company which will do the enhancement for the buildings. So that's the concept of Super ISCO. It's implemented internationally and regionally. And this is the first batch of project we are going to award very soon within this year. I will give you some highlight about this project. On yearly basis, we will have a set of government building, and within 10 years, we will decarbonize all the buildings within Oman, all government buildings. By the way, this is existing building. With the new building, there will be new, code for construction, and hopefully with that new code, we will not need to do all of this ISCO work in the future. But at least we do have a pool of project, government building, ready for decarbonization, and we'll already start with the first batch. I will give you highlight about it. And we do have different models. So either we finance it by ourselves through Ministry of Finance, or we finance it through the ISCO. We call it shared saving model and guarantee saving model. There is advantage and disadvantage for each of these model. Also, I don't want to highlight which one we prefer, because that's also will come as part of the current award of the contract for one of the ISCO. And we do have a lot of examples, as I said, internationally and regionally, where there is a proven concept of very good, saving on electricity bill. In addition to that, very good saving on or reduction in CO2 emission. Third, very good saving also, in the natural resources. Imagine how much we are burning of gas today in Oman, and with having the energy efficiency on board, then we will be able to minimize the burning of this gas. All of these, can show you how effective this kind of project, in the implementation stage. And usually, in order to do the energy efficiency, there is different kind of process involved. So the center will do the first site visit, just visit the building, ensure they will have certain kind of measure to define what will be the best building to start with a higher expected energy consumption reduction. That for us is the first starting point in order to know which building we will start with. And then after that, you release the tender, you ask ISCOs to bring their own commercial and technical offers, and you, based on your evaluation, you will hire one of them. One of these ISCO who will be hired, they will do a detailed visibility study. Usually they take 3, 4, 5 months maximum to do the detailed visibility study in the building, to prove the possibility of doing the right enhancement, and to know exactly where the enhancement will start it, and how much will be the return on the investment, and how much will be the cost associated with this project. And then after that, we need to sign the contract with the ISCO. They take usually 6 to 12 months in order to do all the enhancements required within the building. And then the unique setup with the guarantee saving model, which I want to highlight here. Since we are going to invest, we need certain kind of guarantee that this reduction will be happening. If not, then also we invest in wrong place. So for that specifically, there is a dedicated guarantee bond to prove that there is a reduction associated with the project. And if you did not comply with that reduction, then we have the right to take the bond, and because they failed to comply with the minimum requirement. This is my last slide. I hope I did not take longer than expected. Basically, when we are talking about the first project, this is based on our own analysis before we issue the RFP. We were expecting the cost of project roughly to be between 2.2 to 2.6 million Oman Riyal for all the 14 buildings, government buildings. Also, we were expecting to have a reduction of electricity bill around 400,000 Oman Riyal to 450,000 Oman Riyal on yearly basis. Payback period between 5 to 6 years. But also we were expecting the reduction of consumption between 30 to 35%. And also when we were doing a lot of calculation to know the visibility of project, we were calculating the possible reduction of CO2, which is equivalent to 7,000 CO2 on yearly basis, which is a good kind of reduction. In addition of that, also we were calculating the avoidance of burning the gas, and we end up with around 84 million cubic feet of gas, rather than you burn it, you utilize it for something else in the future. I hope with the awarded contract, we will know the exact value, and we will announce it inshallah soon when we will sign the contract with the winner party. Thank you very much.
you, Mohsen Al-Jabri, for that insightful introduction to the Oman Zero Net Center. It is exciting to see the national commitment to achieving net zero emissions, and your work will be undoubtedly play a major role in driving this agenda forward. Up next, we have Dr. Saeed Al-Salmi, expert in climate science and policy at Oman Net Zero Center, who will take us through the journey of carbon certification and its future. Please welcome him.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mohsen, for introducing the mandate of the Oman Net Zero Center. My name is Saeed Al-Sarmi, and I am a member of the Oman Net Zero Center, and I'm looking into establishing the carbon market in Oman. So let's start first with some important fact related to carbon market. So Oman ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016 and formalized its commitment with a royal decree in May 2019. Why it's important, this Paris Agreement? Paris Agreement has an Article 6, which open the opportunities for all the parties to coordinate carbon market and start to cooperate together to voluntarily trade the carbon credit to achieve the national determined contributions. So this is the only agreement, one of the three main agreements related to the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, which was signed in 1992. Then we have Kyoto Protocol in 1997 and Paris Agreement in 2015. So in 2023, Oman have updated its NDC, which is a National Determined Contribution. According to Article 4 in Paris Agreement, every country has to update this target, this NDC, every 5 years. So, and it can update this any times in between. So far, Oman have two NDC, and last year, 2023, there was an updated NDC with 21% target. 7% of this 22 is unconditional. This is where Oman has a responsibility to achieve this target from its own resources and capabilities. And 14% is conditional on how much international climate finance that has been obliged by the developed countries to assist developing countries in achieving these conditional targets. According to the economic transition economy study done by the Ministry of Economy, the cost of transitioning to green economy is around 190 billion US dollar, and we see the carbon market of Oman as an enabler to achieve and to attract the climate finance to achieve this target. So what are the strategic benefits for Oman to engage in the carbon market? So first of all, it supports to reach the decarbonization target. So as I mentioned before, it's a 21% reduction of mitigation of emissions, and then is the ability to attract the international climate finance to develop these emission reduction projects and use of these revenues to enhance the green economy and the environmental integrity. Also, carbon market enables Oman to strategically enhance the diplomatic relationship with other countries who are looking for a high quality mitigation outcomes, and this can be done through Article 6.2 of Paris Agreement. And also it will improve the SME capabilities by engaging them and involving them in the market value chain. So what is the carbon credit? Carbon credit is a certificate that represents a reduction or removal of 1 metric ton of CO2 equivalent. And it comes in 3 types. It's either a reduction credit, or a removal credit, or it's avoidance credits. And these credits need to be high quality, and what defines the high qualities is to be a real carbon credit reduction, additional, permanent, verifiable, and respecting human rights. So what are the types of the carbon market? We have 3 main types. The compliance market, this is where countries have regulated the markets and put targets on the sectors, on the companies, to achieve by law the targets. And we have the government to government, where the Article 6.2 and Article 6.8 of Paris Agreement. And we have the voluntary carbon market, where companies can make their own projects to achieve their own targets, and also can trade these carbon credits internally or internationally. You can see in the graph that the compliance, for example, market have increased the carbon value from 47 billion US dollar to 261 billion US dollar in 2020, and the EU emission trading system represent 90% of this global value. Talking into the voluntary carbon market, there are standards which provide the methodologies for the companies to do these projects. These need to be aligned with these carbon standards. So the most famous ones, Vera, Gold Standards, the Climate Action Reserve, and the American Carbon Standards. And most of these carbon credits issued have been related to the methodologies issued by the Vera. It's around 61% of these credits issued, and Gold Standards around 17%. And there are new emerging frameworks now. As I mentioned, Article 6.2 and 6.4, core carbon principles, Bureau Earth, and others. So looking into the dominant projects of the voluntary carbon market, it's dominant by the forestry land use and by renewable energy. And this is by the voluntary, the statistics by voluntary registry offset database. And it seems that this forestry land use, the issued credits reach up to nearly 840 million credits. Recently, there was some sort of decline of the carbon market credits, and this is due to some sort of concerns about the integrity and the transparency of the market. But there is a big expectation that it will be a rebound and a high demand and an increase of the demand of the voluntary carbon market credits, because there is new standards for ensuring the high quality of these credits, especially when it comes to Article 6 and another initiatives like the Integral Council for Voluntary Carbon Market and Voluntary Carbon Market initiatives. So these credits is traded through Intercontinental Exchange, European Energy Exchange, And who are the buyers? The buyers are either companies that voluntarily offsetting the emissions, or if they have any sort of compliance obligations, and investors and intermediary who supporting the climate transition portfolios. So why the credits prices is higher in Europe? It's because in Europe it's a regulatory framework, the ETS, European Trading System, and it's a compliance market. And as you can see in the picture, the idea is in this cap and trade market, if we have an emitter company A and B, both of them have allocated greenhouse gas emissions targets. So emitter B have succeeded in reducing the emissions below the target, while emitter A have been failed to meet the target. So in this market, the emitter A, the company A, could purchase the carbon credits from emitter B so that it can reach or offset the extra emission of their own emissions, the volume of the emissions. So looking into the overall price of carbon credits, this is for year 2022, and it shows that it's most costly with engineered carbon removals, such as the CCUS and the direct direct air capture. It reached up to $1,600 per ton. But for the agriculture and forest-based, it's between $5 to $50, and for the blue carbon, it reached between $30 to $40. And finally, Oman Net Zero Center is shaping the way now to establish the governance needed for the carbon market in Oman. As Muhsin mentioned, establishing also the national carbon registry and doing the necessary operation for all the project cycle management and design the market participation rules and strengthening the international cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed, for that insightful presentation on carbon certification. Our next topic in this session is focused on sectoral decarbonization pathways, a crucial part of addressing the global climate change challenge. Muhannad Al-Kalbani, Vice President, Center for Excellence at Oman Net Zero Center, will discuss how different sectors can reduce emissions and achieve sustainability. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Tough presenters to follow, but I'll do my best. Good morning still, everyone. My name is Muhannad Kalbani. I work for the Oman Net Zero Center. I just came from Australia a few months ago, and they typically start their presentations by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land. And it actually makes sense to me to start the presentation like this, because I keep thinking, how did Omanis live in the past? You know, we have all the energy that we need now to live in air conditioning. How did our forefathers live? How did they survive? And it came down to they lived efficiently. They did not waste their resources to do, unnecessary things. And I think we should go back to that. We should, track back to what they used to do and learn from their experiences, not far ago, 50 or 70 years ago. So with that, I'll start by maybe talking more about why net zero? Why the net zero center? So Mohsin touched on this at the beginning, and Dr. Saeed as well, but I'll say that net zero is not just about emissions. We're not just here to reduce emissions. Emissions is a global target that we need to achieve, and it's an important target that we have to adhere to from a country perspective. But net zero allows us to also live sustainably and to moderately use our resources in the best possible way. And this will allow us this will allow the economy to grow sustainably into the future, to give an economy that's sustainable to our sons and our grandchildren. So this is why net zero exists. So it's very important to highlight this to the audience. My slides are basically about addressing each sector by its own, and I'll take you through how much each sector is emitting based on our study that we conducted for the last 5 months with our consultant. And I'll start off with this slide. Basically what you see in the slide here is the emission forecast from 2023 all the way to 2050 if we do nothing from now on. We would reach almost 127 million tons of CO2 equivalent of direct emissions in 25 years. So as you can see, we're almost growing in every sector, except maybe the oil and gas sector. It has a slightly declining rate, but the rest of the sectors are expected to grow. So this is just to set the scene for what's to follow. I'll start off by upstream oil and gas, okay? And I can see the cameras coming out. Upstream oil and gas currently stands at 23 almost million tons of CO2 equivalent between 2023 and 2024. We've identified that in order to decarbonize the oil and gas sector, there is specific levers that we have to use. Some of these levers are no-brainers. Some of these levers are straightforward. They can be implemented from tomorrow. It just needs the will of companies to actually take these levers forward. These include flaring reduction. These include energy efficiencies. These include electrification of some easy processes. And this doesn't come cheaply. This comes at a cost. But we're showing how much each lever can actually abate from this particular sector. Moving on, refineries. Refineries is a downstream oil and gas. Refineries is a major emitter in the country as well. We're currently at almost 8.4 million tons, and the increase there you see is due to OQ8 coming online. With refineries, CCS is probably the most potent abatement lever that we can see for this particular sector. But we also have energy efficiency measures that we can implement and flare reduction. Moving on to power emissions. As you know, in Oman, all of our power is generated through natural gas. We burn considerable amounts of natural gas to generate power. And that's most likely going to continue into the future. We're not going to stop using natural gas, but what's going to happen is our energy mix is going to expand to include other sources of energy, and that includes renewables. What you see on the curve to the left is the grid intensity from 2023 down all the way to 2050 if we go with the existing plants that we have today. And this includes Manah 1 and Manah 2 that were recently inaugurated. So we're currently at 0.4. There is a small box at the top that says back in 2010, we were at 0.6 tons per megawatt hour. We're projected to reduce that to 0.26. And this is if we just continue with what we have. But we think that this could actually go lower than that. I was in a presentation yesterday, someone from Schlumberger presenting about the grid intensity in France, and it was in grams. So, but this is due to the energy mix that they have. This is just to give you a perspective. In terms of levers, we have the obvious ones in terms of renewables, and this shows the abatement potential of each lever. We do have a hydrogen peaker at the very end that pops up towards 2050. This is a very expensive lever, but this is just to complement some of the curtailment that gets lost, some of the power that gets lost once you recharge the batteries or get power from the batteries. Moving on to cement. Cement, in Oman, we have two major companies that produce cement or produce clinker to produce cement. Their emissions currently stand at about almost 3.5 million tons. Cement has a lot of levers that they can use. A lot of them are MPV positive, like Mohsen mentioned at the beginning. And some of them are no-brainers. Recycling, substituting fuel for the kiln operation, and so on. So, and then comes the very end, CCS for cement is also an option. Moving on to transportation. Transportation is one of the sectors that we see that could potentially be one of the low-hanging fruits. One of the low-hanging fruits in terms of decarbonization. We've got EV as a model switch, first of all, from say light vehicles to buses. That's one, but most importantly, a switch from ICE vehicles to EV vehicles is as you can see from the MPV case, is quite a positive MPV case. Moving on to waste. Waste, if we don't do anything, this is how it's projected to grow. And we're talking about both solid waste and wastewater in this case. BIA has done incredible work, and we are very proud of the work that they have done. But we do also see levers that are easy to implement in terms of landfill diversion. They're already considering that. In terms of biogas generation from landfills, they're already considering that. And again, what we're showing here is the abatement cost. So this is, some of these cases come with a cost, but they also abate quite substantial amounts of CO2. Agriculture emissions. Agriculture in Oman is not as significant as it is in other countries, like in New Zealand, for example. So agriculture in Oman contributes to around 1.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent, and it's mostly from enteric fermentation and manure management. There are certain levers that we can implement on agriculture. However, agriculture would probably be one of the last sectors that we would address due to the criticality of the sector. Iron and steel, I've split it into two curves, so I've got iron and steel. We've got around 3 or 4 operators. This is where it stands. And for the coming slides, I'll start showing carbon intensities, and that's for a reason, because iron and steel, cement, aluminium, polymer, methanol, ammonia, some of these products could potentially, and some of them are already being exported to Europe. So with some of the border protection mechanisms, that would be important to know in terms of carbon intensity to calculate how much each company would pay. So with iron and steel, fuel switching, CCS pop up as some of the strongest levers in this particular sector. Aluminium, we've only got one operator in Oman, and they're doing considerable amount of work. They're quite advanced, and this is from a decarbonization perspective. They've got some MPV positive cases in terms of energy efficiency, which can be implemented from day one. But then they have some more expensive technologies like implementing inert anodes, which are still under research and so on. So with aluminium, there are some cases that, or some levers that can be pulled. Some cases, some levers will have to wait. This is the picture of ammonia, urea, and methanol. We have about three or 4 operators that produce one of the 3 or 2 of the 3 at one time. From an emission perspective, the total of all 3 is about 4 to 5 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We bulk them together because technically, from a technical point of view, most of the levers that you pull on one is pulled on the other 2. CCS comes up as one of the most prominent decarbonization levers for this particular sector. and also switching to green hydrogen for some of the companies, not for all the companies. Polymers, we've got one major polymer producer in Oman that produces polyethylene. They're quite complex. The name of the company includes the name complex in it. So it has around 1.8 or almost 2 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We see CCS again as a very strong lever in this sector. So this is the last few slides that I have. That's why I included CIs in some of the products in the previous slides. I didn't read them out, but they was on the slide. So this is just an example of what a CBAM how could CBAM impact our national product. Say you have a product that has an emission intensity of 10 tons of CO2 per ton of product, and you have an emission covered by the EU allocation, which is basically the threshold that the EU sets at 1.5. You multiply that by the imported goods into the EU, and then you multiply that by the price, which currently stands at around 80 euros, I think. And then you minus your obligation. That's a black box for us. That will come later from Oman's side, and that comes down to the CBAM obligation. So you can see an example with the final number at the very end for that amount of product. Mohsen mentioned that I quickly run through the project assessment. So we call on companies to provide us with their decarbonization projects, even if they're not under deployment, even if they're just in the desk lying in with the sustainability team. Even if that's the case, we want these projects to assess them from a marginal abatement potential and also from a financial potential, and to see whether we can finance these projects in one way or another. Well, I won't talk about finance mechanisms here, but this is how we would assess them. So this is an overview of some of the levers which I talked about briefly. And these are actual projects we received without the names and without the companies from around Oman. I've just picked 6 levers. These are not the only levers, but these are the main levers. Energy efficiency, renewable energy storage, waste to energy, CCUS, fuel switch, and flare reduction. And this is how much each of these levers can you reduce by 2050. And this is the number of projects that we have for these levers. Some of them have a very positive case, some of them don't. Some of them have high potential of abatement, some of them don't. It just gives us a feel of where money should be spent and where money should not be spent, because otherwise it's not a fair comparison. Not a fair comparison. And with that, I will end, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mohamed Al-Kalbani, for your comprehensive presentation. It's clear that targeted actions in various sectors are essential to meeting the world's carbon reduction targets. Now we turn to the important topic of workforce development, with a special focus on the youth. Al-Ahnaf Al-Zubaydi, Social Investment Manager, Oman, at Shell Oman, will share Shell Oman's strategies in building a young, capable workforce. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure to be with you today and to give some insights about Oman Shell initiatives to developing human capital, young Omani workforce through its social investment programs. And I would like to set the scene by first trying to define what do we mean by social investments. In some organizations, it's called social investments. In other organizations, it's called CSR, corporate social responsibility. And we do have different definitions or way to define the social investment. But in general, and to put it in simple terms, it's basically programs that's been adopted by the organization in order to meet a community need that basically complement the government efforts to achieve sustainable development. And of course, human capital is one of the key pillars that we focus on in our social investment strategy at Oman Shell. And today, I will try to give some insights about some of these initiatives and how do they contribute to the achievement of this objective. And I would like to start my presentation by this slide, just to emphasize again on the importance of integrating the social investment programs internally within the objective of the organization, also within the national objectives, and here we're talking about Oman Vision 2040, and also the relevant standards internationally. It needs to make sense. It needs to bring value to all these sectors. So you can see in this slide where we are listing some of our programs and what are the expected social outcomes that we are hoping to achieve from these programs, and also how it is linked to the main objective at Oman Shell, basically achieving net zero emissions, powering lives, and respecting nature. And again, in the top, you can see how they are relevant or linked to some of the goals being mentioned at the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So now we talk about the first program that we have. It's called NX Explorers. What do we mean by NX Explorers? It's basically an international global program adopted by Shell. It's implemented in around 20 countries. It is basically targeting students from grade 8 to 11 with the objective of enhancing their critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So what we aim is basically to embed the skills within the students at this early stage. During the program, they will go through a certain training, and they will focus on 3 areas, which is water, food, access to energy. And they will try to, after they get the training, to identify an issue or a challenge within their community and try to basically identify a sustainable solution. And just to give you a flavor of how creative and innovative our students are, one of the projects that the students came up with is a green coffee shop. So what they have done, they have used wind and solar to generate energy. They have used treated water to plant the coffee at their school. They have used clay, fakhar, as cups to basically serve the coffee. This is just one example of the projects that our students came up with. Another example, one of the schools, they developed the first organic energy drink using organic materials to develop or to come up with that energy drink. And the list goes on. It shows that our students, they have really benefited. It's a skill that it will stay with them. It will not be the end of it after the end of the program. It's a skill that they will use, implement during their professional and personal career. One of the good examples before I move to the next slide is basically also that this program is not limited to the students only. One of the schools, they have where they within their community they grow a lot of banana trees, so they have used this program to run a campaign within the community to educate the community how they can benefit from the waste from the banana leaves. And the result was amazing as well, because the farmers get engaged and they get to know how they can utilize the waste that they didn't used to use. And here are some numbers and pictures just for you to basically get a feeling of the systems, the number of the students that they have benefited. Teachers have also been trained and able to basically be delivering this program. We have covered all the governorates, more than 34 schools across Oman. And I have to say this, that in every year we do have a global award, and in every year our Omani students, they get recognized for their projects, which is something that really makes us feel proud. And يعني دائما نقول المستقبل عمان بخير. Moving to the next program, Shell Nawafid. As you know, Nawafid in Arabic it means windows, so windows to the future. And yesterday actually we celebrated here at Oman Sustainability Week the graduation of the batch 4 of the Shell Nawafid under the patronage of His Excellency Dr. Mansour Al-Hanai. So what do we mean by Shell Nawafid, and what's the objective of Shell Nawafid? Basically, Shell Nawafid, it's a program designed and able to enable basically young Omani graduates to effectively participate in the energy transition here in Oman. It is basically consisting of two elements: soft skills scope and technical scope. So the soft skills, we do it in coordination with Outward Bound Oman, whereby they get trained in different soft skills. And here we're talking about leadership skills, communication skills, team building skills. And the second model, which is the technical skills, it's done in collaboration with the German university here in Oman, whereby they go and attend certain sessions, online sessions, face-to-face sessions. They get the industrial exposure, so they go and they visit some of the projects in Oman related to renewable energy. In addition to that, they work on projects to basically illustrate what they have learned. And yesterday, during the graduation, the students showcased their project to His Excellency. And it was a moment of pride to me, actually, because His Excellency was much interested in these projects. Even at the time of the graduation, he said, I want 3 of these projects to come to my office next week, because some of the innovative ideas that they presented is something that grabbed his interest and something that can be doable and will help in achieving the plans that they have in terms of achieving this net zero and pushing for renewable energy. Moving forward, so we talked about students and we talked about graduates. What about other sectors? We do have a program, and this program is actually very close to my heart. In this program, we are targeting Omani handicraft. We have assessed that there are trainings that are provided to women, handicraft women, but we noticed that there is a gap in the ecosystem. So most of the training programs, they get trained, and then what happened after that? What happened after that? So we tried to address this question. What we have done, basically, we brought an Omani SME, which is a Dar al-Harafiyya, specialized in handicraft products, and then we brought 20 talented Omani women handicraft from our concession agreement or concession area, and we agreed that with the Omani SME that you will train these handicrafts women, and with the condition if they meet certain, and you will upskill them so that whatever they produce you can sell in your sales platform. She has Faisal, Allah yadhkara bil khair, she has different platforms here in Oman in a very prime locations, Opera, airport. She even has sales location in Qatar. So what happened after the end of this program? We supported an Omani SME, and here we're talking about Dar al-Harafiyya, but also we have upskilled these Omani talented handicraft women. And you can see here some pictures from the graduation ceremony, which was under the patronage of Sahibat al-Sumu, Sayyida Mayan Al-Saeed. And you can see Faisal to the left. And you can see to the right one of the participants. This program brought a lot of inspiring stories and very touching stories. To your right is one of the beneficiaries who used to take 2 hours taxis just to come to the program. And she was very much committed to the program. In the day of the graduation, she brought her husband, she brought her father, she brought her full family, and she came to us and she said, the program didn't not only guarantee me with a source of income, but it changed my personality. I am an independent woman. I have the pride that now I am having contributed to my family, and it really touched and changed my life. And just to put it into numbers, these are some numbers that as a result of this program. By the way, the program name is Harfa. One female after this end of the program is now producing around 100 keychain, which is costing her around 40, and she's selling it to a Dar al-Harafiyya, and she's making around 200 riyals per month. Another female, she's also producing, and she has a contract with the Dar al-Harafiyya to produce around 100 customized bookmark. The cost is around 40 riyals, and she is making around 150 riyals per month as a source of income. So this program is also touching another workforce, which is the handicraft and the specialized workforce in a different than the academic sector. This is another program It's called VIA Road Safety Program. In this program, as you know, that car accident and road safety is one of the issues that we have here in Oman. And what we are trying here to achieve is basically how can we bring a new generation, new workforce generation that are more of a defensive driver rather than offensive driver. And this was a very good example where there was a very good strategic partnership and collaboration between Ministry of Education and ROB and the private sector represented by Oman Shell. We brought a very international curriculum to be taught in school and also to raise the awareness of the students or the beneficiaries who have enrolled in this program. They've been taught in different topics and areas related to road safety. And again, whenever we go and visit, we visit the schools and you see the positive impact that this program have achieved in their lives. I still remember one of the beneficiaries or a girl, a beautiful girl who stood up and she said, I'm very happy that I've been enrolled in this program. My dad didn't used to wear seatbelt, but because I have told him to wear seatbelt and because I told him, you have to wear the seatbelt because we love you, he started wearing seatbelt. So these touching stories really give us the fuel that, to continue such programs. And remember that these students, today they are students, tomorrow they will be parents, tomorrow they will be working in different organizations, and they will be teaching and spreading these awareness within their communities. And we have a saying in Arabic that says, teaching, at an early age, it's like engraving on stones, and this is what we're trying to achieve. I've been told I have 10 minutes, so the good thing I'm moving to the last slide. And here, just to illustrate, yes, we do have programs, but also we can achieve, supporting workforce through sponsoring some events. And here I'm talking about camel races. We do support and sponsor camel races in our concession area. And I'm sure most of you know, it's not about two camels racing against each other or number of camels racing against each other. It's a full ecosystem whereby the community, it's a way also of preserving the heritage, the culture. And through supporting these type of events, you really sustain this culture and heritage. In addition to that, you preserve this ecosystem. Just to explain more, in these races, people get trading their camels. Hence, it's a source of income. It's a community gathering where, Omani SMEs, different SMEs, they gather and they get the chance to exchange their products. In addition to that, a large number of, beneficiaries benefit from transporting the camels, feeding the camels. The preparation for the race usually done in izbas. These izbas include a number of Omanis who basically get, source of income, and it is their way of living depending on these races. So just to illustrate that, yeah, sometimes we do have social investments, and they do support different type of workforce, upskill workforce, students, fresh graduates, Omani handicraft, but also these types of events play a role in sustaining a full ecosystem within this sector. With that, I end up my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, El-Hana, for that inspiring presentation on workforce development. Next, we will hear from Iman Al-Amri, Executive Accountant at Central Bank of Oman, who will present Oman's national climate change strategy in green finance and how it compares to other GCC countries. This is a key topic as finance plays a vital role in achieving national climate goals. Please welcome Iman Al-Amri to the stage.
Thank you, Rahab. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation. Today, I would like to talk about the climate change strategy for Oman and compared to GCC countries. In my presentation, I will cover two parts. In the first part, I will talk about the climate change, and the second part, I will talk about financial sustainability and green finance. I would like to give an overview about the climate change, what is meaning by nationally determined contribution, and as well, what is the position of Oman and why they are currently working. At the end, I will give a summary for GCC countries. In the second part, I will talk about Oman initiatives, and then I will move to GCC countries. In the first part of the climate change, as you can see here, so there is globally incentives for the climate change. And one example is how we are here and the Sustainability Week of Oman. What is important is like most of the countries are signing Paris Agreement, as what he mentioned, Dr. Saeed earlier, about the Paris Agreement. We summarize Paris Agreement in two goals, main goals. The main goal, first goal is like to reduce the temperature by below 2 degrees, the increase, and ideally by 1.5. And the second goal is the adaptation, and within the adaptation is nationally determined contribution, and which is the climate finance. And also what they are going here for the Net Zero Center, what they are conducting here. So we would like to know what is nationally determined contribution. As Dr. Saeed mentioned earlier, so based on the Paris Agreement, all the members who are signing Paris Agreement, they need like to submit their nationally determined contribution to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. And this should be submitted by every 5 years to the UNICEF. So for Oman, so let us to say, so and if you would like to know about the national determined contribution, just only you need to click in NDCs and mention the country would you like to know what their plans to do in reducing the emission of greenhouse gases. So let us now to focus on Oman. So Oman is earlier when they started their national strategies, actually going back for the Oman for going their plans for sustainability. It doesn't start actually from the Paris Agreement. It starts earlier because they are signing Kyoto Protocol. So and also all those projects you are seeing, it is not a part of Paris Agreement. It is a part of Paris Agreement as well. Oman, it have its visions. It was 2040. So there is a lot of project for sustainability. So how Oman, they, as Dr. Saeed earlier mentioned, so by 2030, Oman is it's targeting to reduce the emission by 21% as a baseline of business as usual by 2030. From where they are expecting to finance those transition to net zero, so they are planning to 70 to 80% is come from private sector, and 20 to 30% from the government sector. As a part to move on that, as Ariel, so they have issue Oman Net Zero, which Mr. Mohsen Ariel mentioned about the center. So now I will move to the GCC countries to know how they are doing in a national, on the national level. So as you can see here, all GCC countries. So we would like to know, is they have a net zero target? I mean, that there is a document that classify what is their roadmap to net zero. If you can see here, so that Oman and UAE, they are targeting by 2050. All GCC countries, the other GCC countries, they are targeting by 2060, except Qatar. If we could say that, do they have GCC countries renewable energy targets? Yes, as you can see that in this column, that all the GCC countries, they have. For the emission reduction target, so all of them except Bahrain and Kuwait, they didn't have like well-classified target. For the national climate strategy, what we need here, just I would like to recap but about what we are saying about national climate strategies. Actually, GCC countries, they are mainly that focusing on oil and gas. So oil and gas, from longer time, they have a target for the sustainabilities. But when you're talking about as a national, so it's covering different sectors. It doesn't focus in on that. So that means here, all GCCs, they have, except Bahrain and Kuwait, but they have their strategies for the oil and gas sector. Now, I would like to move to the financial sustainability and green finance. First, I will start with Oman and to say what they are doing. Actually, here I would like to clarify the position of Oman. So, what they are currently doing to move to green finance and sustainability. So, Oman, they building the infrastructure to move on that. So there is a collaboration between different parties, like Ministry of Finance, Central Bank of Oman, Financial Authority Services, and Muscat Stock Exchange. Starting with Ministry of Finance, they have developed sustainable financial framework under which they are intend to issue green and social sustainability bonds and loans. Here they are showing the baseline, what they are. So there is a lot of projects for sustainabilities. Oman, what they are currently doing is like they would like those sustainable projects, their funding, it should come from sustainable, green funding. So by 2030, like 67%, and they would like to reach 100% by 2040, and actually this is coping with what Central Bank of Sustainable Financing, and they already integrated sustainable objective in core regulatory framework, so that means the frameworks, the supervision for the banks, it's already included in that. And also they have circular for the banks promoting, and they give the guidelines for the bank for ESGs, how they can perform. So currently their reporting is voluntary, and by next year it will be mandatory. And also they are working in principle-based green taxonomy. This one will help to classify the credit portfolio of the banks and their contribution to the environmental objectives. Going to financial authority services, so last year they have issued the regulation for Sukuk and bonds. And for Muscat Stock Exchange, so all listed now companies, they have by law, starting from this ACGs disclosure. Now, I would to give a quick conversion between GCC's countries. So let us to start as a country in general, okay, in a level. So if we can say that about sustainable green finance framework, we can say that all GCC's countries, they have their own sustainable strategy. So for sovereign bond issuance, so you could say that Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar and Oman currently in progress. For the central bank's guidelines, we can say that all countries except Saudi Arabia. For capital market regulatory framework, Kuwait and UAE and Oman as well. For financial center regulation, so we have UAE and Qatar. So for ESG index, only UAE and Qatar as well. As a member of Stock Exchange Initiative, so all of GCC countries, they are actually a member on that. So this is what I gave you here, a summary for all in a country level. So let us now to move little bit in deep to financial institution and and companies in a level of that. So bank, they have sustainable financial framework. Yes, all GCC's countries, they have, the banks in GCC, they have. So banks issuing sustainable bonds, we could say Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait, 3 countries only for the current moment. Banks providing sustainable loans that all GCC countries, banks, they offering that type of loans. For the investment fund, so we have Saudi Arabia and UAE. For the energy companies, so that availing sustainable financing. So we have UAE and Bahrain. Now the last line is showing so which sectors exactly that availed in sustainable finance. In Saudi Arabia in power sector, UAE in utilities and others, Oman in shipping, and Bahrain in steels. By the way, Oman here, Asyad here, and there is a corner of Asyad if you'd like to know more information about what they are conducting now on that. This is the end. Thank you so much, and this is the reference if you would like any more information.
Thank you, Iman Al-Amri, for your valuable insights into Oman's national strategy and its approach to green finance. Understanding the financial mechanism supporting climate action is essential for achieving sustainable growth. Our next session focuses on critical role of youth and community engagement in environmental sustainability. Mohammed Al-Zajjali, Chief Operating Officer at Outward Bound Oman, will discuss how outward experimental learning can inspire the younger generations to take action. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Well, I don't like to be in stage, but here I am again. This is the problem of Dahla there. But good, I see half of the Outward Bound team here, so that's give me a comfort to present this presentation. So I will talk today about youth and community engagement through outdoor experiential learning. First, before I go into the topic, I want to put things in context. So Outward Bound, it's not for-profit organization that use experiential learning and in the outdoor characters and resilience leadership for people. Young participants engage in, I would say, carefully designed program that push them out of their comfort zone to develop their personal and group growth. So in summary, Outward Bound, it's all about learning and the impact that has in the individual. This is achieved through people or skillful people that work in the challenging outdoor environment and applying an effective process that proven success over than 80 years. And community engagement goes beyond than organizing just an activity. It's about empowering people to contribute to the community. And this is involve 3 things. When I say active participation, that's mean not just participating in them. So, and this is give them a voice in the decision-making, leadership role, and they have the ownership in the project that impact. Engagement should be providing practical and life-changing experiences. So youth should leave after the program with valuable skills that they can apply in their education, in their career, and their personal life. And also youth need to understand how they contribute or what's their role in the community and how they contribute to it. program should include or connect people with the environment to promote or foster responsibility and sustainability. But why it's matter? Basically and simply, youth is the future of Oman. By equipping youth with the skills such as confident growth mindset, this is will give them, or they will be a leader that drive change, positive change in the communities or in the workplace. So investing in young people today means stronger tomorrow. But how can engagement build leadership, build resilience, and personal or social responsibility? When young people step out of their comfort zone, either through outdoor education or a community project, they develop leadership qualities, adaptabilities, and also a sense of responsibility. All those skills can take them to overcome their challenges and lead by confident and contribute meaningfully to the society. At Outdoor Bound Oman, we always, or we use the outdoor to inspire young people and make them leaders for their futures. What's our approach? I would say Outdoor Bound approach, it's unique. We don't have classroom. Our classroom without walls. So we use the mountain and the deserts and the sea of Oman to develop those critical skills. And they all align with Oman Vision 2040, which is emphasized on personal and capital development, innovation, and sustainability. Also, our approach is tailor-made approach, where we talk sometimes about specific issues and specific group in the society. And the third one, the third approach, we are actually always seek for a new way to include different people in the society, not just normal people, but people could be with disability, deaf, visual impaired, and more and more. And there is wide range of program that we are developing or engaging with young people. Community projects such as starting from school student, teaching them basic skills to employability skills for job seekers, and other specific program like Al-Ahnaf just before me just mentioned, Nawafid program, which is targeting people who are in the high education and lead the transition of energy in the future. This is in one way, but other way also we use our center to bring youth together and engage them with key people who can share their experiences and they learn from them. And the power of experiential learning, it's huge. And since 2009 till now, we have worked with over than 30,000 young people in Oman from all over the country. And every week, hundreds of people coming back, and the instructor always talk about a real powerful story. Recently, we have to the right side, Sami As-Salemi, who was had a tragic incident in his life where he had an accident where he lost or paralyzed from his waist to the bottom. And he been 2-year depression, didn't leave his room. But with the support of his family and a friend, he found a hobby where he went out and started as a bodybuilder, then also as a cyclers, where the disability cycling in Oman is not exist, but he was training cycling with actually the normal cycler using his hand. At Outdoor Bound, I'd mentioned, we always try to seek opportunities for different segments in the society. And I can see Mark here from the Jewel of Arabia, where they funded this wheelchair and thanks also for His Highness Sayyid Al-Yazan, that given the opportunity for disabled people to join the outdoor programs and be part of it. So this was the first program for Sami to be camping, and he was much appreciated. And the left side is Hamza Sawafi, who is visually impaired, insisted to come in a program, and the issue he can't see, and all the team or the participant, they can't see. So he insisted. He said, well, I bring my friend. His friend can see in the morning, he cannot see in the night, and the opposite. So they work together all the program to continue the program. But the powerful story here, he was very engaged and inspired after the program, where later on the year, he brought 20 visual impaired to participate in this program. This is just the story, just show you how when we give opportunities to young people and youth, they overcome obstacles and become leader in their communities. Together, let's empower youth and for a better and strong Oman. That's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed Azizjali, for that inspiring talk. We are now here at an exciting point in our agenda. We will witness the launch of Tadoom X, app by the National Energy Center. This app promises to revolutionize energy and management and sustainability in Oman. Please join me in welcoming Firdaus Shafi, project manager at Tadoom X.
Distinguished guests, we are honored by your presence. We kindly invite you all to turn your attention to the stage as we begin our launching of Tadoom X. Again, we kindly invite you all to turn your attention to the stage as we begin our launching of Tadomex. Honored guests, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you here today as we mark a transformative digital transformation in Oman's digital journey, the launching of Tadomex platform, Oman's premier bill payment and presentment network application. In a world where convenience and security and speed are not just expectations but are necessities, Tadomex emerged as a beacon of technology and innovation. Born under the visionary umbrella of the National Energy System, of the National Energy Center Group, and aligned with Oman Vision 2040. We are not just launching here today the platform, we are pioneering a new standard of how bills are being paid and how businesses are being thrive, as well as how communities are connecting to each other. To our esteemed partners and stakeholders, thank you again for trusting us to bridge the gap between your services and your collections, as well as the customers who rely on them. We are redefining the concept of efficiency, one seamless transaction at a time. To our customers, Tadomex is all your one solution. Whether it's utilities, telecom, insurance, or upcoming services like government payments, we have designed every and each feature in the system, taking you in consideration. With a 100% Omani workforce delivering this mission of Tadomex, we take an immense pride contributing to our nation's growth while delivering the world-class technologies. Tadomex is more than just a launching. It's a promise of security with cutting-edge safeguards for every transactions through mobile applications, branches, and much more. As we embark on this journey, I invite you all today to experience the future of the payments, where simplicity meets sophistication and where every interaction is powered by the trust. Thank you again for being part of this historic moment. Let's shape the future together. I will now leave you with a motion graphic video that illustrates the Tadomex platform so you can get some idea about it.
تتمنى تدفع فواتيرك بسهولة في أي وقت ومن أي مكان؟ مع تدوم إكس صار عندك منصة ذكية تجمع كل خدمات الدفع في تطبيق واحد. كهرباء، مياه، اتصالات، تأمينات وحتى خدمات حكومية قريباً. ادفع عبر التطبيق على iOS أو أندرويد أو 28 فرع منتشر في أنحاء السلطنة. وقريباً أكشاك خدمة ذاتية 24/7 بدون نقد ولا انتظار. برعاية المركز الوطني للطاقة وبشراكة مع أبرز مزودي الخدمات في السلطنة. تدوم إكس منصتك للمدفوعات الذكية.
Welcome again to the future of bill payments. As we said before, we will be presenting who we are and we will go through the details quite a bit. Let's start with who we are exactly. Tadomex, or today exactly, we are proudly introducing Tadomex as the newest and full advanced bill payment and presentment collection platform under the NEC Group, the National Energy Center Group, which is a bill payment presentment network serving the customers as well as the billers with modern and efficient features and technologies, aiming to bridge the gap between the billers itself and the customers with easy-to-use services and real-time digital solutions. Operating across the Oman with 100% Omani workforce, contributing to the local development and job creation, rapidly aiming to expand in the sectors such as utilities, telecommunications, insurance, education, and more. One platform with more and endless possibilities. It's basically a consolidated platform for all the bills or all the kinds of bills that serving the customer's needs, from electricity to insurance and much more. Real-time transactions are already embedded to ensure instant confirmations and no delayed transactions. We can also say that user-centric and advanced interface are already embedded into the system to ensure high-level expectation and high-level experiences are there in the platform. Our services simplify your life exactly. From utility bill payment presentment and the payments, electricity, water, and much more from the key providers, telecommunications, recharging the pay for services itself and mobile operators, insurance payments are already covered, and upcoming government payments and services, including much more government collections and interactions. Donation collections will be also upcoming services that will be embedded in the platform itself. As you can see, our mobile payment channels, starting with the mobile applications and going through the web application and web portal for the client, for those who want desktop users and much more, full account management system, branches, 28 service locations across Oman, for those who prefer much more human interactions at the branches itself, and upcoming self-services kiosks, which will be launching soon. As we see, the branches has been across the Oman, or over 28 branches. In Muscat, we have a couple of branches there. As you can see in Batina North as well. We have got in Batina South as well, some covered branches in Buremi, as well as the other governance, Al-Dakhiliya. We have already initiated some branches, as well as our presence will be in the Sharqiya North. We have started, as well as the Sharqiya South. So this is typically our branches allocation on all over across the Sultanate, and we are upcoming more with advancing and taking the activation of these branches. You can also see us available recently in the application in both versions, in App Store and as well as in the Google Play stores. As we said before, the allocation or the services are also found in the website, as well as will be in the upcoming kiosk machine, the service vending machines. Moving forward to our success partners, we work with Oman's leading service providers to make Tadumex as one-stop shop for all the payments and all kind of integrated services. Part of those integrated so far partners, we here proudly say that NEMA electricity and water services has been already embedded into the application and the platform, seamless utility bill payments. We have got also Enhanced Oman in the picture, providing the Orido as well as the friendly services. Bima Insurance has been also one of the success partners integrated into the applications so far. We have got A2A for the entertainment services to allow the vouchers and the top-up for the games and entertainment platforms as well. We have got recently Vodafone in the picture, one of the biggest telecommunications as well players in the market, has been embedded into the application. Awasr, the new also telecom billers, which has recently joined the platform, as well as we are having upcoming pillars like the Omantel and Orido to be soon launched in the application itself. So far, we have got all our partners of the success, as you can see, who will be supporting us to reach the more we can customers and to support the clients with more and more enhanced customer satisfaction. What is next for Tadomex exactly? Tadomex, we are seeing Tadomex as expanding the pillar integrations as well as across the sectors like health, expanding to the education side and more of the government payment side as well. Improving the smart reporting and dashboard and insight for the partners and regulators. Scaling more operations nationwide with upcoming self-service machines, kiosks that we have mentioned, and branches services and strategic partnerships. Tadomex is just getting started, and we invite you all to grow with us today. Now we move to a special moment here. It's a time to honor our valued partners, those who supported and has played a critical role in making the success of Tadomex all this journey. We here inviting the acting CEO, Engineer Mazen bin Isa Al-Raisi, the CEO of the National Energy System, to the stage to honor our valued partner, the guest of honor, Engineer Salim bin Saeed Al-Kimyani, the Chief Executive Officer at NEMA Electricity Supply Company, to the stage, please.
Thank you to the National Energy Center for introducing the Tadomex app. This tool will be undoubtedly play a major role in enhancing energy efficiency and sustainability across Oman. Next, we have Yunus Al-Rawahi, Deputy Managing Director from Bawa Nimr, who will discuss upstream emissions reduction through nature-based solutions. This is a vital strategy in the ongoing effort to mitigate climate change. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
السلام عليكم. شغال ولا؟ ها؟ زين هذول تو يخلصوا ولا بعدين؟
بيخلصوا اهم شيء لا تروح نقوم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. كيف الحال؟ My name is Yunus Al-Rawahi. I am the Deputy Managing Director at Power Nimar. I will be talking about the upstream emission reduction services that we do using nature-based solution. خذوا راحتكم ما مشكلة.
Dear guests, request you to please take your seats for the next speaker to present his session. Thank you very much.
Yes. I will get the photo. Or? Huh? عبد الحكيم بقى نروح نحن نخلص.
Thank you, everyone. Yunus, I apologize for that. Over to you now.
You'll get me extra time, right?
Inshallah.
For the inconvenience. Okay, Bismillah. So my name again, Yunus Al-Rawahi, Deputy Managing Director at Power Nimar. Today I will be presenting about upstream emission reduction activities that we are doing using nature-based solution. So this one is not working. So I'm getting 30 minutes today. هذا لا. ما يشتغل بعد. Okay, perfect. So now it's working, we can continue. So who are we as a Power Nimar? Power Nimar is a German family-owned business. We started more than 230 years. Basically, we have three sectors. We deal with machinery, special drilling, and power resources. What we are doing in Oman is all of these activities that you see here, soil remediation. We do treatment processes, wastewater, and produced water treatment and using the constructed wetland. Mainly I will be speaking today about the Nimr water treatment plant, the largest constructed wetland overall in the world, treating up to 175,000 cubic meter per day of produced water from the oil fields. So what we are having in Oman is the oil in the south of Oman is a bit, the viscosity is very high. So as a solution from the oil producers, that they inject steam into the reservoir to reduce the viscosity of the oil. That results into, during the oil production, 90% to 95% of the oil production is basically oil contaminated water. So what should they do with this? The first solution was to deep well disposal of this water into the ground, into the aquifer for more than 3 kilometers. And you can imagine that this costs money. Of course, the capex is high and the opex is high. The operation cost is very high. Other than that, also there is the emission, the carbon emissions that is coming with these pumps when you operate these pumps. The Nimr field is located in the south of Oman. As I said, the temperatures, as you can see there, it can reach up to 60. The rainfall, it's from time to time, but it's not that much occurring, as you know, in Oman. So this is the whole process, how it was done in the past. So you can see that here you have the oil production. From the oil production, you have the wastewater. The wastewater, it goes into the oil separation, the oil-water separation. The oil goes to the production of the crude oil and gets sold to the end client. The water itself, it was going to the deep well disposal, pumped into the ground for more than 1 kilometer, which is causing what you can see here, the OPEX and energy intensive. Then there is the risk of aquifer contamination. As an alternative to this solution, there is a more environmentally eco-friendly, environmental sound way of disposing the water that can be used in the circular economy. So it's the same process. You have the oil production, there is the oil contaminated water, and then instead of going into the deep well disposal pumps, it goes to the wetland. So instead of pushing the water back to the ground, you have the wetland system that is treating the water and getting rid of the oil. I will get into the details of that. With this water, when it gets treated, there is also the chance of reusing this water. So I can reuse this water to produce other products like cotton, you have wood, or you have like jojoba. Jojoba is something that is used in the cosmetic world. It's a zero discharge system, with the reuse potential, and it is also an improved oil recovery. So you can imagine there is oil contaminated water. It was pumped into the ground and it has oil. So what we are doing in Bawr Nimr is that we are recovering the oil that is in this water. You can imagine this is also brings a value to the end client. First of all, before I go into the process, using the technology of constructed wetland, it has many stages, or let us say many types of that. The first, it's according to the salinity of the water. So if it's a high saline water, we are using the periphyton bioreactor to treat the water. If it is from 25,000 to 40,000, it's a medium salinity, we can use the engineered mangroves. And what we have in Nimr is a low salinity, and it can be treated using the constructed wetland that is in Nimr. These all technologies are patented by Bawr, and we had trials also for these in Nimr, and it was to a success. What we have in Bawr Nimr, we are operating this facility for more than 14 years. We treated more than 610 million cubic meter of water. We recovered an oil of almost oil and water mixture of 8.2 million barrel of oil mixture. Take 50% of that is pure oil, and you can imagine the amount and how much is the revenue. This revenue, what is saying here of the recovered oil, 190 million, is just an assumption. It's not a correct number for precise. The treatment performance itself, it's 99.9. whatever we recovered or whatever we treated, it went below the detection limit, which is 0.5 ppm oil in water. We reduced the emission reduction for more than 2.3 tons CO2. We're reducing actually 225,000 tons CO2 per year by exchanging from disposing the water using the deep well disposal to the nature-based solution that we have here, the constructed wetland. The concept, or let us say the process itself. So we receive the water from PDO, Petroleum Development of Oman, and it goes to the turnover point. The turnover point, it's the interface between Power and PDO. And in the turnover point, what happens, we have the metering skid that is counting how much water we are getting into our facility. Then you have the oil separation system that is separating the oil, further the oil that we are receiving. We are receiving the oil, it's a flexible system. So you can imagine we can receive the oil from 150 ppm oil in water to 1,000 in a worst case scenario. So it gives the flexibility for the system to work by variation, because when it says in the contract that it's 150, it doesn't have to be precise 150. It's the oil and gas, you cannot predict that. It can go up and down, and this is what we are getting throughout the operation of 14 years now. Then we have floating skimmers. After the oil separator, if the oil separator did not manage to separate the oil itself, it goes to the floating skimmers. In the ponds, we have floating skimmers just for in case that we have more oil getting into the ponds. We make sure that the oil or the produced water, when it gets into the wetland, it has as much less as possible of oil in it. So we are counting the numbers now. In average, we are getting 15 to 30 oil in water ppm in the reed bed. After the turnover point, it goes to the wetland, where you have the further treatment and flushing of the water to get it to below the detection limit of 0.5 ppm oil in water. Then it goes to the evaporation point. We had the R&D stage as well of reusing of the water, and we had a success in that as well. So this is the process itself. You have it in the turnover point, then it goes to the buffer point, to the wetland, and then to the evaporation area. And this is the whole plant, including the phase 3. It's the same process, but what we did in phase 3, we enhanced the system from the lesson learned that we had in phase 1 and 2. We had overall 10 years of operation, and then when it came to phase 3, we put our lesson learned there to enhance the technology. I will go fast here because we don't have time, apparently. So we have here the oil separator. The oil separator, the idea is when you have a glass of water and oil and you mix it, you will see automatically the oil goes up, the water stays down. So it's the same concept here. The oil or the water that comes in, it goes into the stirring basin to break the pressure, because you need a laminar flow for that to happen. So it goes to the oil separators, and you can see the round shape structure there. The oil stays up and it gathers into the middle, and then from there it goes to the oil press, and then from the oil press it goes to the oil tank and back to PDO. We have a system that is also, if we have a maintenance into the stirring basin and the oil separator, we have a bypass to do the maintenance, and we put floating skimmers also into the ponds to recover the oil as much as possible. This is how it looks in the inlet of the wetland. This is a wrong number. We are treating for we have treated more than 610 million of produced water. This is what happens in the wetland. In the wetland, you have a biofilm that is happening. It goes together with the water, and it creates a biofilm that is trapping the hydrocarbons and degrades the hydrocarbons. So the plants that is in the reed bed, it grows on the hydrocarbon that is in the water. And we are not putting any chemical, anything else into it. It's a nature-based, and nothing happened. It's also only the biofilm that is trapping the oil and gets the water cleaner as we go from terrace to the other. This is how it looks. It's in the middle of the desert, by the way. This is how it looks in Nimr. So you can imagine the flow going from this color and to this in the evaporation area. We have had done a reuse R&D, and it was a success to produce the castor oil, cotton, and as well the jojoba, which is used in the cosmetic world. And we are now in discussion with PDO of the reuse methods of this treated water. We are reducing for more than 225 tons CO2 per year. We have discovered more than 120 bird species in Nimr, and we are doing, or we finished just now, the biodiversity assessment by the end of 2024. The results are going to be shared soon with our client PDO. We are covering SDG development goals, 6 of them already. One last thing is we are using the same system or the same technology of wetland. We are using them in a container, which is treating the sewage water. And we have more than 60 units running around in Oman operating, and it was a success. We started in 2018, and it's going very well. These containers, they are treating the sewage water in the rural area. So you can imagine in the oil and gas area, you have the drilling rigs. They are moving every 2 weeks. So this is a plug-and-play system where you put it in anywhere, it treats the sewage water. The sewage water, the treated sewage water, you can reuse it for irrigation, cleaning of equipment, or dust suppression. Instead of tankering, using the sewage tankers to take the sewage water and dispose it somewhere else. That's all about it. Thank you for listening. We are here at booth 1235, just outside, if you have more questions and any clarity on what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yunus Al-Rawahi, for that enlightening session on upstream emission reduction. Our next session highlights an innovative speech for reducing carbon emissions in the oil and gas sector. Hassan Rashid, PL, Customer Engagement Coordinator at SLB, will introduce the EcoShield cement-free well barrier and its potential in driving low-carb solution. Please welcome him.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I apologize. I am having some issues with my throat, so if I'm not audible or there is issues of hearing me properly, let me know and I will repeat. My name is Hassan. I am the technical engineer working in well construction fluids, primarily cementing for Schlumberger. I'm here to present today a geopolymer system, which is the future of well integrity. It's a low carbon footprint solution that we are providing in Oman and globally. So to start off, I will like to tell you that we think that this system is going to revolutionize the well construction industry in terms of improving the well integrity, as well as the reduction of the carbon footprint, and improving and easing the supply chain issues that we have present today in the oil and gas industry when it comes to cementing. So why was there a need for us to find a solution or find an alternative to the normal cement that we use while constructing oil and gas well? The first reason was that in every year we are producing 5 million metric ton of CO2, which is used to produce cement, which is pumped all over the world. So this was the key driver for SLB to think about something which is more sustainable, which is impacting our environment not that much. The second driver was the challenges of the cement systems that are being used right now, which is they have casing corrosion issues. Obviously, all the cement that we pump downhole has cement shrinkage issues and microannulus issues. And the third most important thing, which is also a key driver in why we are coming up with a new solution, is the supply chain challenges. This was specifically in post-COVID era, when there was again a spike in the oil and gas industry. We were running short of cement, and there was no suppliers, and there was a huge demand. So as of now, like 2 or 3 years back, there was no alternative to cement that was present in the oil and gas industry to place a barrier in the well. So coming to the basic of what we did is that normally you see what we do is that we mix cement with water and we get this set cement. What we are doing right now in geopolymer is that we take aluminosilicates that can be waste from any power plant or any manufacturer or industry, and we mix it with an alkaline solution, and it sets into a geopolymer with almost similar properties to set cement system in the oil and gas wells. So how is it? How are we? How the geopolymer system is similar to the cement? Is that it has a tailored portfolio of additives. So same like cement, we have same additives there in the geopolymer system that can be used to tailor the properties. We have a very good logistical plan. There are a lot of suppliers that can provide us the base material for the geopolymer. And also there are many successful field implementation already done with the same cementing equipment that is used today in the daily field in operations. As compared to the normal cement, we have a customizable fluid properties. We have it is compatible with all kind of spacers, pumpable using standard cementing equipment, so you don't need to bring any new equipment. It can be pumped with the same equipment that you are using right now. And also it can be logged by some sonic logs. So it's not, the sonic logs are basically showing the same kind of response that you see with the normal cement system. These are the working parameters for this system. You can see it successfully went till 180 degree F. We have fluid loss control in it, and also we can go up to 15.8 ppgs with this system. So as a family of products that addresses different needs, this system overall can reduce your CO2 footprint, as it doesn't have the basic Portland cement contents in it. It is more resistant to CO2 and corrosive environment, and also serve as an alternative to cement, which is key, as we don't have any alternative as of now. In an average well that we drill, we produce almost a lot of CO2. So if we replace all the cement that we pump in an average well with EcoShield, we will reduce the CO2 footprint by 85%, and this is 63 metric ton. So this is basically 13.7 cars vehicle off the road in 1 year. So that's the impact on the environment that it is having. Coming to the barrier properties of EcoShield, this is very low permeable. It's a hydraulic seal interface. It's non-shrinkable, and it is verified by cement bond logs. It has a long-term well integrity issues because it's more flexible and more resistant to stresses. It's in-situ fluid resistance, and mechanical properties are much better than the cement itself. So we have deployed EcoShield globally in many of the countries and still in process. Since 2022, we have done 250 jobs. Oman is one of the countries that is leading. It's one of the pioneer jobs, or the initial jobs were done in Oman. I will go through one of the case history that we did with one of the operators in Oman, where we pumped EcoShield with the conventional equipment on a surface job. The depth of the casing was at around 975 meters. We pumped a 15.2 ppg slurry, and as you can see, the job was pumped successfully, and we can see the presence of cement through the sonic log all the way to the top of cement that was planned to be 677 meters. Here is another case study, which is a liner outside of Oman. This was a hydraulic simulation done to improve the bond log. And you can see here as well that it is exactly pumped as per the plan, and also approved by the sonic log how it was done. And you can see that there is a clear improvement for the EcoShield cement job with conventional cement job when it comes to sonic logging. And last case history is also a two-stage cementing job done outside of Oman. It was also pumped at 11.6 ppg lead and at 14.8 ppg tail, and we were able to successfully isolate the aquifers with the oil-producing zones. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hassan Rashid, for your technical insight. We now welcome Sami Isa Al-Salahi, Team Leader, Environmental at OQ8, who will share OQ8 strategies for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Please welcome him.
All right? All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, first of all, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I know it's afternoon, after lunch, so people might, prefer to rest. So today, the topic today is about climate change and how OQ8 is mitigating and adapting to the climate change. So before we begin, we need to ask ourselves, why do we need to talk about climate change? What's in the climate change for us? So just give it a thought. People living from the North Batina up to Dhufar, all of them have witnessed at least one cyclone since 2007. So climate change is real, it's alarming, and we need to talk about it, and we need to take action. So before we talk about our initiatives and strategies for climate change, this is a quick introduction about OQ8. So OQ8 is an oil refinery, a joint venture between OQ Group and Kuwait Petroleum International Company. Its capacity 230,000 barrels per day, and we're proud in OQ that we, from the initial stages of the design, we adopted best available technologies in terms of energy efficiency and
and how we can optimize our operation and protect our environment. So I thought we need to have a common ground before we talk about climate change, because it might have different perspective. Different people have different meanings, different understanding of climate change. So we need to have a common ground for all of us. So as per UN definition, it's the shift in weather patterns around the world due to directly or indirectly human activities. So we need to focus on human activities and what can human control, because everyone will be affected. You can see these pictures. These are just examples of what could go wrong. So cyclones, floods, droughts, and don't just think about those photos, think what is behind them. So people displaced or maybe died, or infrastructure damage, destructions and everything. So moving from global context to local context in Oman, as I said, we were hit by cyclones very severely and very frequently from 2007 up to now. Also, there's an increase on temperature of 0.04 degrees Celsius per decade from 1980 to 2013. And that has its own implications as well. Another thing which is important also, the agriculture, the pressure on agriculture and water resources. We're already in a water scarce region, and water is really valuable, and we need to have, we cannot spare losing much water. So because of the high temperature and because of the droughts, we are facing this problem. So a decline in rainfall will result in water scarcity or increased water scarcity, and we rely more on desalination. Desalination, as you know, has its own drawbacks. For example, it uses so much of fuel energy, and the reject water from desalination plants go to the sea, and it can damage the environment as well. And there's a study I found that says that 64% of farmland in South Batna will be at risk by 2050. So it's alarming. So as OQ8, what are we doing about it? So as we said, everyone at personal level, at organization level, need to do something about climate change. Here's a list, and I will talk about some of them in a bit of detail. So we have flare gas recovery system. So all of our flare gas, like that's offset gas and venting, are being recycled and recovered within the refinery. So that by that we prevent the release and flare of those gases into the atmosphere, which have its own problems. And also we reduce our need for natural gas. And also, although we are still a new refinery, we are planning to conduct something called ALDAR, leak detection and repair, to check for vegetative emissions within our pipelines, flanges, valves, and then tackle them on ground to avoid these emissions from going to the atmosphere. Also, we are proud in OKA that last year we optimized or minimized our waste by more than 72%. We have, maybe as other companies as well, we do calculate our GHG emissions, and we set targets of tackling the main pain points this year, 2025. So just to talk a bit more about flare gas recovery. So last year, we recovered more than 38,000 tons of purge gases. That's otherwise would be released to the atmosphere. So we reduce our emissions, different emissions like NOx, CO2, and SOx. We minimize flaring issues, and we reduce also demand for purchased fuel gas, as I said. In addition to this, we have a good and robust real-time monitoring of our emissions. So we have 19 SIMs for our stacks. That's connected to our Pi Vision, and we check them in real time, check for abnormalities, and if there's any exceedance, we tackle them immediately. So this is an illustration how we do the monitoring from the stacks to the Pi Vision, and then we check, evaluate, check with the concerned teams, and then act accordingly. Likewise, we have ambient air station also to detect any pollutants within the ambient environment. So this is our waste, and I think our team here are proud of the achievement we achieved last year. Although it was almost the first year of operation, we recycled more than 70% of our waste. So the mainstreams of our waste currently are biosludge and oily sludge. Both streams go directly, all of it go to the one of the units, and its value are recovered, and it helped in generating one of the products of the refinery. Also, as you've seen in the booth, in our booth, so all of the IBC drums, all chemical drums, go back to the supplier. So we don't store them then for disposal. We do reuse them either within the facility or by the supplier. So these are just figures and numbers of the waste generated last year and what we did with them. And our aim is to, first of all, have zero waste goes out for landfill, plus to reuse them and get the revenue from them. So that part is about the mitigation. For adaptation part, the main part is the flooding. As you know, we are located close to the sea, so we are exposed to floods, exposed to tsunami and other kinds of weather conditions. So from the beginning, the location of the OK8 refinery moved. It changed from the initial stages to accommodate for the flow of water runoff or surface runoff of water. And we also have a robust storm water drainage. So all the water that collected from the rain have their channels, holes, interceptors, and all linked to the Duqm flood management system. So the aspiration for 2025, I'm running out of time, so this is a quick one. So aspiration for 2025 and beyond. So we have a GHG reduction plan. So we're talking specific units where we have the emissions is a bit high. We'll invest also in recycling our waste, reusing them, and we also align with Oman Net Zero targets. We engage with Oman Net Zero Center. Finally, at Duqm OK8, we are not just refining energy; we are shaping a more sustainable and resilient future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sami Al-Salahi, for that insightful session on OQ8's climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. Our next presentation is focused on preserving biodiversity through ecotourism, a sustainable approach that also supports local communities. Lubna Hazim Sinan, Sustainability Advisor at Melina Environmental Consultancy. We will share her expertise on this topic. Please welcome her to the stage.
Hello. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome today to attend this talk. Today I will take you one step back from technology, AI, and all these high-tech measurements to how to preserve our ecotourism in the first place. So we will be looking at ecotourism as a strategy to preserve and conserve our natural system and environment. I will start with the introduction of some terminologies. Ecology, which refers to the natural resources, and it is the scientific study of the process, including natural life and habitats. Ecosystem is the environment where the interaction happens between different lively systems. Biodiversity is the variety of natural life and habitats. And the biodiversity net gain is the terminology where we assess how any project or development helped with improving the natural systems and biodiversity. So the need for ecology and biodiversity conservation comes from the fact that it supports human life. So it is at the source of food and energy, and this consumption or the need of this is increasing with the increased population and activities of humans. Reducing, and these natural systems actually help with reducing of climate change effect as they act, sequester carbon and in plants and oceans. Finally, the Living Planet Index is showing 96% decrease between 1970 and 2018 in natural ecosystems globally, which means that the threat is increasing and the activities of humans are actually degrading biodiversity worldwide. Ecotourism is looked as one tool that will achieve Vision 2040 for Oman, and fulfilling the SDGs as a vision for the country. Of the SDGs that are related to implementation of ecotourism, we have SDG 8, economic diversification through sustainable infrastructure development. SDG 13, climate action through environmental conservation. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities through the community engagement in ecotourism activities. So the 4 pillars, or what we call as 4 C's of ecotourism, are related to conservation, which means conservation of natural environment through environmental management system. Community through engagement of regional training programs and involving local communities in the ecotourism activities. Culture through protection, conservation, the heritage and cultural diversity of local community. And finally, commerce through achieving the well-being and sound financial decisions while implementing ecotourism. As a tool, there are steps to go through or to implement ecotourism as an industry, starting with understanding our local resources, biodiversity, planning and putting together the actions specifically designed for each location or each designed activity, generation of revenue that can be reinvested in further and new ecotourism ventures, and engage local communities in ecotourism projects. The impact of ecotourism on wildlife starts from understanding the impacts of different activities on the wildlife, educating different stakeholders, starting from local communities and tourists about the importance and requirements for conservation, evaluating the effectiveness of conservation activities on different resources, and encourage responsible travel behaviors to help minimize ecological footprints. So achieving the stewardship or environmental stewardship through ecotourism happens through education, tourism activities, collaboration between tour operators and conservation organization is essential to promote the environmental stewardship. Finally, tourism experiences that advocate for conservation and raise awareness. Talking about the community and involvement in ecotourism, it is crucial to have ecotourism to serve as a platform to showcase local culture and traditions, conduct research that community-driven initiatives in ecotourism to improve biodiversity outcomes, utilize local resources for ecotourism to supply economy and also encourage the biodiversity preservation. Sustainable ecotourism initiatives to provide financial opportunities for the locals and benefit from protection of the natural environment. Also, it is important to implement training programs to equip the ecosystem and necessary skills to run ecosystem or ecotourism ventures. Innovations or approach to implement innovation can be split into three main approaches. First, we have the nature-based programs, looking at such as implementing biodiversity conservation tours for tourists, wildlife safaris with conservation workshops, permaculture tourism. The community involvement approach includes community-based tourism initiatives, such as educational ecotourism, cultural immersion through sustainable festivals, and multi-destination ecotourism packages. Technology utilization related initiatives would include carbon neutral lodges, for example, digital and virtual tourism experience, and green transportation initiatives. So if we look at opportunities and the threats for ecotourism in Oman, the opportunities are there since in 2023, surveys showed that 76% of tourists are looking at more sustainable approaches. The nature in Oman do support ecotourism due to the various ecosystems and different resources, and the sustainable tourism generated employment opportunities. Threats are for ecotourism globally. We look at destruction of natural habitats, pressure on resources, loss of cultural identity, exploitation of animals for tourism, and increased pollution. Some of the successful stories in Oman, we look at Ras Al Jins. This is a fishing village located in Ras Al Had area, based on turtle conservation, guided eco-tours, educational facilities, eco-friendly accommodation. We have also the Arabian Oryx Sanctuary, which was built on the reintroduction of oryx to the region, and this was a successful story between 1994 and 2007, recognized by the United Nations. And Wadi Shab and Jabal Al-Akhdar area, which provides or offers experiences like eco-trekking, community involvement, sustainable development, and biodiversity conservation. So Oman is a growing ecotourism destination due to the diverse natural landscape, cultural authenticity, sustainable tourism initiatives, and the government commitment to protect environment and the availability or protection of the authentic experiences. Thank you for listening. If you want to know more about Milieu, you can visit us at 1265. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubna Al-Hazim Sinan, for that enlightening session on ecotourism. Our next presentation will explore the intersection of AI and renewable energy. Engineer Hilal Al-Hadi will share how AI is being implemented in solar PV systems, making renewable energy solutions smarter and more efficient. Please welcome Engineer Hilal Al-Hadi.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'm Hilal Al-Hadi from NEDC. Really, this is very interesting, I think, topics for you because everybody talk about AI and it's globally it's moving actually. This is like a trend. AI is applied everywhere. So as I am expert in NEDC with my team, of course, in the solar system, I was to highlight where we can implement such technology actually, and I just highlighted how we can do it. You know, the stories actually started maybe from my pocket, I think. So stories started from these small, I think, devices. It's everywhere now available. These things can do whatever we like. So like this in my hand now here, it really is AI, it's real AI device. It's open source, you can play with it. You can do whatever you like. You can make it robotics, solar monitoring, whatever it is. So it's in your pocket. So this is really how it's AI become. And all these are with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, whatever it is based, and you can use it at any time. This is my hobbies actually. I'm doing it and I play with it all the time. So that's the AI start from where. So if we go forward now with the solar system, really, this is the introduction of my presentation, or the contents. The solar PV items, elements, I will talk about it in general. The definition of artificial is well known actually, just highlight it. Example of AI equipment can be used for solar system, challenges, opportunities, and then finally the conclusion. Well, by the way, all the pictures, what you see it here, all are generated by AI one time. You cannot see it anywhere. So it's generated one time. I tried that myself, just applying a story, and it's come in the window. So these all pictures are also AI generated. It's related to what I'm talking about. So this actually, in introduction, this how many applications we received in NEDC until now, and how many megawatt is connected. Our role is up to 25 megawatt to connect small scale, we call it solar system. Currently, we connected around, you can say, around 70 megawatt to the network. It's already connected. And it's continuous process, actually. We received up to now, up to last month, 900 applications with different type, like a government application, commercial, and, industrial, and agriculture. The most dominated one, as you see, the residential one, that's the dominated one. It's around almost 500 applications we received. So this is just in principle and general how the solar system for small scale is in Oman for to network of NEDC network, because still we have another part at the south of Oman, it's Dhufar area. You know, in the solar system, there's so many items, what we can play with it or we can see it, like solar panels, power inverters, solar batteries, charging controllers, solar trackers, mounting structure, protection equipment, junction box, wiring, energy management system, monitoring system, communication system, and now the AI system. It's already, most of companies, that like Huawei, I can say, they already start talking about AI, and maybe next generation AI there will be in all this equipment. So the AI also become as element, as an element in our system. That's what we have to think about it. Other side, and this is the item, other side the elements, we can see the energy, material, efficiency, weather condition, cost, quality, software, design. These are really what is related to, of course, I'm talking about solar system, is directly related to this. So this is the items, and this is the elements, what we can research and do and implement. That's the idea here. So this is my matrix, actually. I generate a matrix from my experience, from my readings, and so on. It's open discussion, you can say. It's not majority one, but this from my experience. So I tried to merge these two things together, the items and the elements, how they are related to each other. Suppose, for example, solar panels. It's, of course, the source of energy. So it's most dominated here to produce the energy what we are looking for from the sun. Material, what type of material use? Efficiency, that's the major element you can see in the solar panels. Weather, that's the most dominated case in the solar panels, is the weather. It's affecting the production immediately. Software is not related here, and design is mostly not the same. Because I'm talking design here, I mean at the factory side. That's another part what I'm talking. Power inverters, the same scenario. It's also related in somewhere in the matrix itself. By the way, what I want to represent here, if you look to the last element, is like the AI. You can see the AI, it's everywhere now. It can monitor any of these elements, the energy, material, efficiency, weather, cost, quality, software, design. So the AI become a major element, even in other also type of technologies. So that's the point what I wanted to raise it here. And it's open discussion, as I said. This table is open discussion. It can vary, it can be added. Somebody say agreement with me, do agreement, and agree, and do agree, and so on. It's for open discussion because the AI is still also open discussion for everywhere. The definition of AI, this is common, so you can find it in Google anywhere. I tried to summarize it. It's the meaning of technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem solving, decision making, creativity, autonomy, can see also identify objects, can understand and respond to human language and so on. And maybe things will come in future, we don't know. It's still, it's a life of the AI. This is also a table I try to map it related to each other for solar systems. Like this is the elements or technologies in the AI, like deep learning. What tools we can use? Like image recognition for panel inspections. We put a camera, as I show you. It can see the panels. From that, what's going on the panels, it can give a decision. So that's the AI actually. Depend also on the application, software, whatever it is, or mathematics criteria have been applied on this. Also machine learning, the same. Whatever history we have, we can also put it in this system and can give future what expected in that location maybe. So that's also implemented. System design and installation. How we can minimize or optimize, increase efficiency, and so on. Through proper design, through proper intelligent software applied in this area, and so on. And there is an output of this. It can be also, it's also this table is again open for research. Who is interested in research, this table can be used actually from my point of view. System design, reinforcement learning. That's also very important elements. We can apply it in the solar system. Neural networks, fuzzy logics, I mean. And fuzzy logic is the heart, the soul of the AI actually. Softwares, codes, whatever it's programming is used there, is the fuzzy logics. How it can act. Whatever we give, it's act according to that one. And it can learn from itself through mathematics, also learning equations. And that's also a topic, again, in AI, in research, and continuous. This is the example, actually. The AI-powered solar trackers. Maybe you can apply it in the trackers. Based energy management system. You can put it somewhere in the system. Enhanced power inverters. How it can give good efficiency, also cooling system, how to control it, and so on. Enhancing the power battery management system. That's also really hot topics you can say in the market now. The efficiency, how we can manage it, how we can protect it, and so on. Based weather production systems. Really, this is very, very important for large-scale solar systems. Like we have in Ibri, 500 megawatt. We can understand what's going on later on, maybe after 2 days, so we can manage the power plant, how we can operate it. Maybe some storm coming, weather change, whatever it is, sun, heat, whatever it is. So through that one, we can also control it and understand and maybe take action on this. And maybe the system, we can keep it to learn. Last 5 years, something happened, maybe expected 2 years will happen, and so on. That's the philosophy of AI, as you are aware. Integrated monitoring and fault detection. All these devices, we can integrate it together through AI to take action, whatever we expected from the system. So integration is also part of AI. AI not only focusing on things, no, it can see everything in front of it, as you know. Then according to that one, take action or give us some highlights, alarm, whatever it is. That's the AI. Enhancing the grid integration. Once we connect to grid, as I said, for example, the weather case, so the control center can take action, what to do. Bring gas in, machines or turbines to the system, or remove it, and so on, spinning reserve, as you know. That's the purpose of the grid itself. Cameras, yes. Cameras also can have visions, you know, thermal cameras, IR cameras, or the normal vision cameras that also can observe and take what we are looking for. Weather stations, we can put so many weather stations maybe around Oman, connect it all together, then we can understand what the coastal behavior, what is the mountain behavior, and what's the desert behavior. All this together, then we can understand what's going on around the country. According to that, we operate our system, and so on. Still, I have 5 minutes. I told you I need 20 minutes. I'll try and make it faster. Okay. Also, so this is one of the example. Again, this picture is from AI, by the way. You cannot find it anywhere. It's a big story. Yeah? Meteorology stations, photovoltaic weather stations, advanced monitoring stations, and so on. These are all examples for weather station, and it's available actually in the world. We can see it everywhere. Cameras also, the different type of cameras can be used, and they are also AI-based cameras like thermal cameras, infrared, multoscopy cameras, and so on. Drone also, you know, there's some drones kept in the place. When there is any problem in the solar panels, move by itself, clean it. Or if there is a fault, it knows where is the fault. The drone move and go directly to that panel, identify it, analyze it, give feedback. See how it's intelligent, I mean. So that's also available in the market, but still under research. Huh? Still not commercially, not come yet. It's somewhere in the world. Still not commercially, but it's coming, by the way. So as Oman also, we have to think on that. So when we have solar system, let us also implement such technologies, aware about it, and be all the time. Challenge, of course, there's a lot of challenge in this field. This is also my picture. I like this picture too much. How it's come, I don't know. So this is a challenge. It's creative picture, actually. It's a challenge availability of smart AI equipment. Still in the market, not that strong. High computational resources requirements, limited access to large database. We have AI depend on database. But as much as you have, it's a bank. I can say it. As much as you have bank of data, as much as you can take decision through AI. Environmental concerns also. AI cost is around, I calculate mostly 1%. If you have a project, it's around 1%, sometimes 2% maximum. Cannot exceed more than that. Opportunities, applying required equipment for AI, prioritizing cybersecurity. Also, cybersecurity is important. We have to keep it in mind. Develop robots data acquisitions system. I'm talking here about Oman country. Huh? In Oman, we can go to these opportunities, research, or implementation. We can go to this. Embarrassing cloud computing system. Invest in human capital. Of course, AI need human at the end of the day. Programmers and so on, researchers and so on. Foster all research. AI integration. As I said, if we have complete system, we can integrate it all together and make one database somewhere in the country, and everybody can use that database for his application. That's also good, actually. So that's the investment now in AI, having very good database. accelerating global adoption of AI for solar PV applications through research, through talking like what I'm talking now. All together, we have to talk about it. Whatever you have in this field, please come and talk. We can learn from you. Here, one person, he asked me, okay, Hilal, you talk about AI. What customer will benefit from this? I have solar system. If I add 1% or 2% to my system, what I'll benefit as the user? So really, this is the benefits. Of course, if I have free tools in my mobile, I can monitor my system. So that's one benefit. So I can see the production, how look and so on. This is the last slide. Okay? So I cannot go for all items. This is the conclusion. I think he's happy now. This is the conclusion. Okay. Improving of AI transformation potential for solar PV system is must. Observing the future outlook of AI role in advancing solar PV system or in general renewable system. Increasing and supporting of all AI research and techniques. We have to give a potential of it. AI solar solutions, maximizing the return of investment, enjoying lower electricity costs, and benefit from long-term sustainability and reliability. That is my presentation. Thank you. I hope you got useful. Thank you very much. Also, I'm doing research actually on, I have my own device, inshallah. I hope to finish it soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Hilal Hadi, for that fascinating talk in AI and in solar PV systems. Our next session delves into green ammonia as a promising energy carrier. Veronica Schelling, H2 for Mobility and energy leader from Baghdad Compression, will explore how compression solutions are critical along the value chain of green ammonia. Please welcome her.
Thank you very much for attending my session. My name is Veronica Schelling, and I'm the Hydrogen Mobility and Energy Leader at Burkhardt Compression. Today, I will speak about ammonia as a value chain to transport green energy. Now, who is Burkhardt Compression? Just a few words to make it very short. We manufacture reciprocating compressors. Not small ones, but very large ones. You see it on this picture. Actually, that's one example of such an 8-crank piston compressor, and that's our workshop in Winterthur, Switzerland, where also our headquarters is. So these compressors, they're used for all different kinds of gases. You see the more conventional traded goods like LPG, LNG, but they're also used for more challenging gases like oxygen, hydrogen, and also corrosive gases. So we have a lot of experience with such industrial and energy applications for all different markets. Either it's for polymer production, solar panels, or it's the chemical industry, or also marine business, of course, for LPG, LNG, where boil-off gas needs to be reliquefied and compressed with our machines. Now, Burkhardt is a company with a long history, more than 180 years. We have founded in Switzerland, and we have a big global footprint nowadays, and we are steadily growing. But besides the business growth targets, we also set very dedicated sustainability targets for our organization. So we have put it down in numbers, what we want to achieve as a company by 2027. And one line item I would like to highlight, it's the application purpose, because the kind of impact we can have with our compressors, which is just one equipment of a full system typically, is to choose the applications that we serve with our machines. So our target is that by 2027 we want to have 40% of our projects for an application which is serving the energy transition. So for example, it can be green ammonia, green hydrogen applications, it can be solar panel production, any kind of application which is helping us move towards net zero. And now, why is this so important, where they are being used? Actually, if you look at the greenhouse gas footprint of our compressors, the biggest part by far, it's more than 99.9%, actually is in the use phase of the machine. And this is very logic if you consider that the average lifetime of our compressors is around 40 years. So in the 40 years of operation, the impact on CO2 emissions is much bigger compared to, you see the little dots during transport, during production, or material sourcing. That's just one part of the story, which we have under our scope, under control, the scope 1, scope 2 emissions. But eventually the use phase has much a bigger impact on the greenhouse gas emissions during the lifetime of such a compressor. Just as a fun fact, maybe the oldest compressor of ours, which is still in operation, is 93 years old and still working. So there, of course, you exchange the wear parts over time, but the machine itself is still the same. So where do we see these energy transition applications? Actually, we see them across all our market segments. So we are supplying traditionally the compressors for the refinery business, for the gas gathering processing, but also marine applications. What I marked in blue and green are more the newer applications, so solar panel production. We have green fuels which are being produced, biofuels, but also in the marine segment we have more and more green methanol, we have green ammonia which is being shipped. What is a rather new segment for us is the hydrogen for mobility and energy, and that's what I'm focusing on and taking care of. So here we look at green hydrogen, but also hydrogen derivatives. So ammonia is one good example, and that's what I want to dive in a bit in more detail. Now, if we look at the future, I like to take examples which I know well. So let's take Switzerland as an example. We have today quite a good energy production based on renewable energy with hydropower. That's given by the mountains we have in Switzerland, and maybe also in Oman there is a potential to use such hydropower for electricity production. But we know if we want to move towards sustainable, non-fossil energy sources in future, we have to rely on import of energy, as we do also today with gas and oil. So how can we import renewable energy, and from where? Then we can look across the sea to a country like Oman, who has a very good precondition with wind and sun to produce green electricity at an attractive cost level and also at scale, because also land is available. And now to transport such renewable electricity from a region like Oman to a country like Switzerland, it has to be made transportable in a decent way. And ammonia is one good solution that can be used. So with the green electricity, we can produce hydrogen through electrolysis and then convert it to ammonia, which is a molecule which is very well known in the chemical industry, fertilizer industry. It's already today a traded good. There are terminals, there are bunker ships available to handle ammonia. So that's one way how the ammonia could be transported overseas to an import terminal, which can be, for example, in Rotterdam, where they are being built as we speak today, to import ammonia, crack it back to hydrogen, and inject it in a hydrogen backbone system, which is today also being built in the Netherlands and in Central Europe. And this is one good way to close the gap between energy production and energy consumption, and also allow for a kind of storage in between, because very often the time of renewable electricity production is not the same time as when the need is happening actually. So what we see, which I try to picture along this value chain, is actually for us as a compressor manufacturer, there are multiple locations along this value chain where we can participate and contribute with our solutions. So for the solar panel production, for example, you need a compressor in the polyethylene EVA process, which we are specialized on. But then also, if you want to do ammonia synthesis, this is a chemical process which is happening at 200 bar level, more or less. again, you need a compressor step. It's always different compression technologies, but it's covered by our portfolio. Same for the transport, you have boil-off gas, and also at the import-export terminals, you will have boil-off gas, which you need to handle. So my conclusion is really this kind of renewable energy which will be transported, for example, in form of ammonia. This offers opportunities for countries like Oman for export, but also for technology providers like us to contribute and to support like that also the energy transition towards net zero. That was it from my side. I hope I was able to make up for some time. And if you want to discuss further, I'm very happy to receive you. I'm at the Swiss Pavilion with 16 other Swiss companies, and we're happy to discuss further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica Schelling, for your insightful presentation on green ammonia. Next, Tina Wren, Chief Commercial Officer, Zephyro Methane Corp, will talk about the role of carbon offsetting in reducing emissions, particularly in oil and gas sector. As businesses work together towards net zero goals, carbon offsetting has become an essential tool. Please join me in welcoming Tina to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tina Riney, Chief Commercial Officer of Zephyro Methane Corporation. It's great to be here today. Thanks for having me. I'll just tell you a little bit quickly about Zephyro. We are a carbon offset project developer addressing the challenges of orphaned and abandoned wells. And we are addressing the methane that's leaking at the wellhead of these wells. We're a publicly traded company. We went public last year in the Canadian markets, and the team is from JP Morgan, formerly of JP Morgan. We started the carbon trade desk back in 2008 for JP Morgan. We're using carbon finance to address this problem, and we're making a difference in communities and having lasting results in eliminating emissions. So if you think about the life cycle of a well, which I know a lot of people here are even more familiar than myself because a lot of you are in the oil and gas sector. But if you picture after that well has gone through its production phase, a lot of times it's left sitting. Now this isn't so much a problem in Oman, but it's a problem certainly in the US and also many other countries in the MENA region. The well is left sitting, unplugged, it hasn't had end-of-life services, and it's emitting methane. And a lot of these wells are in people's front yards, in the yard of the school where your children go to school. And you don't smell the methane, you don't see it, but it causes breathing problems, it causes asthma, it gets in the water table, and no one's addressing the well that's sitting there left behind. Now, a lot of times this happens with small and mid-sized operators because they can't afford to P&A the well at the end of its life, which totally makes sense. What we do is we go out into the field and measure using handheld technology, looking for these methane leaks. We use an RMLD, which is a remote methane leak detector, and it gives us a yes/no as to whether that particular well has a leak. If we find out it has a leak, we then use another device that's much larger. It's kind of like if you've seen Ghostbusters. It's this big, long tube thing that you point right at the well. And we have IP around a tenting mechanism over the well because you have to isolate the methane from what's going on in the atmosphere. Then we shoot this laser at it, and it'll give us a quantification of how much methane is leaking. And what we do is use carbon financing to address this problem. We take the measurements and we create a carbon offset project by doing baseline measurements, coming back, measuring again 30 days later. We try to have very accurate measurements. Then we do a plugging job, and the plugging job is costly, but what offsets it is the revenue from the carbon offsets. We then go back and measure after the plug job, 30 days, and make sure that there's no emissions leaking. After we do that, we also do reclamation on the land. Now, part of the reason we're addressing methane is the high global warming potential. It is kind of the low-hanging fruit. It seems like the obvious play in how to bring down greenhouse gases. Also, with this project type, it's a permanent solution because you're cleaning out the well, you're taking out everything that was in there when it was used for production, and you're putting cement down in the well so that the emissions don't further come up. This is something that's applicable to the Middle East region. Here, like I said, here in Oman, it's not so much an issue, but it is an issue in the rest of the region. I know that Turkmenistan, for example, has a lot of orphaned and abandoned wells sitting there waiting to be addressed. Oil and gas companies can use this as a way for an additional revenue stream by creating these projects, reducing the emissions, and selling the reduction into the carbon markets. This type of project is easily adaptable to the region. Right now, we've been focused on the US, but we're trying to expand into the MENA region. In fact, next week, we're opening our office in Dubai, and I'll be moving to Dubai. So I'll be next door. And I love Oman, so I can't wait to come back and do more exploring because, you know, we've all been stuck inside this great conference, but I want to go explore Oman, so I'm really excited to be here. Carbon credits, you know, sometimes that people think, oh, you know, that's not really a way to reduce. It's not the end-all be-all, but it's a bridging mechanism. Until a company can figure out how to reduce their emissions, in order to meet net zero goals, decarbonization, they can use carbon offsets to meet those goals until they can find ways, until they can use R&D to reduce their emissions. There's a lot of demand in the market from net zero goals. There's a CORSIA compliance program coming online. It's an aviation compliance program, and you can use this type of offset to meet your regulations. Right now in the market, there's a real shortage of quality offsets, and this counts as a quality offset, so the market is putting a higher price on this type of offset. The carbon market is really seeking high quality offsets. There's been a trend in the past that buyers just wanted the cheapest offsets. That's no longer the trend, thank goodness. Now they're looking for what's quality, what has additionality. Additionality means it can't be business as usual. You have to show that you did something extra and went above and beyond in order to reduce emissions. It has to be permanent. This is certainly, a plug job is certainly a permanent solution. It has to have robust quantification. You have to show how you got your numbers essentially, and those numbers and the baseline numbers all have to be put through a third-party auditor, and the auditor goes through and checks all your calculations before you submit it to a registry to get issuance of the carbon offsets. At that point of issuance, then you can sell these into the market to other producers that are looking for ways to meet their commitments or lower their emissions. In summary, methane abatement credits are in demand and go for a higher price in the market, which is exciting. The market wants these high quality offsets, therefore using carbon markets as a financing mechanism to eliminate methane emissions is a real win. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the side afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina, for that thought-provoking session on carbon offsetting. It's clear that alongside emission reductions, offsetting plays a key role in mitigating the impact of industrial activities. We now joined by Juhayna Shamsi, Net Zero Specialist at the Ministry of Transport, Communication and IT, who will discuss the future of green mobility in Oman beyond just battery technology. Please welcome her.
Assalamu alaikum. Juhayna Shamsi from Ministry of Transport, Communication and Information Technology. I represent the green mobility team within the ministry, so we overlook the green practices in the transport and logistics sector. Today, I think I'll talk about the other story of the electrification and hydrogen, which is using the public transport and the shared transport in Oman. Just a brief about myself, graduate of US in emergency management and risk management. I worked in Dubai as a risk consultant. I came back to give back to Oman now. So I oversee the strategy and governance in Oman for the green mobility now. I need help. Sorry. My bad. It's not functioning. Sorry. هذا. They want to be top. Okay, thank you. Just to save time on I'll skip the agenda, but basically why mobility resilient matters is when we look at it, is that we consider the global risks. And the risk report that was released by the Economic Forum in 2024, luckily it was also developed by a previous employer, so I had bigger exposure. We came to know that Oman's top risk, it was the climate change and the severe or extreme weather change, particularly the cyclones in Oman. And so when we consider the green mobility or the mobility in general in Oman, we put into consideration that our infrastructure is stable and resilient in a way that it can withstand any risks and hazards. What is resilient green mobility? So basically, it's what I initially said, is the shared transport, and that is in terms of carpooling, as well as public transport, including buses, metros, trains. Luckily now, just recently, the Minister of Transport around February has announced the first phase of the metro for Oman, which we should run from Rui up until Barka area. Another part of the mobility is the active mobility, which is walking and cycling. You might have witnessed that we also introduced in our booth here in the ministry an electric bike. We had huge audience coming from schools. It was using the bike for fun, but also we were able to spread the awareness and education around using the bikes instead of using the regular cars. Smart integration is also part of it. At the Ministry of Transport, we have a dedicated team who oversee the IoT systems and implementation of technology when it comes to ensuring that we have a complete ecosystem that is run by technology, which helps allocate the buses or the transport system in Oman, as well as it helps the end users to use a specific application, for example, with Muwasalat, the operator in Oman, to use to allocate the routes as well as the bus stations so that the public can easily access the public transport. We have some global successful inspiration stories around the world. The closest is from Qatar, Mushayrib downtown, if you've heard about it. If not, I would encourage you to visit it because it's fascinating in a way that it actually has a complete resilient ecosystem that it's even it can even withstand heat. Not also, it aims to reduce emissions because it's a cool system, and it also encourages using the eco-friendly transportation within that downtown. 27% trips by bike. It's a statistic coming from Netherlands. Even with during extreme weather, you might have witnessed that people from Netherlands are very familiar with using bikes because the infrastructure basically is also provided there as well. And that's where we also need to ensure that the safety aspect is in place. 15-minute cities in Paris, that means that everything is accessible within 15 minutes in a city like Paris. So you have access to the usually the usual public, let's say retail stores, other public means of transportations, and so on. Singapore is another successful story, but just to consider the time. For looking at Oman's landscape, we have a mission with the Ministry of Transport to reduce emissions 3% by 2030, 34% by 2040, and reaching the net zero hopefully by 2050, inshallah, because the Ministry of actually, the sector of transport accumulates for 18% of the emissions in Oman. I wanted just to emphasize also that we already have exemptions and incentives in place when it comes to the eco-friendly vehicles. So it's 100% exempted from VAT. So it's zero VAT, sorry. It's exempted from customs free, as well as our vehicles are exempted from registration fees. Now we have reached more than 2.4 billion Omani Riyal investments in the sector itself, in the transport, and majority of it actually goes towards sustainable projects. So how Oman can build on the resilient mobility is, so basically is the huge, every expansion comes with a huge cost and investment, and so we look into investing into public transportation like the metro that I mentioned, as well as promoting shared transport platforms. We're working into an initiative to integrate the complete public transport, including aviation, land, and maritime through IoT, where we can not only calculate the emissions coming from all these areas, but also to ensure that we're tracking all these practices continuously. So when it comes to the end, it's about moving together. What we do is that we ensure that our community is always involved, and so we do emphasize that our strategy, even within the ministry, is a whole community approach. So it's not only the private and other public entities that we're collaborating with, but it's also the NGOs as well as the public and other respective stakeholders. Okay, so I'm running out of time, and we'll end with this quote. But this is just a call for action for us to use the public transport, and we're happy to have any discussion with any other entities as well as the public in general to enhance our public transport in Oman. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna, for your insightful presentation on green mobility. Now we turn to Oman LNG's journey in corporate social responsibility. Saeed Mohammed Al Harthi will share the company's approach to integrating sustainability in its CSR programs. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you for making the time to attend the talk. I really appreciate that. And first, I'll introduce myself. My name is Saeed Al Harthi. I work on Oman LNG CSR, and it's a privilege to present to everybody. I must say that CSR role is an opportunity to see Oman from private sector lens. I will take you through the journey of Oman LNG CSR, and before we get into CSR, we need to ask ourselves two questions. Why are we doing CSR? And ask ourselves the second question, why two whys? Sometimes you go 5 whys. So first, we do CSR for sustainability, to answer the first question, and then the second one, sustainability for who? For me, sustainability for Oman, and then the globe. So I'll highlight something about Oman, and then the sustainability, and then we will go deep about CSR and Oman LNG. Oman, I think we all know that Oman is very rich when it comes to natural diversity. We have turtles in Ras Al Had. We have a coastline that's full of fisheries, all types. Also, we have reservation, mahmiyat, all over, where you can see animals that you cannot imagine that you will see them in Oman, oryx, etc. Also, Oman is known. Oman is unique by its history, by its heritage. If there is one thing that impresses people about Oman is the heritage that we managed to sustain until today, and we are still committed to sustain going forward. Of course, culture, diversity. We have 11 governments. Every government, they have their own tradition. The way they dress, the way they sing, and also, like us men, sometimes you can tell where the person is coming from by just looking at his turban, musar. Also, the economy of Oman. We started this. Oman is our grand ancestors. They all did fishery and agriculture. Oil and gas came in place. Oil, of course, first, and then we transitioned to gas, cleaner. And going forward to the future, we have the renewable energies. We are investing in, Oman is investing in solar, wind, and now focus on hydrogen as well. We talk about sustainability. Why sustainability? What is sustainability? Sustainability, there is a risk. Most of the scientists, majority, they agree that we have a climate change risk, and then if we do nothing, I think we are endangering our species, and one of them is us, human. We've seen disaster we haven't seen before. Also, when COVID hits the world, we saw how resources were not evenly distributed. It raises an alarm that human needs to learn how to work together in managing the resources for the current need and for the future. Also, for businesses, there is a popularity. Like businesses that does sustainability has more customers, has more investors putting money into them. And research shows by Harvard Business that those companies who are committed to sustainability have good financial numbers. Financial matters. How financially it matters? Companies with sustainability, they have a different brand. People look at them differently. Youth, they look at sustainability different than maybe our generation. So customers, they will buy from companies or businesses that look into sustainability. Also, businesses and organizations, they have to be purpose-driven. You can do a business, but with purpose, only few. And people like to connect with companies that has purpose. And you see, we have a conference for 3 days. You see how the sustainability market is growing in Oman and around the world. So there is a market to it as well. There is a market where people go. And you want corporate and businesses with their efficiency know-how to impact how we tackle the sustainability issues around the world. I like this slide. Here where we're going to go into the CSR or the social performance. I'll explain what is social performance and CSR. We have two circles, and in the middle is where they interact together. First circle is about the business and all operation, plant, tankers, jetty, logistics. And below is the social environment. When you do a business, you do it around communities. You cannot do it far from people. Communities, you have tribes, you have fishermen, you have the government with different entities. But they interact. Where they interact is the social performance, or where CSR lands. The interaction can be positive or can be negative. Let's start with the negative. The negative, you're taking an exclusive zone. Like you go to a community, you take part of their lands. Maybe people are living there. So it could impact communities negatively. Also, environment. People have GH emission environment. Okay, what do? People like me, we are liaising and mediating the relationship between the business and the community, and we make sure that we are positively impacting. So whatever we do good, we try to maximize our brand, how it looks with the outer world, how the government looks at it, how the communities look at it. If there is a negative impact, we should eliminate or try to minimize it as much as we can. And then if we cannot, we have to offset it so we are neutral. So what we learned 25 years, we learned that you have to be close to the community. You have to engage, and you have to engage, and you have to engage, and it will never stop. Also, I like this quote. Be careful when you engage with people. Do not overpromise. Engage and then deliver. You always deliver more than what is expected. If you do less, then you are not managing the expectation. This is our business. We have a plant that liquefy gas, and then we have storage, and then we transport. There are risks to this business. The risk we highlighted before is the climate change. And then why it is the problem, we've seen it in the first day by His Excellency saying that Oman and the world still requires energy. Nobody will stop doing oil and gas. They are exiting from it to more renewable, but the world needs energy. Even with AI, emerging AI, they require energy. They require massive amount of energy to supply all the machines they have. So the solution is what? The solution, all the governments, they have to have strict rules around the world. Also companies, like our company and others, they have to be committed, and they need to reduce from their part with all different sectors. And people are looking into more ethical leadership now than just financial driven money. So ethics is ethical, that you care about the future and how you deal with your communities. Our journey in few stops, the company is 30 years old, more or less. Royal Decree 1994. Since inception, Oman LNG delivered Sur Hospital. It shows the commitment. Before even making any profit, they delivered Sur Hospital to the society. The hospital is still operating and it's sustainable. And then the company also decided, the board of directors decided that to have a percentage of its profit that goes every year to the community. That helped us to strategize, to plan, to engage, and know how to manage expectation, what is possible, what is not possible, and it brought stability to the business. A big milestone took place in 2015 where we established Oman Development Foundation. The business decided to establish Oman Development Foundation to continue forever, indefinitely. God forbid the business of LNG stops, the foundation will continue to support communities around Oman. Of course, throughout the years, many awards were received, many projects we delivered. Another big project is the school, international school in Wilayat Sur. Also, we have the autism center, the first autism center in Oman. Oman LNG always there to support the government whenever there is a natural disaster, a relief. I'll speak about numbers in coming slides. Our model, we spend on Sur and we spend on all Oman. Also, we have very interesting part of our model. We have reserve fund. Reserve fund looks for monetary return to help us sustain as Oman LNG. So the money that comes from the reserve fund, it will be the backbone to support Oman LNG to do more social investment. We develop our strategies in social investment. Our reference is the global goals. We need to look at globally. Also, we look at national level, our Vision 2040. We used to look at every sector. Now we pay attention to 4 main pillars to focus and try to do them with bigger impact: technology, environment, creating jobs, and health. And we strategize our project around these main pillars. In numbers, Oman LNG in numbers, I like this slide. It gives you a snapshot of what is Oman LNG. More than $500 million contributed from our shareholders. We have international shareholders, and the government is the biggest shareholder. More than 20,000 direct and indirect jobs. More than 4,500 initiatives. And we have so many publications about work. The first company that received CSR award by His late Majesty Sultan Qaboos. Also, I'll skip some numbers and go direct. My favorite is Oman LNG covered all wilayas in Oman, 61 wilaya. Some of them we covered them more than once. The initiatives vary from small to medium to large. But we have reached out every wilaya in Oman, and we are still committed to do so. The reserve fund that I spoke about, the investment reserve fund, it's a big portfolio, almost 400 million. So although that we spend money in social initiatives, but we keep something for the future. We are still committed. The company is still committed for the future. Many examples of our mega projects, multi-million projects: Sur Hospital, Turtle Reserve Fund, Oman Sail in Sur, Autism Center, and also coming soon, Maritime Museum in Sur. We do measure our impact every year. We choose which projects to go deep and see, is it really leaving impact in the communities? Is it really delivering what we thought it will deliver? This is the last slide. I'm just trying to leave you all with two key. The way I look at it, the top 2 CSR initiatives Oman LNG did. One, the business restructured how they make money, how they make profit. It targets that they send more money to the government, so more revenues, more tax from our business. Also, the second one is leaving the nation with a foundation that is sustainable forever. So even if it stops, we have a legacy from Oman LNG. Thank you all. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you. Sorry, a friend of mine decided, okay. So we like, okay. Habib. That's it.
Thank you, Saeed, for sharing Oman's LNG CSR journey. Please keep in mind that there is a time limit for each speaker. Please stay inside your time frame. Next, we have Rumaitha Al-Busaidi, Business and ICV Development Manager, and Mariam Al-Farsi, Infrastructure Engineer from Hydrum, who will discuss Oman's green vision. Their presentation will explore the ecosystem readiness for green hydrogen and new opportunities this energy source offers. Please welcome them to the stage.
Madam, they have يعني جيت قبل خبرتهم كلمتهم قالوا everything is ready. كيف شكلي إن أنا اضطريت أبدل شيرتي زين؟ Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. This is Mariam Al-Farsi, an infrastructure engineer at Hydrum. Today, I'm honored to be here to present Hydrum Journey Toward Green Hydrogen Ecosystem Readiness. This is a strategic initiative to achieve our ambition to become a global hydrogen hub in Oman. Hydrum established As an orchestrator for green hydrogen sector in Oman, we lead, collaborate across all pillars, from auctioning land blocks to development of national strategy, enabling infrastructure, collaboration with national champions, developers, to ensure that entire value chain is covered from renewable energy generation to green hydrogen production and export. So we are awarding 8 strategic projects. We're looking up to 1.4 million ton per hour for green hydrogen production by 2030, and with package of 40 billion of investment. Shared infrastructure completed for master planning, and now we are in a pre-FEED stage. Oman become one of the most promising countries in the world when it comes to renewable energy. It have a solar irradiation and strong wind capacity factor. As well, this is a natural competitive advantage, and it's turned to the actions alongside with the Duqm, Al Jazer, and the Far area as well. Over 50,000 100 kilometers, it's allocated for green hydrogen development under Hydrom. So, green hydrogen project and shared infrastructure is not enough toward this new sector. Enablers is something important, such as permitting, regulation, and so on. So, Hydrom become with a contribution in ecosystem readiness for green hydrogen, starting with establishment of steer committee that responsible about green hydrogen ecosystem readiness. Then move to ecosystem readiness workshop that become an output of 62 challenges. These challenges need to more analysis and deep dive as well. So that's make Hydrom launch the first, which is ecosystem readiness lab. This lab is having different work streams to focus on, such as permitting, contractor, workforce, logistic, and local content. So we work over 2 weeks with more than 58 entities from public and governmental. As well, we have an output of total 26 initiatives. So let me give you an example of ecosystem readiness initiatives that come output from our lab, such as in a permitting work stream. We have an output of single permit. It works as a one-stop shop. All conditions and regulation that from governmental entities, the green hydrogen developers can find it in Oman Business Platform. This is an ongoing initiative. As well, contractor initiatives. We have 6 initiatives. One of them is creating a matchmaking platform to connect our services provider, technology provider, and EBC with our green hydrogen developers. For workforce, we are working closely with OPAL on their study, labor market, and analysis of clean energy sector. We identify gaps and what's the potential training that job seeker and fresh graduate that needed. For logistic, we have assigned a logistic as our national champions to manage logistic part in green hydrogen project. As well, they work to establish a platform, work as a control tower to enhance the flow of a fully supply chain of green hydrogen. For local content, we work closely to improve our in-country values, such as localization of wind turbine manufacturing. This is just a screenshot of our ISIC code of our single permit that will be launched soon. To ensure transparency and accountability, Hydrom launched GHAD platform, which is Green Hydrogen Acceleration Platform. This platform launched for follow up with green hydrogen ecosystem readiness initiatives and driven the final decision from our steer committee. So Hydrom is work with this initiative and all ecosystem work together to make just layering the foundation for greener, safer, and also sustainable Oman. I will pass it to my colleague Rumaitha Al-Busaidi to give you a quick about round 3 auction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for that. As you heard from her, we're working quite a lot to kind of make the whole ecosystem work together to ensure that Oman really meets its targets. So Oman has a target, as you heard from Miriam, just keep it as is, please, of 1 million to 1.5 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030 and up to 8.5 million tons by 2050. And the way that we do that is through the auction process that she a bit explained, where we've awarded 8 projects so far from 2 rounds. And what we've done so far is announce a 3rd auction round just 2 weeks ago. So I'm going to give you a bit of details on that. So I'll skip a couple of slides that you've seen from Maryam, but something that's worth noting as well as to why we actually even moved to hydrogen, which is a question we are always asked, not only in Oman, but even outside Oman. One of the key things is our significant renewables potential. So Oman, in addition to the sun that we have all the year round, has amazing wind as well that we tend to forget because we live in Muscat. If we go a bit south, we will actually see that we have a lot of wind potential in Oman, and that combination between wind and solar makes us amongst the top 5 countries in the world that have that best combination that makes Oman a prime market for green hydrogen production. In addition to that, we have a really great geographical location and also political stability, which is very much appreciated in this time and era that we're living in now. And as I mentioned, the hydrogen program that is quite ambitious as well. And we are expected to be amongst the top 10 countries to be one of the great exporters of green hydrogen by 2030. What we have done since we actually looked into hydrogen is move very fast to set up the whole framework in place, from setting up the Directorate General of Renewables and Hydrogen as the main entity to regulate in the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, launching the 2 auction rounds as soon as we were formed. So we were actually formed back in October of 2022. And immediately after that, we launched the first auction round in November of 2022. We concluded that round in June of 23, and then immediately launched round 3 that we concluded last year, actually in April. And now we are in round 3. So from those 2 rounds, we have 8 projects, as you heard from Maryam, with an expectation of 1.4 million tons of green hydrogen production. But what about the 3rd round of auction? Where is this going to take place? We've seen that we've offered in Duqm, we've offered land in Dhafar, and we're offering land for round 3 in Duqm again. This time it's a bit different. We're not offering a fixed land. We're offering flexibility to the developer as well to decide the amount of land that is suitable for their production. So what's up for grabs is up to 300 square kilometers of land. And there's a flexibility for that developer to decide if they want a smaller land. The smallest that they can actually bid for is 100 square kilometers. And they can go as far as taking all the land of 300 square kilometers that we're offering. And of course, the wind solar profiles that I will share shortly are quite spectacular as well. You have access to key markets, as we all know. The target areas for hydrogen is Asia and Europe, and we actually have that. And the land is actually 100 kilometers away from CZ, so not actually in the port itself. And the main reason is because we have infrastructure that will connect to the port area. Timelines a bit on that. So we launched 2 weeks ago on the 30th of April. We're expecting to launch the RFP for those who have qualified by mid-June. The expectation is the deadline for those who are interested to actually be part of this development process and part of the bid submission is that we're expecting those deadlines to be submitted by end of January. And hopefully by this time, maybe next year, you will hear the award of the third round auction of blocks for Oman and kind of moving forward to the 2040 and 2050 target numbers that we have for hydrogen production. A bit of an overview, because also this is a question we get asked a lot on what we offer. So the tenure of the agreement is 47 years. They have 7 years for construction and development and 40 years for operations. The scope is an integrated scope, so they have to do the renewable energy generation, the green hydrogen production, transforming that green hydrogen into a derivative. So derivative could be ammonia, it could be steel, it could be methanol, the one that they choose, and also offtake. So selling that hydrogen and the derivative to the market. And what we offer is the common use infrastructure. So the infrastructure is basically water, grid transmission lines between where the blocks are, which is 100 square kilometers away, and where the port is, and finally the green hydrogen gas pipeline. Something that we have also modified for this round is the previous rounds we didn't allow the sell of green electrons to the grid. This is something we're currently exploring with the regulators as well to see where there's flexibility to offer to the market. One of the main reasons why this change happened is because we actually went to the market, we went all over the world, asked developers on what needed to change from our offering to make it even more competitive to the market right now. And also a few things that kind of changed. One of the key things, like I said, is the ability to customize the land the way that you see fit. It's a streamlined qualification criteria. This time, because we're looking at a smaller land, also the qualification will reflect much more less requirements when it comes to the development experience, the technical experience, but also most importantly, the financial and commercial credentials. And we've also updated the auction timeline, so now you have 9 months opposed to the 7 months that we had before. And a most important thing that is very interesting to a lot of developers is the ability to matchmake. So you are able to see who else is interested in doing something similar, so you can actually come together and form a consortium rather than doing it the traditional way where a lot of them went out, got them, and then entered the process quite late because a lot of time was spent to kind of build that relationship as well. I'll skip this for the sake of time, but this is basically the vision that we have for the Green Hydrogen Hub in Oman, be it in Duqm, be it in Salalah, be it in Al Jazr, hopefully in the future, where we are actually connecting all of these production of the hydrogen upstream to the port area and the free zone area where there's going to be an expectation of a lot of economic activity and a lot of also local industry coming in and in-country value that will kind of develop as a result of that. And this is where we see that also the infrastructure that we're also contributing to, connecting the dots there from where the upstream area is and the downstream area is through the main three things that I mentioned, which is the water, the gas, the hydrogen gas, and the grid transmission lines as well. This is how basically the snapshot of the infrastructure would look like, just for those who are interested to understand where the location of the land is in comparison to that infrastructure. So that's basically kind of a very high level master plan of the expectation there. And maybe something that I will conclude with for the sake of time is the data when it comes to the actual land. So we have good solar radiation from 2,310 to 2,314 kilowatt per hour per square meter, but also 8.3 meters per second on average. Keep in mind that during Kharif season, that actually picks up to nearly double that number. And those numbers actually you can find, because we've published that on our social media a couple of years back, just providing those results of those numbers when we measured wind speed in the areas of our concession. And yeah, I guess that covers a lot of the presentation that I just covered and information. Key information on why Oman, I think I kind of covered that, telling you it's the best renewable resources that you can find. we have the most optimal location, political stability is there. We're very results oriented and move very fast in the sector of hydrogen. And that's something that I think a lot of developers also appreciate, that they're being heard of. We go to the market, we'll listen to them, and they come back to us and provide more results as a result of that. If you speak to anyone who is interested, these are the main roles that we're looking at. And you can just let them come to our booth, at the Hydron booth right at the very end at door 1. And if there are developers, financial partners, people that we can actually partner with when it comes to ICV and manufacturing, in addition to off-takers, are all key players that we're expecting and are welcoming with open arms to kind of have discussions and conversations with. And if you want more information and are a developer that is interested, you can scan our QR code. Alternatively, you can visit our website, hydrom.om. You'll find these slides available and also find a full recording of exactly everything that I said here, but on a much more slower and longer pace to kind of provide you more details on that. And on that note, thank you so much. I'll pass it on to Saif, who is the next speaker. All the best.
Thank you, Rumeitha and Mariam, for your presentation on green hydrogen. It's clear that Oman's vision for green energy will be an important part of the country's transition to renewable energy. Our next session is a thought-provoking one. Saif Ahmed Al-Manji, Head Value Creation at OQ8, will explore the question, can oil and gas be sustainable? This presentation will look at the role of oil and gas sector in achieving sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Saif.
Went forward? Okay. I'm nervous, and I thought sipping a coffee would help. Trust me, it's not helping. Especially being after Rumeitha and Saeed. I ask you nicely not to raise the bar, but you wouldn't listen, would you? But at least I have a sustainable cup. But the lid is made of plastic. The insulation is probably, most of it is oil-based. The coffee I like, the Brazilian coffee, was brought by a plane that's using a jet fuel, and probably they are our client as OQ8. It was stored in a storage, brought by trucks that uses diesel, which is also a product of OQ8. So is it really sustainable? Even sustainability sometimes has to ride on a fossil oil. But I'll talk to you today how oil and gas, how OQ8, by being in this industry, drive forward the sustainability agenda and build the momentum for the nation and for Oman. We are guilty in charge of 15% of the CO2 emission. And when I say we, it's not OQ8, it's the oil and gas industry. But still, most of our products are coming from the oil and gas industry. Your cell phones, most of its products is oil-based products. The chairs, the plastic, the transportation, we're still heavily depending on the oil and gas industry. So can be the cause of this pollution, or 15% of the CO2 emission, the driver for change? Let's explore that today. People are skeptical when it comes to oil and gas, when it comes to sustainability precisely, and they have the right to. But today, I'm going to prove to you how this industry, how those companies playing a role in this industry can change the world and can drive the agenda forward. Sustainability is not CO2 only. It's not the environment only. It's environment, society, and the economy as well. 98% of our procurement in the construction phase was local. Can you imagine how many billions were spent in Oman to build a refinery? That itself has developed the area, developed the nation, developed the SMEs, created a lot of jobs. So this is sustainable. When you invest in oil and gas mega projects, make sure that you are also developing the nation around the place. In the environment, we are preserving 571 hectares of biodiversity location in Duqm, and I advise you to visit it. It's very nice. The place is very nice. You are in the middle of refinery, but you, يعني مكان رحلات, if you ever visited Duqm. In the society also, in 2023, only 65,000 people has benefited from our social investment projects. Without having such a project in Duqm, would all this economical and societal impact been there? I don't think so. Have anyone of you been in Duqm 10 years back? Raise your hand if you've been in Duqm 10 years back. Did you see it now? The infrastructure, the people, the building, the schools. Yani it's not New York downtown yet, but at least the development is real. And investing in such a place will take the nation to a different level. There are direct job created, local SMEs has benefited from our programs, from the ICV programs, and also the social investment projects. And I'll talk more about it in a bit. What we need is real actions. We don't want a propaganda, taking pictures to sustainability reports without having real actions. For us in OQ8, 90% of our procurement were sustained in Oman during the construction phase, and 70% of Omanization or nationalization has been achieved in Duqm refinery. We are 700 employees plus, and 70% of them are Omanis. So why we are different from the other refineries? If you traveled, especially to Europe or to the States, and you saw the legacy refineries, you may smell them miles before you ever see them. But in Duqm, we have invested in the most technological solutions to have a more efficient, sustainable refining. So we do still refine the oil, but in a sustainable, efficient way. I quote from Abu Laith, he was with me yesterday, and I took the permission to quote him in this stage. So I was with Mohammed al-Nasib, the Chief Operating Officer of Sur LNG, and I'm quoting, he says, I've never seen a facility this clean when it comes to a factory or refinery. And again, this thanks to the shareholders' belief in the sustainability importance and investing in the technologies. We invested more than 180 million in the environmental technologies in Duqm refinery, which result in 60% lower routine emissions, advanced leak detections, and real-time air quality and emissions tracking. How do I see the future? Not the near future, of course, but I see a very clean and no more flaring, clean energy and zero waste refineries. I do see the technologies taking us to a different level when it comes to the AI, hydrogen, and solar. And also, I do see this industry has to invest in different technologies to take the world to a better place. We do need to change, and we do need to change fast. The impact that we are leaving is not small, but we need to invest as much as we can in the new technologies. Today, there are 770 million people still don't have access to electricity. A child in the middle of Africa, I don't think CO2 emission would be the first thing in his mind. We still need to deliver energy to everywhere to match the demand, 25% growth in the demand of energy, and the technology raises not as much as we want in the renewable energy. So we still need to do both. The AI is taking much of this demand and even getting bigger, and we need to match those demands by both means, the fossil oil and the renewable energies as well. I'll tell you a story of Khalid, but maybe I'll ask Khalid to tell his story by himself.
ما أقرب اليوم إلى الأمس. قبل بضع سنوات كان خالد يجلس للدرس، يحمل في قلبه ومخيلته أحلاما صغيرة تزهو بالإبداع وتنمو بالطموح والإرادة الكبيرة. حين شارك في برنامج علوم المصفاة وجد الشغف الذي أشعل فكره وأنار مساره، واليوم يقف مهندسا بين زملائه في المصفاة، يوظف علمه ويبتكر ليسهم في بناء مستقبله، ويضيء عمان بعطائه ومثابرته ورؤيته. ولكن خالد لم ينس شعلة البداية، عاد إلى البرنامج متطوعا لنفس الغاية، ليزرع في عقول الأطفال شغف العلم وحكاياته، فيصنعوا به مجد الوطن وقادة غده.
لأن كل طفل هنا قد يكون غدا أحد صناع الرخاء، أؤمن أن الهامهم اليوم هو الاستثمار الأفضل لمستقبل عمان.
علوم المصفاة، حيث تبدأ الأحلام ويصنع القادة.
I do swear this is a true story. Few months back, thank you. Few months back, Khalid came to me, do you know me? I said, no. Should I? He said, 9 years back, you were in the school delivering علوم المصفاة, Science of Refinery project. This is because the belief of Duqm Refinery in the investing in the community. So we did this project for kids from age of 4, from first grade to the 8th grade, teaching them science, technology, engineering, art, and math in middle of nowhere. Imagine people in Duqm working with robotics, aerospace engineering, chemical engineering. This sparks their curiosity to pursue STEM-related career in the future. And now he's an engineer working in Duqm Refinery. We are proud of such stories, and it's the belief of the shareholders and management in investing and having a sustainable workforce, sustainable community, sustainable environment. So today, if you are in this place as an investor, you have a role as a policymaker or a citizen. We are all responsible to take better choices when it comes to sustainability. Investors look clearly or deeply in the value-creating projects within your investment. If you are a policymaker, think how to incentivize the companies to be more sustainable. And if you are a citizen, make your choice and hold us accountable for our action when it comes to sustainability. Every one of us has a role. Thank you for listening. Shukran.
Thank you, Saif, for that insightful presentation. The path to sustainability for oil and gas is a complex one, and your presentation has sparked important questions about future of the industry. Next, we welcome Ferman Darmawana, Senior Manager Corporate Sustainability at Risk and Medco Energy, who will discuss how sustainability can create value in the energy sector. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Rihab, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. I hope that you are still in good spirit this late afternoon towards the end of this wonderful event. I'm Ferman Darmawan. I'm from Med Energy International, an energy company based in Indonesia, and obviously I'm Indonesian. My presentation title has two parts in it. So one is energy for growth. The other one is creating value from sustainability. Energy for growth is actually our annual tagline this year. Medco Energy will celebrate 45 years in business next month. And it's a reminder that the focus of our business, that we supply energy in the countries where we operate and energy that can enable development and growth. That means that in providing energy, we have to focus in addressing the energy trilemma. So our focus is to supply energy that's affordable, that's reliable, and also sustainable. So the second part is about creation of value in sustainability. Now, this is a challenging part. If you were in the opening sessions in OPS, there's a lot of mentioning about the importance of creating value. Because if whatever you do, if you don't create value, it's just not sustainable. Yeah? So I will talk about our experience as how our effort since 7 years ago. So 7 years ago, Medco Energy decided to restructure our approach in getting value from sustainability. It's not that it's the first time in terms of sustainability. We had a lot of initiatives, but they were fragmented, unstructured, and as we grow as a company from a national company in Indonesia, then expanding to in ASEAN, and then here even in Oman, we knew that we need to adjust. We need to readjust and understand our context. And so this is the first what we did, understanding context. Because context drives the way you design your sustainability approach. It's like risk management. Yeah, risk management is determined by context in order for you to identify the right risk and the right mitigation. And in getting a full picture of that is to understand the priorities that you have if you want to sustain as an organization, is that you need to listen to your stakeholders through a process called materiality assessment. And by doing so, you will be able to identify the priority issues that's applicable to you. Yeah. And once you do your materiality assessment, you have your priority issues, then it is important, at least for us at that time, we realized that we need to establish a framework that will become the spirit or the driver in the sustainability journey. And then we created a roadmap with clear milestones. And as we progress, we report to the public. Yeah. So let me begin in terms of sharing you the experience that we had over the last 7 years. Yeah. Understanding context. So as I mentioned, we initially, we are actually an energy company. Initially started as an oil and gas service company. Then in 2004, we actually established a power subsidiary, so providing electricity, mainly gas, and then expanding to renewables. Geothermal, solar PV, we have some mini hydros. And then 2016, we invested in a copper mining company. Copper, as you know, is a very critical mineral in electrification. So as a company, again, context, yeah, we are actually in the process of transitioning from oil and gas, yeah, to power with renewables at the forefront, and copper as sort of like the enabler between two business sectors. So, and in the countries we operate, it means that the sustainability framework that we have to establish has to be globally or acceptable in the countries where we operate. Yeah. So this again created context, and we decided to, okay, let's listen to our stakeholders. If we were to sustain as a company, what is it that we need to pay attention to? And these are the 7 issues at the top. When we did the materiality assessment in 2018 the first time, we did another one in 2022 to update it. We asked our stakeholders, okay, what is it in your view that we need to pay attention to? When you are familiar with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 goals, right? From no hunger to establishing institutions with integrity. But you can't do everything, 17 targets. But as an energy company, what is it that we need to focus on? And they say, you need to focus on local communities, labor practices, be transparent in your business, yeah, Human rights, very important. My colleague in another NOC, she said, you know, sustainability in the energy industry has two limbs. One is climate change, the other one is human rights. And as you can see at the corner there, GHG emissions was identified as an important issue for us to tackle. Business ethics, definitely, because, yeah, for instance, Indonesia, yeah, and ASEAN and so on and so forth, ethics is an important issue to be handled. Political and regulatory environment, we work with the government. We are a heavily regulated sector. So with those priority issues, we established our framework. Again, framework is the spirit, is the soul, because you're going to embark on a journey that's long-term. And the 3 pillars that we established basically tries to address the 7 issues that's listed there. So I will not go into details, but just give you a brief what the framework is all about. So the first one is leadership of and by our employees. It's about people. So we are saying the success or failures of sustainability lies in the hands of our employees. The second one is the E and the S in the realm of ESG. Sustainability and ESG is interchangeably used, but there are actually significant difference, ESG being more used by the financial sector to measure performance. Sustainability is the greater universe. So the second pillar, we are saying basically, it's not enough to just to comply, but you need to go the extra mile to do environmental and social stewardship. The third pillar is about empowering local communities, because whenever we operate, we will meet communities. And the aim is to empower them so that they become self-reliant. Yeah? Basically, as we prosper, they prosper. And these 3 can only happen if you have a strong governance as a foundation. Yeah. What's governance? It's basically all the infrastructure that you need in terms of policies and so on and so forth. You have their supply chain management policies, the human rights policies, enterprise risk management, very important to manage all the risks that you will face along the process. Yeah. So 2021, this is another framework that we established following the sustainability framework. It's the climate change and energy transition strategy. Now, the way we approach this is that it's part of the sustainability framework. So it's not a standalone thing, but it's part of the sustainability universe, so to say. Yeah. And our aspiration is to achieve net zero by 2050 in line with the Paris Agreement for Scope 1, Scope 2. If you're not too familiar with the scoping, so Scope 1, Scope 2 is basically the emissions that's within your control. Scope 3 being emissions that happens across your value chain. Yeah. And why is it 2060, 1 decade after? Because we mostly operate in Indonesia, and the government's ambition is net zero by 2060. So that we are dependent on that. So for Scope 3, because we will rely on the ecosystem there in terms of supply chain, is 2060. And we say that we can achieve that by managing these 2 risks. And this is in accordance with the recommendations of the Task Force of Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, or TCFD. One is managing transition risks, so risks that's coming from regulations, new technologies, market risks, reputational risks, yeah. And the other risk is how do you manage the risks that's already here because climate change is already happening. And we did an assessment on that in some of our assets, and we know that we are exposed, I should say, to heat risk, extreme heat risk, water scarcity, flooding risk, and so on and so forth. Yeah. And the strategy is how do we reduce emissions from current operations? That's one pillar. By introducing technologies, best practices, and also carbon removal. So this is where CCS come in, yeah, carbon capture and storage, or CCUS in that sense. and also nature-based solutions. So we are looking at that. Then transitioning to low-carbon energy, this is actually led by our power subsidiary. So we believe that gas is a transition fuel. Again, context. Yeah, in some markets, that's not acceptable. In some markets push, well, you need to basically leave behind fossil fuel. But we know that in our context, because again, we support development and growth, and in many countries we operate, the infrastructure still relies on fossil fuel, and we believe that gas is, okay, I will fast forward. Yes, thank you. And then the third one is managing the current physical risk, yeah. And that is basically managing what we are exposed to today, yeah, like I mentioned, extreme heat and so on and so forth. And that can only be managed if you have good governance, data management, transparency and compliance, collaboration, and we have also interim targets so that you have a clear view of how to achieve it. This is the fourth step that I mentioned, establish roadmap with clear KPIs and targets. We established our first 5 years roadmap focusing on building an infrastructure. The second roadmap, as you can see here, 2023 to 27, mostly focuses on issues related to climate change action. Yeah. Just transition, how do we make the organization move? There's a lot of capacity building involved and so on and so forth. 2025, one of the target is disclosing scope 3, which we did, yeah. And we just issue the latest sustainability report, transparency, because in this report we progress every progress we make in the roadmap that I show you. And what I want to highlight is this indicators. So we report based on standards GRI, yeah, global reporting standards. We report about 125 indicators, and we audit the data and the stories of 101 indicators now, from initially 31. What does this mean? It means we build the integrity of the report, because this report is a means of communication to establish trust. Why is it needed? This is the sustainability value that we have gained over the past 7 years, where, as you can see here, these are ratings, ESG risk ratings. The top is MSCI. We've been able to achieve the leader category, AA, after so many years, yeah. So year after year, we progresses steadily. The same with Sustainalytics. We initially were in the severe risk category, but as we progresses, bit by bit, we are now in the medium risk. Why is this important for us? And the same with CDP. We are at B. For an oil and gas company, that is very hard. Yeah. And why this is important? The value that we get from here is that we are able to get access to financing. Yeah, because this is a key requirement. If you don't have this, then investors will not be interested. So, okay, I will here, key message for takeaways, yeah. Structure the approach, and it's a long process if you want to create value in sustainability. Sustainability value is not gained within a year or so. It's a long-term process that requires patience, persistence, a lot of listening, a lot of adjusting, but also a lot of focus. So thank you. I hope this was useful for you. Assalamu alaikum. Peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Furman, for your presentation on creating value from sustainability. Now we turn to a session on decarbonization through CO2 infrastructure development. Ali Mohammadi, Head of Business Development at OQGen, will discuss how strategic infrastructure is key to Oman's decarbonization efforts. Please welcome him.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for sticking around. I think a lot of dedicated bunch here because I'm one of the last talks, and apologies for, I think there's been a little bit of a delay in the program. So hopefully I'm not going to take too long, but I want to explain to you how OQGN is working as an infrastructure provider to enable decarbonization of Oman and achieving the 2050 decarbonization target that the country is working towards. So structure of my presentation today will go about OQGN's growth ambitions and how we can enable an orderly transition to decarbonization, to net zero, sorry. What are our current conceptualization frameworks that we're targeting, how we're looking at the overall Oman map. Is it going to be a backbone or is it going to be a split ecosystems of CO2? Because there is a set of challenges that CO2 presents that is very different than the traditional natural gas transportation model. Then we'll look at a specific opportunity which we're really excited about, which we call the Northern CCS ecosystem. And it includes a number of key stakeholders. A lot of them are here with us today. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of analysis on that. We'll explain some of the challenges and the way forward that we're looking for the rest of this year as well as next year. And hopefully we'll make a tiny announcement on how we can overcome some of this. So first of all, obviously it's not just OQGN that's looking at decarbonization, it's the whole of Oman. We have very ambitious target to achieve net zero by 2050. And carbon capture is a key pillar of that among a number of pillars. So when we look at it, obviously there is a lot of companies working at energy efficiency, electrification and renewables, how to implement battery storage or battery electric technologies to achieve negative emissions. The implementation, obviously you hear the previous talks from our colleagues from Hydrom on green hydrogen, the low carbon hydrogen. And carbon capture is the one that we are really excited about at OQGN. Obviously, it's not the objective of my talk today, but we're also very heavily involved in the green hydrogen space and transportation, as well as achieving ESG and reducing our carbon footprint of our existing infrastructure. But today's focus is on carbon capture, which we get excited about. So from OQGN's perspective, we're not only supporting the country's 2050 net zero target, but it's a key pillar of our strategic growth. As many of you might be aware, we're the exclusive operator of the natural gas business. We have over 4,300 kilometers of natural gas pipelines, which we've been operating on a concession for the past 20 years as it grows regularly. However, beside natural gas growth, we're very excited to be the national champion and the player of choice for CO2 transportation in Oman. And obviously transportation played a key role in the CCUS value chain. So whenever I do these presentations, I have to say, we want to include the T in CCUS, transportation, because you cannot link where you capture the CO2 and where you store them or utilize them without the pipeline infrastructure from OQGN. So the past 1 year, we did a feasibility study. We looked at how we can develop this infrastructure and how it could grow our business. We followed a robust methodology, and this set the scene for us at the start of this year in our initiatives with our key stakeholders. So we looked at various decarbonization pathways and timelines of some key stakeholders, especially with the industrial users in Sohar, in Duqm and other places. We looked at significant emitters, so we looked at various cases, and this was a low carbon CO2 uptake, a medium case, and a high case. So when we looked at the emitters, obviously there's a lot of industrial players in Oman, and we looked at any of them who are more than 0.5 million tons per annum CO2 emitted potentially. We looked at a bottom-up approach, so that basically means we assumed, obviously it's a big assumption, that the sinks or the utilization will be there. So what is the available market for CO2 to be captured? That set the volume for us. This is a starting point. Obviously it's not a perfect way, but we had to get started somewhere to get an idea of our infrastructure size. Obviously, the renewable energy and the various targets of various key entities involved, including NPWP, is to achieve renewable energy uptake for the renewed for IPP contracts. So we took cases in the various scenarios we included because that affects the amount of CO2 that you can capture. We looked at various design envelopes, what are the technical specifications, and this work was supported a lot with the work we are doing with the ministry as part of the CCUS policy and regulatory group, which should announce some public material in the coming weeks or months, I believe. using all of this information, we conducted a techno-commercial analysis to see the various deployment scenarios of our CO2 infrastructure, which you will see shortly. Again, one of our assumptions, sorry, I just have to mention this because it gave us a lot of headache when we were trying to see the CO2 volume we need to consider for our study. So all of us have to achieve net zero by 2050. So all our analysis assumed, because the country's objective is to achieve net zero by 2050, that we need to achieve that. So that set a lot of the volumes for the various emissions and industrial emissions we're looking at. And obviously there was an assumption which is not completely, we're a bit comfortable mentioning, is that there is some assumption that there will be some kind of a policy support. And we already see this from MEM's view in terms of the new contracts or potentially new gas allocations, that there is always an incentive for industrial users to show how they can decarbonize or how can they achieve carbon capture. Putting all of these together, we looked at our network conceptualization, the amount of CO2 transported based on the various different ranges and cases we considered. It can go up to over 30 million tons per annum, and the low case is about just over 10 million tons per annum. And this is obviously through a separate ecosystem I'll shortly show. It set the stage for us to do various alignment with key stakeholders to agree on the volumes. So these volumes are OQGN's volumes assumptions that set the scene for our CO2 network size, but it requires an iterative approach with our key partners to see, is that really what you are planning to capture? Is that realistic? Is that economically feasible? And that's an ongoing process, which I'll come to shortly. And then obviously there is all this information, we took it in a robust model. So we have our commercial models, we have our technical analysis, we're able to do all of this in-house. So we built this capability over the past 1 year. We can run models of our pipeline infrastructure deployment, what is the size of the pipeline, what is the cost of that, and eventually what is the tariff that we need to charge per kilogram of CO2 transported. So we're very much ready to do all of that. We just need the source of the CO2 and where we need to inject it to. The way we reach this and we reach the base case, there's significant amount of work that myself and the team have been quite busy with the past 1 year. So we looked at over 40 deployment scenarios. We sized all of that. We did hydraulic simulation of it. And obviously, all of this was run through integrated commercial models to assume the tariffs. And these are the backbone of all the work that allowed us to start talking to our stakeholders. Now, I keep saying about the ecosystems. So our envisioned how we envision the CO2 network is not going to be a backbone like how our natural gas system is. Our natural gas system goes all the way from Sahara to Salalah and connects to all industrial ports and all the users. For our CO2 network, we look at it more as ecosystems. So it starts in the north, what we call the northern ecosystem, and this is really to decarbonize the industrial port and free zone of Sahara. And there is a lot of potential users there, not only for storage and EOR, but also potential mineralization sites. We're looking at a central ecosystem, which is based really on decarbonization of the big potential area in Duqm. I will go to the south, and that's really from the port of Salalah. So all of these together, as you see, there's various different configurations and sizes of that pipeline. But in terms of the distances of the pipeline, we're looking in excess of 300 kilometers in Sahara, potentially, as you connect all of these. And again, I want to emphasize this is our visualization. It's not a plan that we are ready to sign yet. If we have the volume secured, we're very much ready to sign it. I don't want to forget Sur, so we're still looking at Sur. It's just that where do we fit it within the network adds a significant cost component. So we're still trying to fit it within a certain ecosystems, and we're continuing talks with the Sur energy cluster for the decarbonization that is happening in Sur and the various users there. I'll just be a little bit quick here because I'm getting a signal that I'm running over time. So based on all this analysis, we looked at working with various industrial users to work on a collaboration framework, really focusing on the CCUS, northern CCUS ecosystem in Sahara. And we're getting a lot of support from MEM, Oman Net Zero Center, Sahara Industrial Port Company, SIPC, as well as OQAE. And based with the work with this group, we identified members in each part of the value chain. So again, as a national champion of transportation of CO2, OKGN will provide the transportation infrastructure. We're very happy to see momentum in the capture side. So some of our partners have formed a Sahar CO2 capture consortium to provide the CO2 we need. And obviously for the storage with MEM and some of the oil and gas operators, we're comfortable that we can find potential storage areas. And our ultimate goal is to establish Oman Northern CCS ecosystem to enable decarbonization of this large industrial area, because Sahar is one of the largest emitters in Oman. Now, there are still some significant challenges we have here. I'll just go through them very quickly. So the cost of the CO2 infrastructure, how do we get this various different stakeholders with different interests and objectives to come together and work together, as well as estimating the required pipeline capacity without having oversize. My very last 10 seconds is that, oh, it's missing in my slides, but the last objective I have is that we're looking to announce something on our website where any interested party who likes to be considered for the CO2 network, they can provide their information, so it allows us to consider them for our conceptualization of the CO2 network. And this is a process we're taking lessons learned from our partners around the globe, and if you want to be part of that, it will come in our website. I don't have a timeline yet, but before the end of the year. Thank you so much, and any questions, please come to our booth.
Thank you, Ali, for your insights into CO2 infrastructure development. Now we will explore how Industry 4.0 can play in a role in sustainability. Joy Benaraji, solution consultant at Beldi Mia, will discuss the building blocks for digitalization and how technology can drive sustainable practices. Please join me in welcoming Joy to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? I guess so. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joy Banerjee. I manage the Middle East Africa portfolio for Customer Innovation Center. And I'm joined by my domain expert, Dhruv, who will also join me as a discussion.
Hi.
Today, we today heard a lot of conversations which are around policy building, end consumption, and so on and so forth. We are the ones who walk and work under the hood, the digitization piece. Dhruv, why don't you share some insights on what we do?
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with the question, why sustainability? Belden is a 121-year-old company, and we can confidently say that we understand the importance that sustainability plays in our world. And we cater to it from a Belden perspective, where we have our own KPIs. And we also provide solutions that help our customers in different industries like oil and gas, the energy sector, also meet their sustainability goals. So definitely a point that Belden wants to make. And this slide just talks about the devastating impacts that not being sustainable could have. It's self-explanatory. I don't want to spend too much time on this, because we are loaded with enough evidence today that sustainability is extremely important. What does Belden do? Let me quickly take you through that. So we have our own KPIs where we want to reduce the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions combined by 25%. We also want to increase our use of renewable sources of energy for the manufacturing process, because we are manufacturers, of course. We also want to efficiently utilize that energy that we generate. We don't want to produce too much waste. The other thing that we do is also to utilize waste up to 90% of that, diverted from landfills into the manufacturing process itself. Yeah? And increase the use of renewable, recyclable materials that is used in the packaging of our products that reach the customers. And this is going to cater to all those tiers that we prioritize, we manage, and then we monitor all the goals as per the ESG initiatives. We can proudly say that 95% of our products are already packaged with recyclable and reusable materials. That's a staggering figure. And that's only going to improve with all the KPIs, with all the innovation that Belden is doing on a constant basis. Let's quickly look at a kind of a use case where in the industrial sector, energy generation, yeah? Failure of equipment, wear and tear. These are very normal things in the day-to-day functioning of a plant.
I think, Dhruv, just to add to your point, I think one of the common underlying thing in this is just to find the right wastage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And be able to kind of get to that gap, right?
Absolutely. And that's a very key baseline point. So the wastage that comes out of things that are not properly maintained or there's no predictive analysis done, for example, this can contribute to not being sustainable and has a cascading effect on wasted, incorrect levels of energy produced, where the values are also not properly calculated or measured, and then this is also not forecasted properly, and then this has a vicious circle kind of effect that keeps going on, right? How do we overcome that? We automate parts of the process. Human error is minimized to the least level. Then you have OT cybersecurity, prevent attacks from inside and external attacks. You also have all the kinds of systems that ensure efficiency increases at the worker level, equipment level, predictive maintenance, and at the end of the day, you are also able to reach your compliance requirements. It is important to identify customers or yourselves at an early stage or an intermediate stage or whether you're at an advanced stage. So depending on the kind of investment made in the network infrastructure or the systems that you employ, how are the reports created? Are you actually collecting data? Is that stored somewhere? Are you utilizing it to the full extent? These parameters will help you define where you stand in these verticals and understand what next steps are required to embark on that sustainability journey of yours. A very simple start would be to, let's say, go in for meters such as this, where you can monitor your consumption of electricity, water, other elements that are specific to your industry. So this will give you real-time data that helps you analyze how things are working in your plant.
I mean, to take it further a little bit more, at the end of it, ultimately, it's a very simple underlying principle. Whatever gets measured gets improved. Are you measuring the right things? Are you taking the right information in the right structure so that you can make informed decisions? So we are the facilitators or enablers in that direction, right? I think one of the good examples that I see in energy consumption side, I know this is not a forum to ask questions, but how many of you really check the health of your power factor correction? We talk about smart meters. I think one of the most neglected pieces in industry is power factor correction, to know the health of the capacitor bank. If you don't get the harmonics right, you're going to create just more and more waste. Just a small example with that. Could you change the slide? What I'll focus on in the last few minutes that I have is what are the building blocks for end users, policymakers to think about when you start structuring that journey of digitization, right? So the way we look at it, most of the end users are seeing the application layer, right? So we're talking about AI/ML orchestration, we're talking about deep insights that help you make informed decisions. But there's a lot that grows behind it. So you've got the digitization piece, and then there is the backhaul piece. What's important for you to take away from this slide is the overlaps between. I often used to get confused between digitization and digitalization, a term that has gone back and forth 10 years ago. Thanks to Belden, I really know the difference now much better. Where we play a role is in digitization, where we're able to digitize your existing assets and then bring this information, slice it and dice it in a format which you can process it. That's our strength. And that goes without saying, backhaul. We do a lot in the backbone telecom segment in oil and gas as well as power in Oman. And that's something we built with the focus of helping operators who are not network specialists to use the solutions quite easily. And all of this brings this information to the application layer. So when you're thinking about the application, you need to build infrastructure that supports not only existing, but also plans things ahead which are moving towards more virtual space. As we do that, I think throughout the day, one of the most common recurring themes that you've seen on the slides or the messages that have come across is in the top layer, the use cases, right? So we talk about GHG emission, safety events, and this is something that comes a lot in process industry, predictive maintenance, and so on and so forth. Now, when we hear this as infrastructure specialists, how we translate the message is the middle layer, which most of you might not hear. I'll be glad to see a few hands who have actually heard about the middle layer. We go to the middle layer, and from there, we percolate down to the technology architecture. How do we bring a structure towards those conversations? So when you look at an example of GHG emission, we look at protocol harmonization, data anomaly detection, and so on and so forth. And I think with 25 years in protocol conversion within one of our Belden brands called ProSoft, there's not a protocol that we don't cover, serial or Ethernet. Now, I know as an end user policy decision maker, you're wondering, how does this connect the dots? Are you really going to spend a lot of money to make your plants brand new, or you are going to use existing assets and get the most out of that, right? Ironically, in today's cybersecurity world, I think serial is more secure than Ethernet sometimes.
Absolutely.
Right? So going to the next slide, how do we approach this? The idea is to look at how do we help you build that conversation. So when we approach end users, OEMs and customers and so on and so forth, we have a very well-structured approach of conversation, bridging the gap between operational technology and IT, which involves studying the core connectivity, the management of it, how are you addressing security in a sustainable manner? Where do you need to have connectivity? Where do you need to isolate? Platforms and applications and services. Next slide, please. And that would be my last slide, given the essence of the time. I think there are a lot of key technology enablers which should be part of your policy decision making. And you should explore these through the form of proof of concepts and so on and so forth. And with that, the next slide, I would like to close the presentation that we as Belden are a partner that work from sensor to cloud. We'll be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Joy, for that informative presentation on Industry 4.0 and sustainability. Our next presentation will focus on BP Oman's remarkable achievements in reducing CO2 emissions in their well operations. Taimur Shaydani, completion and intervention engineer at BP Oman, will share the story behind its 90% reduction. Please join me in welcoming Taimur to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all for being here and your patience. I know it's 4 p.m., so I'll try to be short and sweet. So my name is Taimur Al-Shidani. My background is in engineering, and I have a master's in sustainable energy. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is a few years ago, I had a university reunion with my colleagues. They were asking me, what are you doing now, Taimur? So I told them I'm a well engineer in BP. Some of them were scratching their heads. They're like, you studied sustainable energy while oil and gas. And I told them sustainability is not about just advocating for renewable energy, for pushing oil and gas, the industry, to reduce its emissions. It's about taking action. And that's what I'm going to be presenting today. So I'll be talking about the story behind the 90% reduction of CO2 emissions in well operations here in Oman with BP. So the first step towards embarking this emission reduction journey is to identify what your emission sources are. So in the case of BP wells, there were two main emission sources. Number one was flaring. So flaring involves the burning of hydrocarbons, which consequently results into large emissions. The second one is the consumption of diesel. So well operations typically operate in remote locations, which require the use of diesel engines, such as diesel generators, diesel engines, diesel pumps. So for the sake of time, we'll be going through the first emission source. The reason why we're going through that as well and prioritizing it is because it is the most significant emission contributor in BP Wells Oman. So we adopted this three-step methodology: eliminate, reduce, monitor. So the first line of offense when it comes to emission reduction is to eliminate the source directly. Whenever that isn't possible, then we try to reduce or minimize. And when that is not possible, it could be due to maybe the technology is not mature enough, it is not economically feasible. And then the last line of offense would be to monitor. So when it comes to eliminate, one example that I'm presenting to you today is the green completions. So as you can see, there is an activity called well testing, typically during the well construction phase. This is the final phase of well construction prior to putting the well into production. This activity takes around 8 days. It's roughly around 10 to 15% of the total duration of the well construction phase. And only this 10% will contribute to 90% of the emissions generated during the entire construction phase. Has anyone read the 80-20 principle book? So you guys are non-readers just like me. So the 80-20 principle states that 80% of the consequence comes from 20% of the causes. So this is a very similar approach. This is why we targeted well testing operations first. So you can see here, this is just an old picture. We don't do that anymore. So green completion testing. So green completion is, instead of flaring, the hydrocarbons that are being flowed through this temporary surface equipment are being rerouted into the production facility directly. So you can still achieve the same objectives of well testing. We want to clean up the hydrocarbons prior to hooking it up for production. Whether you want to get more data, you can still do it without the need to flare. This initiative was implemented since 2019, and year to date, it has avoided the emission of over 500,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. That's around 130,000 cars taking off the road for an entire year. This initiative did not only bring environmental benefits, there was also an economic benefit. And you are essentially eliminating waste. So since the project started, we have recovered 6 billion scuffs of gas and almost 130,000 barrels of condensate. If this technology was not going to be implemented, we would have burned it all. Moving on to the next methodology, which is reduce. So in some cases, green completion may not have been applicable for us in very few rare cases. But that doesn't mean we should just accept to flare as conventionally. What we did was to introduce other methods in order to minimize or reduce the emissions that are associated with the flaring activity. So I'll be talking about the methane burner technology, the API burner technology. So as you can see here on the visual, you can see a small molecule of CO2 and a big molecule of CH4. The reason why it's visualized this way is in reference to its global warming potential. You can see that CH4 has the 28 times the global warming potential compared to CO2. So why is this relevant? CH4 is the product of inefficient or incomplete combustion. So if you have poor flaring, poor burning, you will emit more CH4. And for us, we know that CO2 is bad, CH4 is bad, but CO2 is the lesser of both evils. So what BP has done is introduce a carefully engineered API-compliant burner. So you can see on the visuals on the left side, The one that has an X on it was a conventional burner. You can see it's very basic. Maybe not a lot of engineering thought has been placed to it. And what that results in poor combustion, very inefficient. But now, what you can see on the right, that's a carefully designed, well to suit our flow rates and our operations. And this has led to greater than 99% combustion efficiency. Now, we do have less CH4 emissions. Finally, monitoring. So some of you may wonder, maybe monitoring is not useful, but on the contrary, it is. It will help you identify what are your largest emission sources so you can put most of your effort into tackling them. Second, it allows you to identify the trend or the behavior of your operations. For example, you can see that during the winter, maybe your diesel generators are operating less efficiently than what they should be. Then you can identify the problem and then you can fix it. So just a quick example. BP Wells have developed a Power BI-based dashboard to monitor all its well testing activities, whether it's flaring or it's green completion. This helps us understand our exact amounts being flared versus amounts that we have avoided. Okay. That wraps up my quick presentation. So basically, this was covering the flaring part. Feel free to come at the booth if you would like to understand more about the other emission source, which is minimizing diesel consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taimur, for sharing BP's incredible success in reducing CO2 emissions. Now we turn to a case study on sustainability and efficiency in water desalination. Mohammed Qattan, Director of Operation at Aqua Power, will discuss the Shuaiba 3 LWPP project. Please welcome Mohammed to the stage.
بس اعمل هذا وين ال
تحرك يعني قدام
فيها بوينتر
لا ما في بوينتر.
Okay, good afternoon. Hopefully you're still awake, but I will show you some pictures that can keep you awake, and it represents sustainability and decarbonization. If you can see the picture in the middle, this is one of the projects that Aqua Power have already executed, and it represents sustainability and decarbonization. This project is in Dubai, Noor 1, and it is part of Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. However, I am not going to talk about that project. This is just to keep you awake. And I'm going to talk about another project which as well represents decarbonization and sustainability, which is Shuaiba 3 project. It is in Saudi Arabia. But first, I will tell you about Aqua Power. We are one of the leaders in power and water desalination, power generation and water desalination. We have more than 100 assets in the globe, and we are operating in 14 countries. And more than 4,000 people, and most of our assets are renewable assets. 50% of them are renewable, either solar, CSVs, different type of renewable projects. And we are as well into hydrogen, so we start to develop a couple of hydrogen projects, and NEOM is our pioneer project in Saudi Arabia. Having said that, we are as well in Oman. So if you can see in the map, we are one of the largest power generator in Oman. We have 5 to 6 projects in different technologies. So we are in solar, in Ibri Solar, the first solar project in Oman. And it is one of the large scale, 500 megawatt. And we are available in Sohar, combined cycle project. It's a clean energy using gas, clean gas. And we are in Baraka and Ibri, as well in Salala. And we have as well two RO projects, which is reverse osmosis desalination project. One in Baraka and the second one in Salala. Now, I will talk to you about what we have done in Shuaiba. Shuaiba is one of the oldest plant in GCC. It is located in west of Saudi Arabia, and it is a very critical asset. It is serving Jeddah and Mecca. And we have done a lot of taking most of our capabilities in renewable, and now we started to look in each smaller projects and start to convert them to decarbonization and sustainable. And Shuaiba is one of the good fit projects. As I said, it has a high cost, and it uses MSF technology, which is basically using oil as a fuel and burning oil and then using it to MSF and then generate or produce water. And it has as well power generation, but I will focus more on the desalination side. So what we did, we actually proposed to the government of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to transform the project and decarbonize it. And by converting the technology, because we are very good in converting these technologies, by using RO and with solar as a sustainable fuel. And this is make a big difference to emissions and cost savings. So sustainability is just not about, some people think that sustainability is very expensive. No, it is really making difference, and I will show you the figures, especially in Shuaiba case. This is the results after we transform the project. Now we have 65 megawatt of renewable solar, which is feeding and the power to the RO. And at night we are importing power from the grid, so it's not anymore oil or diesel used to generate the power. Now we transform the project from 880,000 meter cube per day, so we reduce it a little bit to 600,000 to make it more sustainable with this such of power. And then look at that number at the top, 22 million barrel of crude oil are saved per year. If you want to remember a number, afternoon, look at that number and the number at the bottom. 2.2 billion savings. If you sell that oil or crude oil, you are going to get that per year, 2.2 billion. So sometimes this is a big amount of money. But look at this number here. 87% savings in the power consumed. In the previous project, we used to consume around 10 kilowatt per each meter cube at an average. Now we are using 2.5 and sustainable. So we know that sustainability and this kind of projects and mixture of technologies can make a big difference in cost, and it can save you a lot of cost, plus decarbonization. So look at the amount of barrels that have been saved and now can be used cleaner in another technologies, and it can as well generate gas, and it can be saved. Now I will leave you with these numbers. This is the list of facts about the new project, how it was and before. Cost, it is around 2.7 billion SAR, Saudi Riyal. And look at, we use around 40% of local content in Saudi Arabia and 70% during operation. So it has even added a local content to it. And the most important number I can tell you is this number, 2.5 kilowatt per each meter cube. Before it was 10. So it is almost 87 to 85% saving in that, and even generated by solar power, which is, as I said, 65 megawatt. Now, we are in Oman, because this is one of the good cases, and we learned a lot from it, and we have even renewed the contract within Saudi government. Now it is for another 25 years. So we are going to use this technology again, and this kind of learnings in these projects, especially in Shuaiba 3, to implement it in our projects in Oman. So we look at Salala projects to look and convert it and use more solar to it. And we are using now in looking in Barka. And as well, we can help other companies to decarbonize and try to tell them how is the way it's going around. With that said, sustainability, as I said at the end, is not just a privilege or something that companies can tell. It can really make you a big savings. It can really make you a good savings in amount of money. And by saying that, thank you. I hope afternoon you are now with some numbers so you can be awake of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed Qattan, for that insightful case study. Our next presentation will focus on unlocking Oman's green potential through sustainable finance. Dr. Elena Primikiri, partner, ESG Consulting at Unicas, will discuss how financial mechanisms can support green initiatives. Please welcome Dr. Elena.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your patience. It's been a long time, and I think one of the latest ones. So a few things I want to discuss today is a little bit on, we are hearing a lot of fantastic projects, nice decarbonization strategies, desalination projects, renewable energy projects, a lot of different things. So it would be good to understand also how that could potentially provide an opportunity to raise capital from existing mechanisms to ensure that these are funded and in a way help facilitate the process of decarbonization. Now, what are the ESG drivers? Like, what would be those things that could potentially help the banking sector to kind of have that shift, which is something we are seeing right now in Oman. One is that investors increasingly demand these kind of products, right? They want to see that there are opportunities that align with their own expectations. Number two, we have the regulations. Now, a lot of new regulations have come in play, especially Central Bank of Oman has issued specific sustainable finance regulations. The Ministry of Finance has already issued the Sustainable Finance Framework. We are seeing a lot of traction in the area. So how do we leverage this? What could be the path that would unlock this capital for our projects? There are a lot of numbers here. I won't tire you. Trillions of opportunities across the globe. 40 trillion by 2025, 22 trillion, a lot of ambitious goals, 2 trillion on green finance in the MENA region. So a lot of different things that could potentially unlock the capital. But what is actually sustainable finance? What does it mean? And how can that align with our expectations? First of all, is that it should be reflected to opportunities that benefit one way or the other the environment, the society, and can help access to, let's say, a marginalized group on certain things. It can enable investments on environmentally friendly investments or any kind of opportunity that would help in any way mitigate negative effects into into employees or communities, or even the environment for that matter. Now, in terms of the strategies, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Finance has issued certain the Sustainable Finance Framework. There are some principles which are there. There is the carbon credit trading system. There are sector-specific green finance things already there in place. So a lot of things have been mobilized that would enable this kind of investments. And when we talk about facilities, like what could help organizations, how could they access this capital, is through specific bonds or loans that are now the tools that the banks are using across the region. We've seen before the project, which was 100% financed by foreign banks, and we've seen that momentum happening here. We're working with banks in the region, and we're seeing they're developing, like NBO. So green or social bonds is one of them. Sustainability and ESG-linked bonds is also another one. Loans as well. So what does it mean? That means that in case that we are in the process of developing a project that would fall under these kind of categories, so renewable energy, sustainable management, climate adaptation, energy efficiency, biodiversity projects, or circular economy, waste and water, anything that would benefit the environment could potentially fall within the process of getting green finance from financial institutions. That being said, there are specific KPIs that you need to develop that would monitor the progress of this, and that you would need to report to the bank that this is the progress that we are doing. On the social aspects, it's basically access to healthcare, so from marginalized group, or access to education, employment generation, affordable housing, socioeconomic advancement, or affordable basic infrastructure. Again, these are things that could help potentially unlock capital from, let's say, we're doing an educational system for people with disabilities, or any kind of other project that could benefit a group of people. That would potentially fall within that. And of course, there is also the, I would say, there is also the sustainability loan. So for any company who are initiating their ESG journey or their sustainability journey, and they want to see how they want to be financed as a company for that road that they are taking to reduce their emissions, or to increase the female representation into boards or into their companies. These are some of the KPIs that would potentially provide opportunity for a sustainability-linked loan. So there are specific KPIs which are linked to ensure the performance of this project. Of course, a lot of success stories in the region showing that there is a lot of potential that could fall within such sustainable finance facilities. And a lot of opportunities as well in terms of, expand sustainable impact influence, lead to contribute to the net zero agenda, social inclusion and development, attract international investments. As we said, there was another example right before, which was completely financed from international investors. Promote Islamic finance, sustainable finance. That's also something which is happening in the region. So a lot of opportunities. Now, what can you do? So this is my last slide. So how do you prepare for something like this? You would need, first of all, to develop a very strong and robust strategy. If the banks don't see a strategy in place, they would never be able to finance something relevant. They want to also explore what would be the existing loans and existing green bonds to ensure that we are leveraging whatever is there as a way of understanding what is relevant for our business and for our journey. A third thing is to engage with responsible investors, understand what is their expectation, The last thing is also, one important thing is the reporting side. We will need to be able to report on the progress that we have done, on the KPIs that we have selected, and that the bank would be able to review those KPIs on a yearly basis to ensure that we are consistent in this alignment. Then we need to innovate with sustainable business models. So what is the innovation that we are providing? And then leverage government initiatives. So see how we could fit into existing facilities or existing financial instruments that could facilitate our journey. That's about it. We're always available. We are working across Oman, Qatar, Bahrain. So if anyone is interested, please reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Alina, for your presentation on sustainability finance. As we look to fund the green transition, financial mechanism will be key in supporting innovation and infrastructure. We now come to an exciting panel discussion on the British Council Society Smart Industry Initiative. This initiative aims to drive sustainable economic growth through partnerships and tech innovation. Please join me in welcoming our panelists, Faris Chacha, Business Lead, Gas and Energy Transition from Oxford Flow, Jendiz Karaka, CEO, Otkar Renewable Technologies, Jim Wilkinson, CFO, Oxford Science Enterprises, and our moderator, Hamid Hamirana, Managing Director at BSGI UK. Please welcome them.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us this time. We'd like to thank Oman Sustainability Week management for really sort of supporting us in leading up to this panel discussion. I'll just briefly introduce what is Smart Industry Initiative is. Basically, the main aim is to bring partnership, which already existed since 2016 between Oman Investment Authority and Oxford Science Enterprises. What it entails is that Oman Investment Authority had invested in OSE. Now, what we are trying to do is some of the OSE portfolio companies have matured, and we want to scale them through technology partnership with Omani companies like PDO, OQ, Al-Nama, and that's really is what we're going to talk about today in terms of our panel discussion. So I'm very happy to have Jim, who is the CFO of Oxford Science Enterprises. On my right is Geddes. He's the CEO of ODQA, Renewable Technology, and at the end and the right is Faris from Oxford Flow. What I will request, we have a video from the CEO of Oxford Science Enterprises. So I think the best thing would be to see that video. It will give you an idea as to what OSE is all about and what its relationship is with Oman. So please, if you could kindly play that video.
Hi, I'm Ed Bussey. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Oxford Science Enterprises.
Where is it?
Hi, I'm Ed Bussey. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Oxford Science Enterprises. Oxford Science Enterprises is an independent billion-pound investment company backed by global investors. We find, fund, and build transformational companies based on the most advanced science and technology emerging from Oxford University labs. We're doing that across life sciences, AI, quantum, robotics, and clean tech. In total, we've invested more than $3.5 billion into the Oxford innovation ecosystem. The Oman Investment Authority were one of our very early investors. They came on board with us in our first fundraise in 2016 as a cornerstone investor, and we've been working with them ever since. Now we're working together to expand our portfolio's presence in the Gulf region, helping our portfolio companies build out operations in Oman. Sustainability is at the core of OSC's long-term investment strategy. We partnered with BSG International and the British Omani Society to create the Smart Industry Initiative. This initiative brings Oxford spin-outs and cutting-edge technologies to Oman to support job creation, collaboration with Omani companies, sustainable growth and decarbonisation. From all of us at OSE, we wish you a very productive time at the Oman Sustainability Week.
So that sets the scene. Now you know a little bit about what Oxford Science Enterprise is. The Smart Industry Initiative really has got three important goals. One is to reduce the cost. Second one is to contribute towards decarbonization targets that Oman has set itself for 2030, which is 25%, and significantly enhance productivity of the Omani company. The idea behind it is that we take the technology and we put it with companies like PDO, OQ, Omantel, and different other Al-Nama, and that will, the technology experts, which are here on my right, works with the technology experts of PDO, OQ, Omantel, and all. So therefore, the technology integration does take place. It is a genuine partnership between, and as I mentioned, there is a partnership above as well, which is Oman Investment Authority and Oxford Science Enterprise. Now I'll request Jim Wilkinson to please talk a little bit about this partnership. Over to you.
Thank you, Hamid. So, as Ed just said in that report, we're a £1 billion company that was set up 10 years ago to take IP out of the University of Oxford. Oxford spends about £950 million a year on research, with 15,000 of the brightest minds on the planet in it. And our job was to make sure that that got out to help improve people's lives. When it comes to the individual topics, apart from life sciences and health tech, we do quite a lot of work around climate tech and what we can do there. As well as the two companies on my right, Oxford Flow and Odka, we have a number of other operations. For example, fusion power. We've got battery management. We've got the world's most powerful electric motor. We've got a whole range of things that we have to get out. And when we actually find these pieces of IP at the start, they are just IP. We actually normally don't know what the market is. We just know that it's something we need to work at that's got high potential. So we bring these IP out, we'll create a team around them, we'll invest in them, and then we want to partner with investors and commerce to be able to get these technologies out to help improve people's lives. So one of our early investors, as Ed said, was Oman Investment Authority, for which we're extremely grateful because they cornerstoned our 2016 raise. And we've got a lot of technologies that actually are suitable to help companies and sectors in Oman. So we've been over here for the last 18 months, actually, since the Future Fund was established, trying to match up the technologies with needs in Oman and trying to get commercial contracts or co-development opportunities to actually bring these companies in and get them big with IP manufacturing distribution in Oman, so that everyone can benefit. So thank you for inviting me here today, Hamid. Back to you.
Yeah, no, just to, give a sort of a perspective of it, that I used to be the advisor to the Minister of Finance, and I was also on the investment committee of Oman Investment Fund. At that time, it is now known as Oman Investment Authority. And when I met Jim in Oxford, when we were signing with regards to Oman Investment Authority investing in OSE, I think there was a gentleman agreement already sort of agreed between me and Jim that as this technology mature, you know, Oman will be the first destination that they would do partnership. And I'm so happy that, Jim, you have really delivered on your commitment. Thank you very much. Now what we'll turn to is to give you a flavor of what are those technologies and how it's going to benefit Oman, you know? So I'd like to ask Faris to talk about Oxford Flow. Faris, please tell us about your technology, how it can benefit, and what sort of interactions that you're having with Omani companies. It's not on.
Is that better? That works. Well, thanks very much, Hamid. It's been a pleasure to be with you in the past few days. And a little bit about Oxford Flow. We spun out of Oxford University back in 2015, and the main reason we came around was that we make flow control equipment. This all came around because an Oxford University professor needed to do really, really accurate pressure control for a test cell, and nobody could do what he wanted. So he took it upon himself to make his own, and that then became Oxford Flow. There was a massive market for pressure regulators, control valves around the world, but one of the main problems with them is that whenever fluid goes through a pressure drop, whether that be gas, liquid, oil, or anything else like that, there is usually leakage. There's emissions, fugitive emissions, and our innovations don't just reduce them, because it's a very popular thing to reduce emissions, but we eliminate them. We just reduce everything down to zero. So that revolutionizes natural gas transmission. We can also do hydrogen transmission. We're actually doing the world's first green hydrogen to homes project in Scotland in the next few weeks and months. But this goes even further than that. We're doing a lot of work now in Oman. We've done trials with Nama Water back in 2017 and 18, reducing the amount of water leakage that they were having in some of their networks. And there is a case study around this from 14 bursts per month. That's thousands of gallons of water lost. And overnight, when introducing our equipment, reduce that from 14 bursts a month, thousands of gallons lost every month, to zero. Zero. That's not a reduction. It's not 13 bursts a month. It is zero. That is what I'm trying to get across here. And the Oman technology interest that we have is really, really encouraging. And we are trying to bring this in-country value of our technology by setting up manufacturing, by setting up service, by setting up all the kind of support that's needed to make these revolutionary products available and to bring the value back into Oman. So that's all I have to say on it, but thanks very much, Hamid. It's been a pleasure.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Geddes is the CEO of ODQA. Please introduce your technology.
Thank you, Hamid. So OTCA is a spin-out from the University of Oxford Thermophysics Institute, and it is an excellent center of heat transfer research globally, and it is a strategic investment from the UK government to bring all the heat transfer related research and make the world's most advanced research around supersonic flight, around fusion reactors, and most importantly around jet engines. And when me and my co-founder, we founded the company, we wanted to use this jet engine knowledge base, which is accumulated in the University of Oxford, and transfer it into renewable energy, because we deeply believe that the industrial revolutions happen when you have low-cost energy. We have seen this before in the UK, the Industrial Revolution, in Germany. All these industries are based on coal fields. And now the future will be based in where the resource is, and the most abundant resource and the lowest cost resource is actually sunlight. So we used our technology base and we developed the world's most sophisticated and advanced solar thermal technology. This is a third generation technology. We are not using any water, oil, or molten salts. We only use air as heat transfer fluid. And this solves multitude of problems. And not only that, but this enables us to produce lowest cost renewable energy on the face of Earth. And we believe Oman and the region will be the hub of the future of industries, because 20% of all the energy that we globally use, it goes into heat in processes to produce cement, to produce steel, to produce all types of metals, to produce plasterboard, to produce ceramics, to produce textiles. And we believe the next big migration of technology transfer will happen in Middle East, and the industries will come here.
No, thank you, Geddes. Faris, I want to come back to you quickly. I mean, okay, your technology you've explained, but where are we on product to market? I mean, is your technology now commercially ready? And could you just give us some information on that?
Yes, of course. Well, Oxford Flow is just around 10 years old now. So in that time, we have deployed thousands of units of our equipment all over the world, not just in Oman, but in America, in Australia, in Hong Kong, in the UK, in Europe as well. So it is a fully market-ready product, whether it's be isolation and control valves or pressure regulators for gas and liquid transmission. So, come to us. We are fully ready, fully production ready. Yeah, we're even moving from a collection of 3 facilities in the centre of Oxford out into a super facility in the outskirts of Oxfordshire. So we are really gearing up, and the likes of BP have invested, and EIP have been invested between them $25 million in Oxford Flow for us to scale up. So we are ready for whatever the challenge ahead is, whether that be with PDO, with OQ, or Nama Water. We're ready to help you and ready to support you through your energy transmission and leakage reduction capability.
Just 10-second answer. Okay, we understand that it's zero emissions, but where are we on the cost? I mean, how does it compare to the existing wall, your cost?
Yeah, so over a period of time, we are a lot cheaper because we have maintenance-free solutions. We have 50 million hours of operations with 0 failures so far. So when you look at that, you're reducing your maintenance costs to 0. CapEx is equivalent, but maintenance is essentially 0.
Thank you, Faris. Geddes, in terms of your technology, I mean, talk us about it very quickly about the materials that you're going to use to sort of make the tower, the rotary, and the mirrors and all. How much of it could be procured from Oman, or will you need to import it? And so just have a quick thing.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the chance to explain this very important topic. Our system is developed with the mindset that we would like to have the lowest cost energy, and the way to do this is using lowest cost materials. If you are using rare earth metals, then it won't be a low cost material. Therefore, we designed all of our products with generally available materials like stainless steel, like simple electric motors, like flexible mirrors, like reinforced concrete. And more than 85% of all the materials which will go into our implementations will be procured locally, and it will stay in the economy. And I think this is a very important thing because of another angle as well, because if you are buying your renewable energy equipment from abroad, actually it is a not very energy secure way of doing things. The most energy secure way of doing things is using your own materials, building your own equipment, and implementing it in your own processes.
No, fantastic. I think,
and I think actually that just reinforces a point we're trying to do here, is that we're not really that interested in just selling into Oman and even just having distribution hubs here. We actually want to manufacture here. We want to transfer some of the knowledge. We want new products to be developed here where the IP actually is created in Oman and stays in Oman, so that we get a real transfer of economic power, because obviously we see this region as one of the big up-and-coming ones. We've got Oman, as Hamid has said, is the first of these hubs. A lot of our companies are aimed at the US market anyway, and obviously we've then got to move on from here to Asia, but it's a long-term plan. The first stop is Oman.
yeah, sorry, and I noticed that we got only about 5 more minutes, but I would like, if anybody from the audience would like to raise a question to either Jim or one of the technology companies that is present here, Geddes or Faris. Anybody wants to ask any question? Speak now or hold your silence forever. So I guess it looks like that you are already bought, huh? What I suggest to you guys is that I know, whoever is hearing it here or online, Jim, Geddes, and Faris are accessible. I'm accessible. We'll share the details. Please find out about us. You can visit Oxford Science Enterprises website or contact Oman British Society here, which is there, and we can definitely interact and share more information. Help us to get technology, Oman to be the leader of innovation and technology. Thank you for your time. It was a pleasure being with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all to our panelists for that thought-provoking discussion on the Smart Industry Initiative, the collaboration between Oman and the UK in driving technological and economic growth. It's an inspiring example of power of partnership. Up next, we explore how ESG and sustainability are being embedded into corporate strategy. Sharing BS practical approach to governance and performance is Saba Al-Subhi, environmental specialist. Please join me in welcoming Saba.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Hello everyone, this is Saba Subhi, part of the ESG and decarbonization team at Oman Environmental Service Holding Company, BIA. Today I'll walk you through how we can embed sustainability and ESG into the core business in corporation, not as a standalone activity, but also as operational and strategic imperative. So today I will take BIA as an example case to showcase how embedding sustainability into the core business will add value for the long term. So moving to what is ESG, it is environmental, social, and governance, like most of you know. It is a set of criteria now the investor use to evaluate the companies in their performance, but it is not only an investment approach, but also focus on how the companies and organization work and operate in ethical, environmental, and social responsible manners. As well, this criteria goes beyond the financial metrics. So it challenges the organization and companies to focus also on their impact environmentally and socially, and also gain the stakeholders' trust. So what are the ESG elements? The pillars of ESG classified into three, which is environmental, social, and governance, which includes a list of elements and material topics. We call it material. So it is the significance and the relative of the materials to a specific industry or a specific company. So as a reference, I want you to check the materiality map tool, which is provided by MSCI, that classify the companies based on their industry and showcase the potential material topics for each industry that can be used in their materiality assessment specifically. Now, so why implementing ESG? Some of people think that the ESG is an extra burden and extra investment to the company, but in reality, it is not. Now, the ESG help companies to mitigate their risks, streamline their operation, and as well, it helps them to attract investors. Investors now look to your ESG performance and your ESG rating to decide whether to invest in your company or not. Also, it is a tool to access financing, green funding, especially for your green and renewable projects. Also, it is a good tool to get your stakeholder trust, especially shareholders, investors, customers, where you operate in a sustainable manner that and report in transparent way that will gain trust from your stakeholders. As well, we don't need to emphasize the compliance part of this metrics or this KPIs related to the ESG and sustainability. There is a huge momentum now, especially locally. We have now MSX disclosure for ESG and also the guideline published by the Oman Investment Authority related to ESG and sustainability. So the compliance part needs to be also one of the key drivers to implement sustainability and ESG practices. Now, how do we implement and integrate these practices into the core business and the core strategy of the companies? We need to focus on three layers. We call it frameworks, monitoring, reporting, and also the implementation. For the implementation, you can use and align yourself and your strategy to SDGs and UNGC principles. For the other hand, getting a rating from a global rating agencies like MSCI and S&P Global will help you to give you the reliability, credibility, and as well, you will know your areas for improvement and how to mitigate this risk. For the reported standards, while you aligning your reports with the standards like GRI and SASB, will give you the credibility and reliability to showcase your transparency when it comes to sustainability and ESG metrics. Now, I will emphasize more on the ESG provisional rating. As BIA, we did an ESG provisional rating with the MSCI, which is Morgan Stanley Capital International Company, a rating company that will assess your exposure to the risk related to environment, social, and governance, and as well, it will assess your ability to manage this exposure or this risk. So it will give you a rating ranged from triple C to triple E. Either you are lagging or you are leading, and where you stand now to set your targets and also to monitor your progress. Diving in deep when it's come to BIA's experience and journey to sustainability and ESG implementation, we developed a framework contains of majorly 5 phases. The first one focus on the benchmarking and how the best practices is implemented around the world. The second one, which is the heavy phase, from my opinion at least, where we conducted a 3 major baselining. The first one, which is ESG provisional rating, as I already discussed. The second one, which is having a GHG inventory baseline for BIA. The third one, which is related to circularity, where we focus which are the major streams that we need to focus on to transit and convert from linear approach to a circular approach for a waste management company. All these outcomes and these inputs from these studies have been integrated into the third phase, which is the opportunity analysis, where we developed our materiality assessment and embed all these material topics and areas for improvement. As well, we developed our ESG policy that showcased the governance structure, rules and responsibility in order to implement this strategy. For the fourth phase, where we will start this year to develop our first strategy for ESG and sustainability, and it will contain 126 KPIs as listed by the guideline of Oman Investment Authority, and as well will contain the outcomes from all these baselining phases. The monitoring and reporting phase will be a continuous process where we monitor our progress in each KPI and as well report our sustainability report in annual basis. How is sustainability embedded in BIA specifically? We can classify it into two categories. The first one, which is strategic, the other one is operational. So from a strategic level, you need to have a set of governance and rules and responsibility in your organization. So having a committee specifically for ESG and sustainability will help accelerating the implementation of these practices in your company, as well having an identified rules and responsibility within all the departments that showcase that the ESG is an ownership of all the departments and the company as a whole, not only the ESG and sustainability team. Also having an ESG sustainability board oversight from the highest level of the company will give you the credibility and the commitment to move and implement your ESG practices. On the operational level, let's focus more on having a high quality of data. Having a centralized data management system in your company will make it easier for you as an ESG team, especially to have an accurate data to set targets and as well to monitor your progress. Having a stakeholder engagement in terms of ESG, not only with your shareholders, investors, in terms of compliance, but as well with your peers from different industries to learn from their journey, to exchange your knowledge is a very crucial for a trending topic like ESG to be implemented in Oman. Just not to forget the baselining phase, it is really crucial, especially for some of the material topics. For example, for us as BIA, we didn't have an GHG emission before 2022, but now having a baseline will help us setting our strategy, setting our targets. So the baselining phase might be with iteration. You can have a topic, a material topic this year. You need to build your baseline and your data in order to start, enhance, and improve in these topics. Moving to the key challenge and lessons learned from our journey within BIA. First one, which is cross-functional buy-in. It is not only the buy-in from your management and your board of directors, but as well the departments that will work on these KPIs and will implement this strategy. You need to make it clear that this is part of the strategy of the company itself. That's why in BIA, for example, we enroll all of our board of directors, management team, and some of our ESG champions into courses related to ESG and sustainability, just to have that common knowledge on ESG before we start implementing it in a wider and expanded. Data quality and validation, as I already mentioned, it is really crucial to have a correct, accurate, and validated data. So when you set your targets, you start embedding it into your strategy, at least you have a realistic and correct targets rather than just wasting and having a scattered efforts here and there. Also, the leadership commitment, it is really crucial to have your board of directors aligned, your management team aligned, and embedded directly in the operational level of implementing ESG and sustainability aspects. So what are the key takeaways that I would want today to deliver it to you? First of all, ESG integration is a journey, not a checklist just to comply, for example, or because it is a trendy topic. But on the other hand, it is a journey, and having baby steps, but a correct and accurate steps toward implementing sustainability will be beneficial for the company for the long term. As well, having governance in heart of your implementation. We always say ESG and the G is at the end, but it is really important to embed it first in your strategy, to have your committee in, you have a governance structure, rules and responsibility that well defined, will shape your strategy and also will boost your implementation process and accelerate it more than you think about it. As well, the collaboration from your functions across the company, building that mindset that ESG and sustainability is ownership and mandate for all of your departments to collaborate and also to work on it, not specifically for a specific group or a specific department. Lastly, forward-thinking companies, being proactive like these companies to work on sustainability and ESG, not just waiting for the compliance or regulations aspects just to come and then start to act upon it, but rather than that, we have a proactive approach to start working from now, not just for a compliance aspect, but also to streamline your operation, mitigate your risk, and also building the trust between you and your stakeholders. Thank you so much for your time, and if you want more details on our approach and strategies, or you want to know our initiatives in sustainability, you can visit us on the pavilion at BIA, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Saba, for that insightful presentation. Up next with the presentation on ESO Connects Communities for Conservation, please welcome Fathia Al-Kindi, Community Engagement and Advocacy Manager at the Environment Society of Oman.
All right, everyone. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And hello to our dear OSW community. My name is Fathia Al-Kindi, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Environment Society of Oman. Today, I will be giving you an insight on how ESO connects communities for conservation. So very quickly, we'll be looking at why is community engagement even important, and how is it linked to ESO? And then we'll be looking at some of our community engagement initiatives directly related to our Turtle project, as well as some of the general community engagement initiatives. So why is community engagement important? As an environmental NGO, we can initiate action, but long-term impact only takes place when the community joins in. And conservation is not a one-person job, it is a shared mission. Community engagement is all about building that long-lasting impact. It's about really engaging with people, involving them in a way that is going to create a long-term impact. And really something that we've learned across the years and throughout the years, it might be simple, but what we find so important is that we really cannot protect what people don't feel connected to. If they're not connected, they will not even bother. So how do we make them connected? We make them connected not through regulations, not through policies, not through reports. We connect them through conversations, through cleanups, through lessons in the classrooms, shared action. So basically, we can clean a beach once, all right? But if we teach a community to care, it's going to stay clean forever. I think this short illustration or simple illustration just shows us the very important role of community engagement. So what is ESO? For those of you who are not or haven't heard about it, the Environment Society of Oman is the first and only environmental NGO in Oman. We have established since 2004, and our aim is really to protect and conserve the natural heritage of Oman. And we really want to adopt sustainable behaviors within the country. We focus on the following programs: research and conservation, community engagement, education, charity activities, as well as capacity building. So when it comes to our research and conservation initiatives, we focus on these 4 core programs. Oman is blessed with so much natural treasures, and it's our role to really work on protecting and conserving them. So when it comes to our marine projects, we focus on whales and dolphins. We have 20 different types of cetaceans. We also look at our sea turtles. We are blessed with 5 out of 7 sea turtles in our waters, as well as 39 different species of raptors, and we have 1 species of frankincense, which is the Luban tree. When it comes to community engagement, we have initiatives directly related to these 4 core projects, but we also have other initiatives that target the broader community, focusing on other environmental general issues. So for the purpose of today's project, I'll walk you through the initiatives directly related to the Sea Turtle project, as well as some of the more broader initiatives. So when it comes to the sea turtles, we held a nationwide campaign targeting very key stakeholders, such as government schools, private schools, wali offices, Omani Women Association, as well as some fishermen societies. And the aim of this campaign was to really raise awareness about this species and the importance of conserving this species. And when it came to schools, we reached above 5,000 students, government school students, and more than 135 schools. Very engaging. And why we chose a very young age group is we want to instill the love for conservation from a very, very young age. We're also very proud of some of the awareness materials that we've developed. And one of the very engaging awareness material actually is the Sea Turtles of Oman activity booklet. The children love it. When we go to schools, it's like a war, and they're all fighting for these booklets. If you have time, please pass our booth, booth 1261. You'll have access to all of these different awareness materials. So unfortunately, sea turtles are facing so many threats, and one of the main threats are light pollution. As some of you might be aware, that usually turtles follow the strongest source of light, and that is the moonlight, and that's how they get navigated back to the ocean. However, with the development and so on, there's so much artificial light that the turtles get disoriented. And you'll find so many of these turtles under street lights, in houses, and most of them are suffering either with dehydration. Majority of them are found dead. So community engagement plays a huge role in mitigating this threat. It's very important for us to raise awareness. They need to understand, how does light pollution really impact these turtles, and what can they do to mitigate this issue? So one of the things that we did is we introduced them to the concept of turtle-friendly lights. So these lights do not disturb the turtles. And we specifically targeted the houses that live in the key nesting beaches. So those are the ones that are very close to the beaches. And we are very happy and proud to have been able to convince 20 property owners to change their lights, as well as 2 mosques. We all know, us Arabs, we love bright lights. And being able to convince 20 property owners, that is a huge win. And inshallah, many more to come. Also, in order for us to show appreciation for these property owners and to ensure for them to continue in this project, we award them with gifts and certificates to ensure that they will continue in this project. As a way of really showing and emphasizing the impact of light pollution on the local community, we conducted a lighting demonstration, a live demonstration. We placed some turtle hatchlings on the sand, and they got to see live where would the turtles be directed. Would they head to the ocean, or would they head inland? And not shockingly, all of the turtles did not head to the ocean. So this was really a strong message that all of the community members got to see. Now, just to look at some of the more general community engagement initiatives, we have the Oman Climate Dialogue Series. This is in partnership with Esiad. We are very proud to be launching the 2nd series right now. And the aim of this initiative is to really address any urgent environmental issues and discuss basically Oman's journey towards net zero. So we do this through a series of workshops and panel discussions, and we invite experts, whether it is locally or internationally. And we are currently hosting the second panel discussion. You're all welcome to join. These events are open to the public. Feel free to join. Our next event is on the 26th of May. Moving on to our educational initiatives, we are very proud of our NAMAT competition. This competition really involves students, and it makes them become part of the solution. We are basically encouraging them to come up with tangible solutions to problems that the school faces. We're not talking about simple proposals. We are talking about projects that are actually being implemented in schools. And this is a collaborative project. We wanted to involve students along with staff, along with community members, all to work collectively towards sustainability. The projects that came out of this competition are amazing, and if you go back to these schools after years and years, you would still see these projects being implemented. For example, we have some of the schools who have collected gray water, and they use this gray water to irrigate plants in the school garden. And we have engaged with more than 600 schools since 2018. If we look at an older age group, we have the Green Campus Initiative. It is very similar to the NAMAT competition, but this is for university students and colleges. If you're a university student and you'd like to apply, the registration actually is still open until 16th of May. You have 2 days to do so. And again, this is another initiative where we try to collaborate the students with the faculty and the community to come up with solutions in order to reduce the campus's footprint. I think we reached towards the end of my presentation, and just before we wrap up, I'd like to leave you by saying that every event we run, every conversation we have, every hand we help, this all adds up. It's all part of the bigger picture. We are not simply engaging just to raise awareness. We are shaping mindsets and empowering the community to become part of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fathiya, for that inspiring presentation and the important work ESO is doing for our communities. Please welcome Dr. Shuruq Ali, founder of Ecosystem Informatics, for a presentation titled Championing Innovation for a Sustainable Future. Dr. Shuruq's pioneer spirit and innovation mindset continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in sustainable development. Please welcome her.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying late and joining me in this talk today. As was kindly introduced, my name is Shuruq Ali, and I'm the CEO and founder of Ecosystem Informatics. We are a company that is committed to redefining how we understand and act about environmental data. I'm here today to talk about the role of real-time environmental data and insights in driving sustainable innovation, we look at it not just from the concept perspective, but as a practical and deployable solution for cities, industries, and government. So in this session, I'll walk you through how AI-powered monitoring and predictive analytics can not only enhance environmental compliance, but also unlock economical benefits, not just for companies, for health and public, and unlock so many potentials. My goal here, and our goal as a company, is to show that sustainability is not a cost, it is actually providing a competitive advantage. So when I talk about sustainability, and this was my idea as well when I first started to work in this field, I always come back to thinking about a simple but a very powerful idea. It's about balance. As you can see here, Sustainability lies at the intersection of three key elements: environmental protection, economical growth, and social well-being. This is often referred to as the triple bottom line. And for me, this is a reminder that profitability alone is not enough. We have to ask ourselves questions of, are we supporting local communities? Are we minimizing environmental footprint? And are we building a system that future generations can actually rely on? So at Ecosystem Informatics, this balance guides everything that we do. Our goal as a company, and me as a founder and a technical person as well, is to help create that intersection where business value and socioeconomical values meet and intersect. So using real-time environmental intelligence as a bridge between these three different parts. Now, let's take a moment to recognize the urgency that we're facing globally, and more so in the MENA region. This is not a distant threat. This is a current and an escalating crisis. So temperatures, if we take where we are today, temperatures here and in the MENA region in general are rising twice as fast as they are based on the average globally. What this means, it translates into more heat waves, it translates into more drought, and a greater energy and water demand. We're also witnessing a devastating biodiversity loss, with 1 million species globally that are at the risk of extinction, and many of which of these species are actually already disappearing from areas that are arid or semi-arid regions, such as the MENA region. And by 2040, water demand in general, and especially in the MENA region, is projected to exceed the supply by 40%, placing a massive pressure on natural systems and economies. So this is why real-time, actionable environmental intelligence is critical. We can't afford to wait. We need to anticipate, adapt, and take action. So when we talk about sustainability, it's often framed as the social or environmental responsibility. But to be clear, and many of the talks that we attended today, it's also a powerful driver for business performance. And I'll share some stats here with you today that shows this clearly. 88% of companies that adopt sustainable practices show improved operational performance. And businesses that benefit don't just stop here. Stats also show that implementing sustainable supply chain practices can lead to a 5 to 20% revenue uplift and up to 16% reduction in costs. So sustainability isn't just a good thing to do for the planet and for society. It's good for business, and that's the mindset that we need to create when embodying everything we do. Sorry about that. If we want to build a truly sustainable future, we can't rely on one factor alone. It requires a systematic approach. We need three things to work in harmony: system-level change, strong governance, and policies, and where we come in, innovation and new technology. At Ecosystem Informatics, we focus on the third pillar, which is in green here, enabling innovation through real-time environmental intelligence. But we know that impact happens at the intersection of all three pillars. That's why our work feeds into three layers. The first layer is technological innovation, creating open, interoperable platforms that connect public and private sectors. Policy and business innovation, powering data-driven policies and ESG-aligned growth, community and social innovation, making environmental data accessible to communities that can act and advocate, just like the talk we just witnessed. This multidimensional innovation is what transforms information into action and action into sustainable outcomes. What I'm showing here is Ecosystem Informatics, the company that I'm representing's vision in terms of scalable innovation. We can help with our insights minimize emissions. We can help adapt to climate risks and build resilient communities, build transparency and trust, meet net zero and ESG targets. And these are examples that don't want to spend too much time on because we're running out of time. But if you drop by our booth, we're happy to dive into more details. As we look ahead, the message is clear. Innovation is no longer optional. It's a responsibility. The environmental and social pressures that we've seen across this presentation require more than just a clever technology. They demand leadership, collaboration, and a deep commitment to long-term impact. Sustainability is not a solo journey. It's a shared mission that cuts across sectors, governments, and communities. Because ultimately, the future belongs to those who innovate responsibly. Thank you very much for your attention. Please feel free to drop by booth 1264 and have a wonderful afternoon. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Shuruq, for showing us how innovation can be a powerful force in shaping a more sustainable tomorrow. We now welcome Angelo Borem, Chief Operating Officer at Sohar Aluminum Company, LLC, to share insights in his session titled Converting Waste to Wealth at Sohar Aluminum. His presentation highlights impactful initiatives that turn industrial waste into economic value.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here today. We are in the end of this section, but thank you for attending. The topic for today is converting waste to wealth at Sohar Aluminium. Basically, this topic touches all from our strategic objectives. So we have a mission, and we need to be responsible and sustainable in our operations. So that's part of our DNA. Sohar Aluminium is located in the North Al-Batina. So we have basically a smelter that was started in 2004, undertake about $2.5 billion. And we have our shareholders, which is OQ, TACA, and Rio Tinto. Basically, last year, we reached the mark of 401,000 tons of aluminum. And this is the highest production that we ever achieved in Sohar Aluminium. Basically, as I said, we are located in Al-Batina North, so Sohar. And you can see our facility. We have a smelter, one pot line. We have our power plant, where we also have a captive power plant. We produce our own electricity to use in our smelter. And we have our port operations. Basically, we bring all the raw materials that is needed for our process in the smelter. So basically, waste to wealth vision, it's something that we have been working at least in the last 10 years. And of course, year after year, we are trying to speed up our initiatives. So eliminate waste through innovation, recycling, and partnerships. It's the main aspect. Last year to 2024, we reached about 90% of long-standing material recycled, if it's internal or external to our facility. And this also generates about 750,000 US dollar, which is also something that we never used to have in the past. So now, with the circular economy, we can see that we can also be profitable when we are having the right destination for our resources. So basically, we also have our resources management committee on site, and basically we do have a continuous process and evaluation about opportunities, what we can do to optimize and what we can do to speed up the recycling of our waste or byproducts, and we can also reduce our waste to the landfill. Basically, that's the type of materials that we recycle: wood, papers, plastic, carbon byproducts, used tires, refractory bricks, collector bars, metal scrap. I'm talking about ferrous because aluminum we recycle internally. Even we started to bring external scrap, aluminum scrap, to the site. And last year, I'm glad to share that we recycled about 3,500 metric tons of aluminum. So we are also contributing to the country and contributing with in-country value for recycling. And also other type of materials that we recycle, like containers, porta cabins, and used batteries as well. So that's just an inventory of what we did in 2024. You can see about 28,000 tons of materials that we normally we generate in our process, and we are happy to show that 90% of those materials we had a proper destination, if it's internally or externally to our site. So aluminum resources management standard is important in this kind of process. If we don't have a standard, it's not easy to really manage. So we identify, characterize, handle, safe storage, transportation, collection, and disposal. All waste generated in Sohar aluminum is really critical. Always we try also to make sure that we will segregate. We are not going to mix any waste, and we are going to have the proper destination based on the characterization of each one. So we also apply to hazardous and non-hazardous waste because also in the production or non-production areas, we need to make sure that we can have the right destination for those products. And we review every 3 years, or if we have something different, we also do some specific reviews in terms of our waste streams. That's an important showcase, a success story from Sohar Aluminium. As you don't know, we have our cells, our pots, and inside the pots we have 3 materials basically. It's carbon material, insulation material, and refractory materials. So those components, after 5 years of operation, we have what we call hazardous material because of the contamination in the process. So those materials we used to store, and we didn't have a proper recycling process. Nowadays, we are sending all the materials to specific recycling companies. In case of carbon materials or the first cut, it's steel plants and cement. And the second cut, which is refractory insulation materials, we send to the cement kilns. We develop a very good relationship and partnership with the cement companies, and this is really the best and most adequate process to recycle this type of waste. So long-term agreements, it's always important with the local industries. We also have all the approvals from the government and from the environmental authority, and also explore new recycling opportunities, which today, with the circular economy, even the carbon we are exporting, and the companies are also paying for this material. So challenges, of course, always we have challenges in our process. So one of the big challenge is the lack of awareness that we have in our industry. Some industries, they really don't know what can be the use of the byproducts. So we are always working to develop awareness and making sure that they can understand the value that we can provide with our byproducts. Also, limited recycling infrastructure. We don't have a big recycling infrastructure in the country. So this is also something that is creating, is increasing, is improving, but it takes time. And the other aspect is the recyclable waste in specific companies like cement. In Oman, we only have 2 sites. So we are also going to outside Oman in some aspects, and this can also bring some additional cost, but it's important to maintain, it's important to develop new alternatives. So future, basically, we want to expand partnerships, new geographies and materials, and also we want to promote research and development for different kinds of use of our byproducts. So please join us building Oman's sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. Your leadership in circular economy initiatives is truly commendable. Joining us next is Nawaz Adachi, Deputy Head, Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, with a session titled Low Carb Solutions. His work focuses on innovative pathways to lower carbon emissions and drive green progress across sectors. Please welcome him.
This is forward?
Forward, this is backward.
Backward.
10 minutes, okay? I will stand here when it's...
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Adachi with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Thank you very much for today's opportunity for us to talk about our activities, energy transitions for the net zero. We have the variety of the products, especially which are familiar with the hydrogen, ammonia, or carbon. So recently in the market or globally, everybody's talking about the carbon capture, how we can use the CO2, ammonia, or hydrogen. But we have the variety of the experiences in the past, so we are not new on these topics. And in MHI, internally, we have the target to achieve net zero by 2040, which is 10 years before than the global target 2050. The reason behind is we are the technology provider. As a technology provider, we should be ready to support the global market. So we set the target 2040, which is earlier than 2050. And to achieve this goal, we have 3 pillars of our activities. One is, as a short-term solution, decarbonization of existing infrastructure, and also the energy efficiencies. And the others are the building the hydrogen economy and CO2 societies, ecosystems. Of course, we are a technology provider. We are developing the technologies, we are developing the products, but we cannot by ourselves to establish the value chain or the ecosystems. So we need the partners, local partners, global partners, internationals, to establish the value chain. This is one important thing. And the other thing is we need the regulatory support from the government. So together with these partners and the regulatory support, we can achieve the net zero goal, especially here in Oman. This is the image of the value chain of CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. On the left-hand side, this is the emitter side, industries. So together with the industries, we support with our technology of the carbon capture systems. And after gathering the CO2, we transport with our technologies and utilize the CO2 for the other products, like a synthetic fuel, like a ureas. So we can establish these value chains to utilize the CO2 with the values. And this is the supply record of our CO2 capture systems. The first one is we delivered since 1999, well before. Then the largest commercial carbon capture plant is number 12. That is, we call Petronova in US. This Petronova starts the delivery and commercial operation from 2016, and the size or the volume of the carbon capture is 4,800 tons per day, which is 1.4 million tons per year. So this is a real commercial plant which is applied for the CO2 from the coal-firing plant in Texas. This is another application of CO2 capture, which is the gas turbine combined cycle with CO2 capture. So gas turbine is necessary in the current market, especially electricity market, because so many renewables to support the green energy is introduced into the systems. But to support the grid, we need the flexible power to stabilize the grid. That is the gas turbine combined cycle. So gas turbine combined cycle, together with CCS, it makes decarbonized power. So we are now under the UK program in the United Kingdom. We are under the process of FEED study to realize the real gas turbine combined cycle with CCS project. The gas turbine itself is advanced technology with 800 megawatt combined cycle. And this is the transportation way. So our technology of liquefied carrier, a CO2 carrier. So we have our demonstration project together with our Japanese government under the program of NIDO. We delivered our first ship in 2023, and from 2024, this demonstration is ongoing. So we gather CO2 from emitter. In the map, you can see the Kyoto, and up to the Hokkaido as a sequestration area. And then next, I'm touching on the hydrogen or ammonia value chain. We have our own in-house combined cycle plant in our factory, which is a commercial basis. since 1996. So original idea was to verify our technology, advanced technology of the gas turbines under the commercial conditions. So we have the power purchase agreement with the local utility companies to sell the electricity, which has the like a penalty if we miss the chance to sell the electricity. So this is a real commercial plant. So the plant will be operated under the grid conditions. So real up and down flexible requirement is applied for this combined cycle. So with this combined cycle plan, we are now applying our new technology of hydrogen production, especially in the middle. You can see SOEC, solid oxide electrolysis cell. We are testing, verifying our technology of these hydrogen production systems and utilize this hydrogen into our gas turbine, which is the commercial machines. So thanks for this system we have, we can continuously verify our technology of gas turbine together with the hydrogen production. And this is the image of hydrogen and ammonia value chain. So either green or blue hydrogen. So using our technology of hydrogen production for green, or CO2 capture technologies for blue. And finally, we can utilize this hydrogen, blue and green, for the gas turbine to generate the power or energy. So gas turbine itself can operate, can generate electricity, but also in other aspect, it's a demand creation of hydrogen or ammonia. So together with a partner of fuel production, we can establish a value chain to enhance the market with enhancing the demand of power generation. Then finally, this decarbonized energy will help the support the industries to be decarbonized. And finally, we have also the technology of energy efficiency. We have our group company, Turboden, in Italy, which has the unique technologies of organic Rankine cycles, which support like a geothermal project or the low quality waste heat can be utilized for the energies. So this is the unique technologies. So with using these technologies for carbon capture systems, CO2 value chain, hydrogen ammonia value chain, together with our partners, locally, globally, and regulatory support, then we can achieve the net zero. That's our scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Radachi, for your valuable contribution to the ongoing dialogue around decarbonization and practical solutions. Our final speaker of the day, Dr. Siraji Seri, Head of Research and Development at Arwa Green Tech, presenting From Legacy Waste to Sustainable Future, a call to action. His research urges industries and governments to act with urgency and intent. Please welcome him.
Good evening, dear colleagues. It's an honor to be the last speaker. I will try to do my best to jump between the slides. We have just 30 slides, 1.5 hours, maybe more. Okay, so actually I have to answer to 3 main questions: who we are, what we are doing, and why we are meeting the name of the presentation, why our technology contributes to the sustainable remediation. So, how it works, who we are. We are Swiss company, but the main stuff, the main unit located in Berlin, and we have several affiliated with us assets. We have scientific division in Ukraine, and also we presented here in GCC states in Oman. Actually, we have quite a long history here in Oman of implementing our technology. Then, what we are doing? We're developing soil remediation technology, different one, but the core chemical reaction that is inside is chemical oxidation. We have 3 patents. We developed everything by ourselves, and I'm proud that, this is our own technology. So we are able to decompose almost any kind of organic pollution, either fully decompose or transform into some bioavailable compounds. That's why our technology is easily combined with some further cleaning procedures if it's needed. So we apply project-oriental approach. This means we have a full cycle. Every case is unique, and our solutions is tailor-made. I am proud that we have fully equipped laboratory, and we are able to do all kind of analytics, I would say cutting edge, starting from retort method or gravimetric and finish with any kind of GC analytics. We also calculate the environmental impact of application of our technology in each and every case. So this means we provide sustainable solution. Okay, just a couple of words why we are unique, because actually oxidation technology is almost the same what we can face in nature. So, but we do it in the more efficient way, I would say thousands, millions of times more efficient. And what we can do, we can treat wastes that are not treatable with biological objects or biological conventional methods. This means the majority of wastes are toxic for bacteria, so bioremediation or phytoremediation is not applicable. Biological objects will die. And what we are doing, we cut the most toxic part of the pollution. This is the real chromatograms that shows shift or reduction of hydrocarbon fraction over time. Also, our last scientific investigation shows that this is exactly that fractions that led to dying of microorganisms. So we are developing a new scientific article on this. Well, and this is the most important slide here. This is the timeline of what happened over the past 30 years, I would say, in the philosophy of waste management and, right word, waste management. So mankind made a step from landfilling to the sustainable and resilient remediation. I can give you a small example and very illustrative example how it works in industry. Just 10 years ago, we chose for the better remediation technology using NEBA, Net Available Benefit Analysis, which combines all kind of aspects, including environmental aspect. But the main output of all these calculations frequently was doing nothing, because it's less costly and less harmful for environment. And the important thing is it's not more applicable now, because we have to consider the carbon emissions or greenhouse emissions. That's why we decided to apply another tool which calls life cycle assessment in our calculations. So now we accomplish the net available benefit analysis or risk management, environmental risk management analysis, with life cycle analysis of the remediation procedures and the products. And that's what we got from the calculations. We fully measured our process, put it to the open LCA program with the EcoInvent database, and we got with that our impact is less than landfilling. This means we are better than doing nothing. Also, we design our technology not only emission to reduce emission right within the process, but we have ability to even capture CO2 going through zero, and our calculation shows that we can reach zero emission point in less than 2 weeks after application of our technology. And this is what we call passive sequestration. This means that this is obligatory part of our technology. Also, if we add active sequestration of carbon emissions or greenhouse gases emissions, actually we don't have methane emissions over the process, but anyway, we can do it even faster. Actually, just a few words about our technology. We have 2 embodiments. One for the decomposing of hydrocarbons, and the second one, removal mode. One of the side effects of the reaction gives us ability to detach contamination from all kind of mineral particles. So this means that our technology is really applicable for the procedures of oil pollution, fresh oil pollution elimination. This is the unit that we use. And the last word from my side, this is not just the words. We finished successfully in 23 pilot tests for Petroleum Development Oman. And this year we were granted with the official letter of appreciation of our results. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sagi, for your heartfelt call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of OS Talks 2025, I want to express our deepest gratitude to every single speaker, panelist, sponsor, and guest who joined us on this transformative journey. Over the past 3 days, we've explored groundbreaking technologies, shared success stories, and fostered collaborations that will carry Oman and the world closer to a sustainable and greener tomorrow. From green hydrogen and renewable infrastructure to youth engagement and ESG leadership, your voices have shaped a narrative of hope, action, and progress. Let us not leave this discussion behind as we walk out these doors. Instead, let us carry the momentum forward, continue to innovate, and work together to realize the bold visions we've seen here. On behalf of the OSW team, thank you for being with us. We wish you all the very best, and we look forward to welcoming you again next year.